The demonic monk from Wumen wants to take on a female disciple, but the female devotee is unwilling to go with him. Even when he uses his demonic reputation to tempt her, he remains unchanged in his initial intention. Because although the female devotee possesses an excellent ice crystal root, she only has one day left to live. To survive, does she need to enter a sect to save love? Only by cutting off their edges can she obtain rewards to extend her life. The female protagonist is named Ling Du, a relationship blogger from a parallel world. She live streams daily, attempting to save those troubled by love. Unfortunately, no matter how she patiently advises or harshly scolds, she can't save the large group of lovers in the world. So she gave up, directly offering blessings and respecting the dead. Even so, after one night of live streaming, she still had a heart attack from anger after ending the broadcast. Inexplicably, she arrived here, entering a world of cruel love and cultivation. And Ling Du's task is to save the love stories of an entire sect. At this moment, Ling Du is reading the system-provided introduction while climbing the mountain to find a master. Soon, she sits down to rest, clutching her heart due to exhaustion. She keeps hearing a voice urging her to bind with the system. Ling Du refuses, stating that in her previous life, she died from anger caused by love-obsessed people. In this life, she swears to distance herself from love-obsessed individuals. Ling Du is unwilling to pay attention, but the classic pickup lines from a nearby scumbag make her forehead veins throb. She glances at the low-quality scumbag in front of her, tirelessly persuading a pretty girl to enter a small sect. Unable to bear it any longer, she decides to accept the task. Facing the system's doubt, her gaze follows the man and woman climbing the steps with bitter expressions. The corner of her lips curls into an ambiguous smile, indicating professional expertise and guaranteed satisfaction. As soon as she finishes speaking, the system comes online, detecting a beginner-level love-obsessed scenario. The female protagonist of the scenario is Du Xiaowei, a childhood sweetheart who gave up entering a major sect, was abandoned by her fiancé, and curried favor with the sect leader's daughter for a foundation-building pill. The daughter abandoned her and allowed others to bully her, ultimately causing Du Xiao to never build her foundation and die lonely and destitute. Ling Du becomes more agitated as she listens. Meanwhile, the scumbag continues to swear that if she follows him into the small sect, he will never abandon her. If he breaks his oath and leaves her for someone new, he will surely be struck by 5 thunderbolts and be left without descendants. Ling Du kindly helps him add to his oath, but the scumbag doesn't appreciate it and hurriedly tries to escape with Du Xiao. However, Ling Du doesn't want to continue and pretends to be confused, asking why he's unwilling to make the oath now. Is it because he only wants to deceive the sister? The scumbag becomes enraged. He directly pushes Ling Du away. Unexpectedly, Ling Du instantly puts on a green tea act, her fragile body falling to the ground. The beautiful sister can't bear to watch and decides to help Ling Du up the mountain. The ignored scumbag is unwilling and tries to intervene, but is pushed away by the sister. She angrily rebukes him, saying, "He's already so pitiful. How can you be so cold-hearted?" She then turns and gently invites Ling Du to come along. Very good, the first stage is successful. Ling Du continues to work hard. "Sister, someone as kind as you deserves the best man in the world to cherish you. If I were your husband, I would use all my strength just to fulfill your dreams. I would never hinder you in any way." This carefully chosen speech once again enrages the scumbag. Ling Du pretends to be scared and hides in the sister's embrace. Du Xiao also suddenly becomes more clear-headed. At this moment, the system's prompt sounds. "Congratulations, host. The first stage of the beginner-level love-obsessed scenario has been completed. Current task progress, 25%. Reward, 1 Qi technique pill. Please continue your efforts." Before he can rejoice, a sudden dizziness strikes. Ligne d'une expectative fausse. He lies on the ground, his heart constantly aching. Suddenly, a large pill appears in his hand, accompanied by the system's voice announcing the reward has been issued. Ling Du is confused. Is this what a pill is like? How can one eat something so big? He tries to bite it. He almost breaks his teeth. Finally, he stuffs the whole pill into his mouth. Unable to dissolve or chew it, he can only swallow it with difficulty. He wonders if anyone has ever choked to death eating pills. pause. Just as he's about to say something, he feels a warmth spreading through his body. His previously labored breathing becomes much smoother. His body feels better than ever before. Du Xiao is about to help him up. A voice from the sky stops her, saying, "Don't touch him. Stay away. Be careful not to disturb him." After absorbing spiritual energy for a while, Ling Du stretches, feeling refreshed all over. The system congratulates him again, saying he has entered the Feng Chu realm. At first, he doesn't know what's happening, but he feels a bit emotional. The next second, Ling Du's brows furrow, and he suddenly spits out a mouthful of black blood. Ling Du complains, "System, you're selling fake medicine." The system protests its innocence, saying it's just the body expelling old, stagnant blood. Ling Du carefully assesses his condition. His body still feels comfortable, with no discomfort. When he looks up, he sees a crowd of onlookers watching him wake up. The audience starts discussing, "Wow, so good-looking and spitting blood. Is the beauty all right?" Ling Du, thick-skinned, isn't embarrassed by the attention. He directly jokes about charging a fee while combing his hair. But the next moment, a storage bag flies over. A pleasant voice plays along, saying he's charging too little. Entering the Feng Chu realm in just a quarter of an hour, he's the first such genius in thousands of years. His value is worth thousands of gold. Ling Du takes a look. He wonders which family this handsome monk is from, looking so good and with such an exquisite voice. But remembering that scumbags are everywhere here, he loses interest again. He just picks up the storage bag to look. He sees there are 1,000 spirit stones inside. He directly praises the boss's generosity, saying, "Thank you, boss." Then, ignoring everyone else, he calls the beautiful sister to go up the mountain together. Soon, the two reach the mountaintop. Stepping onto the summit, they find a huge octagonal square. The square is bustling with over 100 potential disciples. On the high platform, there are many sect plaques lined up with sect elders sitting behind desks. The handsome monk is among them. He's sitting casually in his chair. He indicates that Ling Du's character and appearance are suitable for cultivating with him. The Taoist next to him also praises Ling Du's excellent cultivation potential, even asserting that the monk won't be able to take him away. The handsome monk smiles mischievously. He raises his hand, saying, "Not counting short life or early death, it's a fatal situation." Yet, he unexpectedly finds life in death. How many chances does one have? The monk becomes more curious. How can someone change their own fate? Ling Du notice something. He turns his head and sees the Wushang sect's plaque. Thinking of all those love-obsessed people, he wonders if joining the Wushang sect means everyone will become love-obsessed due to some unknown bug. Before he can figure it out, he hears the scumbag behind him trying to persuade the beautiful sister to join a small sect. Green Tea Ling Du comes online again, suggesting that since the brother is so affectionate, why not join a big sect with the sister? Unexpectedly, the scumbag's attitude changes instantly. He claims that as a man, he can't abandon his future for love. He even speaks arrogantly, saying it's good enough for women to be able to cultivate. What future do they need? Upon hearing this, Ling Du is delighted. Du Xiao is shocked. The scumbag's true face is revealed. The scumbag, unwilling to accept defeat, is about to make a move. Suddenly, a voice from the high platform announces the start of the selection. The entire place falls silent. Then, Wushang sect calls out the first number, 666. Ling Du is amused, wondering whose number is so impressive. The next second, Ling Du feels a force on his body. Then he rises into the air. Slowly passing over the crowd, he flies to the high platform. He's surprised to find out that he himself is number 666. Knowing Ling Du's talent, the elder enthusiastically promotes. Wushang sect is the top sect in the Central Plains, rich in cultivation resources. Are you willing to join Wushang sect? Ling Du, holding the script, knows that according to the plot, he can only join Wushang sect. He doesn't hesitate and directly says yes. Ling Du's casual agreement surprises the elder. Before he can respond, a voice of objection comes from the side. "Wait, young lady. I see you're born weak with heart issues. Why not join our Jisher sect? We're the top medical cultivation sect in the Central Plains. One day, we'll surely cure you." Well, our Guiyuan sect may not be as good as Wushang sect, but we're still one of the 3 major sects in the Central Plains. Most of the world's law cultivators come from Guiyuan. Why not join Guiyuan's sect? Suddenly, three pairs of eyes are fixed on Ling Du, but Ling Du doesn't want to change the plot and still firmly chooses Wushang's sect. Elder He Gui is satisfied. Then, concerned about Ling Du's weakness, he tells him to sit down and rest. But soon, Ling Du feels a pair of large hands covering his eyes. The hands quickly release. Ling Du turns to look. He sees a pair of excessively beautiful phoenix eyes. Their eyes meet. It's the person who gave him 1,000 spirit stones. The handsome monk chuckles. He calls Wushang's sect a bear and asks if Ling Du wants to cultivate with him instead. At this moment, Ling Du is very confused. He remembers there's no such character in the original plot. Also, does this monk have too much money to burn? What benefit is there in taking him as a disciple? Thinking this, he asks out loud. The handsome monk is stunned. The handsome monk chuckles. He's surprised that someone so young could see through things so clearly. The handsome monk becomes more interested. He continues to tempt Ling Du. He claims he swallowed a dragon to be, making him incredibly powerful. Ling Du remains unfazed, praising his big appetite, but still sticks to his original decision, stating he's not interested in bald men. The handsome monk falls silent. He wonders if Ling Du doesn't know what eating a dragon means. But Ling Du has already shifted his attention, because the system prompts that the current task progress is only 50%. Ling Du is puzzled. He's changed their love-obsessed fate, yet they haven't broken up. However, it's good that Du Xiao hasn't given up on his dreams. Long-distance relationships are the best at wearing down feelings. Soon, Ling Du's gaze shifts to a peach-faced young girl. That's Ni Jingxian. Coincidentally, the system prompts sounds at this moment. Main storyline ultimate love brain character detected. The female lead, Ni Jingxian, was originally a direct disciple of Wushang's sect, but she was deceived by a demon lord who infiltrated the sect and fell in love. To help heal the demon lord, she stole the sect's treasure. When she fled the sect, she was cruelly abandoned. With her meridians destroyed, she fell into the abyss. Later, she forcibly turned into a demon by devouring demon souls, but was captured and brought back to the demon palace as the demon lord's slave. She disguised herself to get close to the demon lord for revenge. Unexpectedly, she discovered she was the demon lord's true love. They confessed their feelings to each other. But in the end, because demons can't reincarnate, she, who was supposed to ascend to the celestial realm, died with her soul scattered during her destined calamity. Ling Du finishes reading the plot with his divine vision, feeling a bit annoyed. He didn't expect such a plot could exist. Ni Jingxian notices his gaze and speaks, full of envy. Ling Du shakes his head, full of disdain. What's there to envy? If only her parents had given her one more brain cell, or if she had read more novels, she wouldn't have been so badly deceived by the demon lord. Wait, novels? That's right, the plot hasn't started yet. Reading more novels, he doesn't believe she won't grow a bit smarter. Having thought of a solution, Ling Du relaxes, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. The handsome monk has been watching all along. The originally very solemn Ling Du suddenly chuckles. He's becoming more and more interested. Though excessively quiet, Ling Du is unexpectedly eye-catching. At this moment, Elder He Gui feels like he's forgotten something. He looks back at the newly recruited disciples and inwardly exclaims, "Where's that demon monk?" There's no movement from Ling Du's side either. Has he been taken away by that demon monk? The handsome monk senses someone probing and knows it's time to leave. He leans close to Ling Du to say goodbye and disappears instantly. Ling Du looks at the suddenly empty spot, confused. But the next second, hurried footsteps are heard. He turns to see Elder He Gui rushing towards him. Soon, the selection ends. Wushang's sect only recruited 2 disciples. Now Elder He Gui is calling the disciples to board the spirit ship to head to Wushang's sect. On the spirit ship, the naturally lively and cheerful Ni Jingxian chases after Elder He Gui, curiously asking why Wushang's sect only recruits so few disciples each year. He Gui smiles and explains that the sect prefers quality over quantity. 2 is enough. Any more and the sect's resources wouldn't be sufficient. Ling Du faints as soon as he boards the spirit ship. He didn't expect his weak body would react this way. He can only let himself sleep to feel better. Ling Du was awakened by hunger. He felt that if he wasn't so hungry, he could have continued sleeping. When he smelled the aroma of food, he instantly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he met the girl's cheerful gaze. The girl enthusiastically introduced the pea cakes she brought from home. The hungry Ling Du didn't refuse. He took one and put it in his mouth. But the next second, Ling Du lost his composure. The pea cake was really choking. He thought the people in the cultivation world must have very strong throats to love eating such hard-to-swallow food. Suddenly, a gust of wind came. He reflexively raised his hand to catch it. Looking at what he caught, it was a cup of tea. Without thinking much, he drank it in one gulp. Instantly, he felt alive again. Seeing Ling Du catch his breath, Ni Jingxian hurriedly approached. "I'm sorry, fellow Taoist. My name is Ni Jingxian." Ling Du waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal. Seeing Ling Du's gentle attitude, Ni Jingxian moved closer again, introducing snacks to Ling Du while praising his good skin. Ni Jingxian kept getting closer. Ling Du hurriedly stood up to avoid her. He didn't expect this child to be such a seasoned flirt. No wonder she would be deceived by the demon lord. In the plot, that demon lord was unparalleled in the world, making countless beauties fall for him. For someone who's extremely appearance-oriented, that's a fatal attraction. The spirit ship moved quickly, soon stopping at a high peak. They disembarked from the spirit ship one by one. Looking up, they saw a giant bronze cauldron standing in the center, with 3 incense sticks burned halfway. Elder Higue introduced to everyone, "This is the main peak of the sect. The 3 incense sticks are offerings to heaven, earth, and the great Tao of the ancestors. Now that you've entered our Wushang sect, you naturally need to meet us first." As soon as the sect leader finished speaking, 2 figures appeared in front of the square. One wore a purple gauze skirt, holding an oily spatula. The other wore plain white clothes, holding a dripping cabbage. Elder Higue raised his hand to introduce. "This is sect leader Ling Du," and I, Jingxian, hurriedly bowed in greeting. The woman in purple put one hand on her hip, waving the spatula, quite carefree. "All right, there's no need for such pretense. No need to act so formal." Ling Du was stunned. This sect seemed quite different from what he had imagined. At this moment, the sect leader's gaze fell on him. With just one look, she could see Ling Du's innate deficiency. She directly instructed Tianwu to take him to see Elder Jiangliang. As for medicinal herbs, use what's available or grow them yourself. They should be self-sufficient as much as possible. Hearing this, Ling Du became even more unsettled. He wondered if he had come to the wrong place. Then the sect leader was about to invite everyone to eat. But the next second, she remembered something. Turning to elders Zhu Yuan and Song Li, she said, "Since there are only 2 disciples this year, you 2 can split them." In an instant, both of them turned to Ling Du with gleaming eyes. The 2 faced off, neither willing to give in. Just as the atmosphere became quite tense, a figure flashed by. Then a voice rang out, "No need to choose. Let that child finish eating and then go directly to Luo Zhe." The gazes of elders Zhu Yuan and Song Li suddenly turned strange. How did Ning Ning taking a disciple turn into becoming a junior sister? And so, Ling Du's life in Wushang sect began. It was just a simple blood prohibition, yet it shocked everyone. It even became a negative example for the elder to warn the disciples. Just because the girl had excellent ice veins and talent, she could even break through while sitting in a chair after eating. Just now, the group that had just arrived at the sect came to the dining hall in grand fashion. The dining table was piled high with food. Ling Du was stunned again and again at the sight of the mountain-like pile of food. Elder De Gue was serving rice while inviting the 2 to eat. Then, he handed over a bowl of rice piled so high it couldn't be piled any higher. He gave it to Ling Du. The bowl was even bigger than Ling Du's face. Ling Du modestly waved his hand, saying he was weak and had a small appetite. 1 bite would be enough. Elder Higue nodded, indicating he understood. But the next second, he took a spatula and vigorously patted the rice in the bowl. He pressed the overflowing rice in the bowl firmly, then handed it to him, saying, "Here, 1 bite." Ling Du was stunned. "This works too?" Then he said nothing more. He picked up his chopsticks and put some meat in his mouth. The taste was unexpected. Then he seemed to unlock some kind of eating addiction, frantically stuffing food into his mouth. The others just watched in amazement, considering his small appetite. He finished that bowl of rice and countless dishes of meat, then burped contentedly. Then he calmly picked up another bowl. After he finished eating leisurely, he sincerely praised the sect leader. "Your cooking is delicious, master." But the next second, he slumped in his chair, entering some kind of mysterious state. Everyone stared in amazement at him, rubbing his belly, slumped in the chair. They saw spiritual energy surging around Ling Du, constantly pouring into his body. Seeing his cool breakthrough, Ni Jingshuan's eyes lit up. Elder Gay worried he might imitate it. He hurriedly began an on-site lesson. Our cultivation emphasizes posture. We sit with 5 stars facing the sky. Only this way can we sense the flow of heaven and earth's energy. This is a negative example. Don't follow it. Nihing Xuan Nadith, obediently listening. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared at the dining hall entrance. He burst in, shouting to his master that he had repaired the private alchemy room that his junior sister had blown up, and they could take the new disciples there to practice. The newcomer wore crimson brocade robes and carried a golden staff on his back. He was smiling, carefree, and dashing. It was Mo Lin, the senior disciple of Wushang sect. Seeing the newcomer, the elder introduced the new recruits. This is your little junior sister. Ni Jingxian is the disciple chosen by Master Yin Yi. She's your little junior aunt. At this time, Mo Lin was curiously looking at his new little junior aunt, while casually picking up a bun from the table and biting into it. As soon as he swallowed, he saw the little junior uncle across the table suddenly open his eyes. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. Mo Lin's hair stood on end instantly. The food is poison. Ling Du, who had recovered, raised his hand to wipe the blood from his lips. He defended the food, saying, "Don't worry, the food is quite tasty." Mo Lin was panicking inside. In the end, it was the master who explained, "Your little junior uncle's body isn't well. He has a condition where he coughs up blood every time he advances." Mo Lin sighed in relief. He was almost scared to death, thinking the sect leader had added something he shouldn't have again. Then he bowed to Ling Du, who had just completed his advancement. Disciple Mo Lin greets little junior uncle. Ling Du was stunt. He had just leveled up, and before he could think much about it, the system came online again, detecting the appearance of the ultimate love brain in the main plot. The male lead of this side story, Mo Lin, is the senior disciple of Wushang sect, born with a spirit root. However, while training outside, he was saved by a beautiful woman named Xiao Fei, who then extracted his spirit root, reducing him to a waste. He then reincarnated and started cultivation again, but became Xiao Fei's junior brother. He accidentally discovered that he was Xiao Fei's heart demon. They confessed their feelings and became Dao partners. But in the end, because Xiao Fei couldn't cultivate and her residual poison acted up, she couldn't ascend. To help her extend her life, Mo Lin used his fresh blood as a medium, and they both died together. Hearing the system's introduction, Ling Du couldn't help but close his eyes tightly and rub his temples. These brainless love-brain plots were getting more and more unbearable. He was the 98th generation disciple of Wushang sect, the current sect leader's sworn brother. It was rumored that one glance from him could freeze thousands of miles, the sword Dao puppet that could freeze the entire Central Plains. And now he had become Ling Du's destined master. Just now, Elder Zhu Yuan saw that Ling Du had completed his advancement and directly took him to Luo Zhe. On the way, Ling Du walked while admiring the beautiful scenery. Zhu Yuan didn't rush him, walking and introducing as they went. Luo Zhe was located in the forbidden area of Wushang sect. Normally, disciples who entered would be frozen into ice sculptures within minutes. Then Zhu Yuan placed his hand on an ice surface, and it immediately shattered. Luo Zhe came into view. Ling Du was stunned. Before he could come to his senses, he found himself being lifted into the air by Elder Zhu Yuan. When Elder Zhu Yuan let go, he could even fly on his own. It was only at this moment that he truly realized he had come to a world of immortal cultivation. Soon, the two arrived at an ice surface. Ling Du was still immersed in the joy of being able to fly. But the next second, a sneeze brought him back to reality. Flying was cool, but this place was really cold. At this time, Zhu Yuan respectfully bowed to someone sitting on an ice platform, then left. Only Ling Du was left staring blankly, recalling the descriptions from the book in his mind. The 98th generation disciple of Wushang sect, the current sect leader's sworn brother, who was actually older than the sect leader. It was said that once he appeared, he could make the entire Central Plains tremble with his sword Dao. The book only had these few descriptions. Just then, the man opened his eyes. He stood up and slowly walked towards him. At this moment, Ling Du was dumbfounded. His gaze gradually moved to the man's exposed thighs. He couldn't understand why his seemingly proper master was an exhibitionist. Just as he was about to remind his master to put on some pants, he saw him gently raise a hand. He placed it on Ling Du's head. Ling Du felt a cold energy quickly rushing from his head to his limbs. Fortunately, he withdrew his hand after a while. He lazily said, "Examination complete. Heavenly grade ice veins, but the core meridian is damaged. Congenitally weak." Ling Du didn't understand what he was saying. He continued, "Don't worry. Since you're destined to be my disciple, I'll certainly find a way to cure you." Ling Du obediently said, "Thank you, master." Then Yin Yi looked at Ling Du again. He pulled out the peach branch holding Ling Du's hairbun. His long hair instantly fell down. He even asked Ling Du with interest, "Do you think your master is different from what you imagined?" Ling Du's face remained calm as he smiled without speaking. In his heart, he thought, "Master is quite self-aware. His style is indeed quite different from the others before." Yin Yi didn't mind whether Ling Du answered or not. Before Ling Du could react, he suddenly exerted force with his foot, breaking the ice surface. Caught off guard, Ling Du fell into the icy spring. In panic, he reached out to grab the edge of the ice hole, trying to climb up, but the next second, Yin Yi crouched down, forcefully pushing Ling Du's head into the water. Ling Du lost consciousness, his body sinking rapidly. As he sank, the original ice hole quickly closed up. He quickly adjusted his state, turning to swim upwards, forcefully hitting the ice surface. But his strength wasn't enough to break through the thick ice. A strong sense of suffocation came over him. Ling Du s'en gradually stiped. He had no strength left. Looking at the ice surface, Yin Yi sighed leisurely, full of unwillingness in his heart. No, he absolutely couldn't die here. As if possessed, he mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body, slowly directing it to his hands. Then he suddenly slammed towards the ice surface. With a crack, Ling Du burst out instantly. Breaking through the water, fresh air rushed into his lungs. At this moment, he had never felt that breathing could be such a wonderful and smooth thing. Meanwhile, Yin Yi, looking at the rather disheveled child, secretly praised, "Not bad." He had originally thought of pulling him up when he couldn't hold on anymore. Unexpectedly, he could come up by himself. Yin Yi curled his lips in a good mood. He picked up the soaking wet Ling Du, raising his hand to gently stroke. A thick spiritual energy covered his body, quickly drying him. After doing this, Yin Yi raised his hand to pat Ling Du's head soothingly, softly reminding him not to breathe deeply, as it wasn't good for his newly opened lungs. Then he was about to teach Ling Du breathing techniques. The plan was good, but the next second, Ling Du, exhausted, collapsed to the ground again. Seeing this, Yin Yi sighed. Then he took out a pill of unknown expiration date and handed it to Ling Du, telling him to swallow it. Ling Du was unwilling. He didn't open his mouth. Although he understood that this was probably meant to help him, he still couldn't help feeling angry. He directly pushed his hand away in a tantrum. Feeling mocked, his heart was full of resentment. Looking at his disciple throwing a little tantrum, Yin Yi chuckled, "You should know, I haven't seen anyone for 500 years. If it weren't for destiny pointing to you as my disciple, perhaps I would have continued to be in seclusion until my ascension." He understood. The person before him had experienced a lot at such a young age, appearing to care about nothing, yet caring about everything. Wanted to play in the world, yet wanted to stay out of it. Where in the world could such a good thing exist? Ling Du, remember, when you're not strong enough yet, no matter who stands before you, you need to be cautious. Ling Du knew he had been careless. Although he was still a bit angry, his mind had cleared up. At this moment, Yin Yi smiled. His tone changed as he said directly, "But from now on, you can forget all these words, because from now on, I've got your back." Hearing this, Ling Du's eyes instantly curved in a smile, all anger gone. And so, Ling Du spent every day struggling in the ice spring. 10 days later, Ling Du skillfully recovered in the ice spring, swimming towards the ice surface, skillfully climbing out of the ice spring, skillfully sitting on the ice surface to rest. At this time, Yin Yi once again leisurely strolled over. Then, he interestedly admired the disciple he had trained. Not bad. While other disciples are still at the early stages, you've already reached the peak, almost breaking through. I wasn't wrong. You're indeed of the same caliber as me. Hearing this, Ling Du closed his eyes in resignation, speechless about his master's narcissism. Next came the familiar drying operation. At this moment, Ling Du curiously asked a question he had long wondered about. "Master, I heard you're the sword master. That one swing of your sword could shock the entire Central Plains. Is that true?" Yin Yi was stunned for a moment hearing this. "Who told you my sword could shock the entire Central Plains?" Ling Du couldn't say it was written in the script, so he made up that he heard it outside. Yin Yi didn't care about the truth. He looked at Ling Du and slowly said, "It seems you really know nothing about your master. Who could have imagined that the legendary sword master, said to be able to freeze thousands of miles with one sword, was actually a chivalrous man with a casual demeanor? Even such powerful swordsmanship was just something he picked up on the side." Facing Ling Du's inquiry, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the entire Loaza's ice and snow melted, all things transformed. Various exotic flowers and plants shed their layer of sparkling frost. Ling Du was stunned. It turned out his master's greatest skill was actually as a formation master. At just 100 years old, he had already surpassed formation masters with thousands of years of fame in the formation competition. As for swordsmanship, it was just something he learned for self-protection and incidentally used it to claim the title of Central Plains #1. "So, why did you think I was that kind of brainless sword brute?" Ling Du was stunned for a moment. "Master, you only gave me those few books. Isn't it normal that I didn't know these things? You've just been released from confinement. For now, focus on building a good physical foundation. I was sturdier than you at 8 years old." Hearing this, Ling Du felt quite hurt. He instantly gave up, saying, Right, I'm just a sickly person. This illness can't be cured, so I'll just wait to die." Hearing this, Yin Yi became angry. He punched Ling Du's head, saying, "Dye your head. Do you know what kind of water you're bathing in? Other sects' direct disciples can only get 1 bottle of top-grade spirit water a year, and I'm using it for your bath. Can't you show some spirit?" Ling Du, hurt by the punch, innocently rubbed his head. He lazily replied, "But I'm born weak. What can I do about it?" Yin Yi sighed, pointing at his own eyes. "Ling Du, look at these eyes. I was born blind. Ling Du was stunt. If a blind man like me can become the strongest formation master in the Central Plains, what's impossible? Even if your body is broken and your life is destined to be short, so what? Since I, Yin Yi, have become your master, I will definitely make you the second miracle in this world." At this moment, Ling Du finally understood why those eyes, though looking at him, always had an unchanging expression in their depths, always cold and icy. A blind man's disciple being a useless person, one could only say it's a perfect match. In the end, Yin Yi didn't say much more, just told him to go eat quickly, or the chicken legs would be gone. Encouraged by his master, Ling Du swiftly stood up, casually breaking off a tree branch. He turned to his master. "Why don't we make a bet?" Yin Yi turned his head towards the direction of the voice. "I bet I'll become the formation master a year earlier than you did. And without resting on swordsmanship, I'll also win first place in the Central Plains Grand Competition." Yin Yi smiled. "Then work hard." Ling Du confidently waved, telling his master to just wait and see. Then he quickly ran outside. Yin Yi, still sitting quietly in place, remained silent for a long time. He raised his hand and lightly touched his eyes, thinking to himself, he didn't even ask if it could be cured. Good person. Brought out a pot of dark cuisine, wanting her little junior uncle to taste it, because this was a pot of a jiao cake carefully stewed by the woman, just to nourish her little junior uncle's qi and blood. Just now, Ling Du had rushed from Loaza to Shantang to eat. As soon as he landed, he heard from the Shantang in front of him a huge explosion sound. Ling Du's body stiffened. Then a voice came. "Not good." Second senior sister blew up the stove again. Ling Du's mood twitched continuously. That again is well used. Then he collapsed, holding his head. "Today's dinner, I'll have to cook it myself again." Second senior sister, Xia Tianwu, possessed strange fire, but because she hadn't yet fully bonded with it, she had already blown up several palaces of Wu Shangzong within a year. In the original plot, her strange fire constitution was coveted by a scumbag. After being deceived in body and heart, she became pregnant, but had her child forcibly taken to be used in refining an antidote for the scumbag's lover's cold poison. At this moment, Xia Tianwu tugged at Ling Du's clothes, looking guilty. "Little junior uncle, I just wanted to stew some jiao cake to nourish your qi and blood. Since you're here anyway, why don't you try some?" As she spoke, she handed over a small pot. Inside the pot was a black, sticky, unidentifiable substance. Ling Du looked down and instantly fell silent. Others refine pills to save lives. He refines pills to take lives. Just as he was thinking about how to refuse, Mo Lin jumped down from the roof. Clapping his hands, he said, "The roof's not bad." This explosion wasn't big. But what about the leftover stuff? Xia Tianwu glanced at Ling Du, saying that those were originally meant for little junior uncle. All made with good ingredients. Since little junior uncle doesn't want to eat it, they might as well feed it to the pigs. Hearing this, Mo Lin had a flash of inspiration, as if he thought of something. A few days ago, a boar in the beast garden got pregnant. It couldn't be from eating junior sister's leftover pill materials, could it? Hearing the senior brother's words, Xia Tianwu looked completely innocent, saying she didn't know about this. At this moment, Ling Du suddenly spoke up, his words full of admiration. "What talent! Isn't this the legendary pregnancy pill? Can it be used on men?" Hearing this, Xia Tianwu's eyes lit up. "Right? Why didn't I think of that?" Then, without caring about the others, she directly ran off to the pill room. After Xia Tianwu left, the group walked into Shantang and started cooking. Ling Du took the washed vegetables and started chopping them on the cutting board. At this moment, the system came online with a gentle reminder. According to the plot progress, Mo Lin, the senior brother of Wushang sect, will bring back his destined one during his training trip down the mountain this summer. Ling Du shopping en Sudan possède. Summer was almost here, wasn't it? He glanced at Mo Lin, who was concentrating on cleaning the chicken, and hesitantly asked the system, "Do I have to go with him?" The system shook its head. "No, no, no." This system suggests the host solve the problem at its source. Avoid the destined one. Ling Du carefully considered the system's suggestion. How to solve it once and for all? From the source? Then he looked at the cold gleaming knife in his hand. From this source? That's not good, right? Detecting Ling Du's inner thoughts, the system instantly bristled, hurriedly advising the host to stay calm. It meant that once the main plot task goes deep into the story, it might be impossible to complete in time, unable to obtain key elements, delaying the host's condition. So it suggested the host directly arrange for the two people, letting Mo Lin avoid the destined one, and also obtain new herbs earlier. Hearing the system being so careful, Ling Du was quite curious about the reward for this task. The system didn't hide it, directly informing that it was a celestial star lotus, which could be used to repair the host's heart. Getting the system's hint, Ling Du pondered for a few seconds while chopping vegetables. Then, Ling Du meaningfully said softly, "Vegetables need to be cooked before they can be eaten." Then he raised a new question. "You want me to cut off his destiny right from their first meeting? Aren't you afraid of causing other butterfly effects?" Unexpectedly, the system shrugged, saying it didn't know. "Dear, I'm also being a system for the first time." At this moment, Ling Du had his own considerations. Even if he prevented the first meeting, since it was destined, there would always be other ways to meet. Following the plot, at least he could know in advance what would happen next. Moreover, blindly interfering to change the plot, was there really no price to pay? Doubting if he had heard wrong, at just 13 years old, he was entrusted to take care of a 15-year-old girl. The reason was simply because his seniority was higher, so he should take care of the junior. Ling Du couldn't imagine how things had developed to this point. They were just eating nicely, the three of them, when Mo Lin suddenly put down his chopsticks and gave him a look like he was entrusting an orphan, saying he had to go down the mountain for a few days, and if the elders weren't reliable, could he help take care of the child? The little one entrusted with this task was stunned. He innocently pointed at himself. "I'm 13, she's 15, and you want me to take care of her? Did I hear wrong, or did you misspeak?" Mo Lin patted Ling Du's shoulder with a very trusting look and gave a reason he couldn't refuse. "Although you're young, your seniority is high." Although unable to refuse, Ling Du still wanted to struggle a bit more. "Can't we just hire a cook to make meals?" Hearing this, Mo Lin had a look of painful memories, saying the sect had considered that before. However, the novice cultivator they hired was bribed by someone and secretly drugged them the day before they went out for training. On the surface, nothing seemed wrong, but once they used spiritual power, they couldn't stop farting. Ling Du leaned back tactically after hearing this, expressing that it was quite miserable. However, to avoid such situations happening again, he readily accepted the task. To compensate the little uncle who was about to be burdened, Mo Lin was quite understanding. Knowing the little uncle hadn't been to Dingzhou City before, he promised to take him there to play when he returned in 3 days. Alright, he almost forgot. Dingzhou City was a city under Wushang sect, extremely bustling with people coming and going. It had all kinds of small stalls and vendors, and one could even hear about many amazing picture books. A flash of inspiration struck Ling Du's mind. Picture books. He could turn his love-brained experiences into a picture book. Very good, the weather's been nice lately. As soon as the book started, Ling Du was writing furiously by lamplight in his cave dwelling at night. He had already thought of the book title. It would be called The Beauty Picked Up by the Roadside. It would definitely be very attractive on the wall later. So he worked tirelessly for 3 days without sleep. He slammed the brush on the table. Having completed one task, he felt relaxed all over. He yawned, stretched, flexed his muscles, picked up the finished book, and planned to go down the mountain to the city with Mo Lin. Just as he stepped out of the cave, he saw Master Yin Yi about to knock on the door. Seeing Ling Du face to face, with dark circles under his eyes and a sleepy appearance, he moved closer, curiously asking, "Did you go stealing at night? Why do you look like this?" Ling Du blinked his spirited eyes and lazily replied, "Ah, yes. I want to steal people. What about it?" Looking at his disrespectful disciple, Yin Yi sighed and complained, "Wushang's sect only has so many people. If they're not in seclusion, who could you steal?" Then his gaze gradually fell on the book Ling Du was holding in his arms. He frowned and said, "I've told you not to read those messy things. What wind and cloud records, other world records, those unofficial histories. They're all randomly written by others. If you want to know something, just ask me directly. Isn't your master clearer about these things?" Worried that his master would discover the book was written by himself and think he wasn't focusing on proper studies, Ling Du hurriedly hid the book behind his back and pretended to say angrily, "Mind your own business." Yin Yi didn't mind his attitude and directly replied, "I'm not minding your business." "Who's minding you?" Then he took out a storage bag he had prepared earlier. He handed it to him, saying, "Today you're going down the mountain to play in Dingzhou City. Take this. There are 10,000 high-grade spirit stones inside. It should be enough for you to spend." Ling Du took it and opened it to look. He, who had never seen such a thing, exclaimed, "Wow." Then he praised again, "I didn't know Master was so rich." Yin Yi also proudly lifted his chin slightly and said, "Please, I'm the #1 formation master in the Central Plains. I'm very expensive. Back then, my listing price in the Formation Masters Guild was 500,000. High-grade spirit stones listing price." Ling Du felt this term was a bit strange, but he didn't ask more and directly put away the storage bag. When Ling Du arrived at the sect entrance, he saw Mo Lin and Ni Jingxian waiting there from afar. Ni Jingxian was asking the senior brother something. Hearing the noise, he turned around and greeted him cheerfully. The three didn't delay and quickly arrived at the bustling market street of Dingzhou City. Soon, Ni Jingxian was attracted by a stall selling hair accessories by the roadside. Ling Du looked at the hair accessories on the stall, but frowned. "Aren't these all similar?" Quickly, Ni Jingxian picked out a pink hairpin and held it up in front of Ling Du. Ling Du felt as if facing a great enemy and hurriedly leaned back, trying to avoid that soft pink color. Then he grabbed the other's wrist and held the hairpin up to his head. The shopkeeper exclaimed, oh my, this color really suits little Junior's sister." Without waiting for Ni Jingxian to respond, he hurriedly smiled at the owner and said, "Boss, I'll take this hairpin. Put it on my tab." At this point, it's worth mentioning that disciples of Wushang sect can get discounts when buying things in Dingzhou City and can even have it put on their tab. It's incredibly convenient. After doing all this, Ling Du directly inserted the hairpin into Ni Jingxuan's hair bun. Then he stepped back to admire it carefully. Not bad. This color really suits a little beauty like you." Ni Jingxian, being praised, blushed and said coquettishly, "You're so good to me." Ling Du smiled slightly and took the opportunity to lecture. "Little fool, whether a person is good to you or not doesn't depend on a small hairpin. You have to see how they treat you in daily life." Then he complained inwardly with disdain, "Don't be so foolish as to sell yourself just because that demon lord casually gives you a golden hairpin." Ni Jingxian nodded obediently, saying she would remember. Then Ling Du said he needed to go to the bookstore. He asked Ni Jingxian to help relay a message for everyone to wait for him at the Fragrant Pouch Tower, and he'd be there shortly. Soon, Ling Du arrived at the bookstore. He walked up to the counter and asked the owner, "Do you accept picture books here?" The owner rubbed his sleepy eyes and lazily replied, "What? Picture books?" Ling Du handed over the picture book he had just finished writing. The owner looked up, and when he saw clearly what was written on the cover, his previously drowsy eyes suddenly widened. "Did you write this?" Ling Du waved his hand, pretending to sigh helplessly. "How could that be possible? I'm just running an errand for my master, fulfilling his dream." Then he leaned closer to the owner and said in a low voice, "My master is getting on in years. This is his only hobby. If we don't fulfill it for him, I'm afraid he'll leave with regrets. So, boss, can this book be published?" At this moment, Yen Yi, who had been falsely accused by his disciple, inexplicably sneezed. Having never experienced such a thing, he wondered if he had caught a cold. The owner, deeply moved, repeatedly praised, "How filial." Ling Du nodded in agreement. "Aren't I the world's most filial son?" The owner didn't delay any further and directly opened the book. What met his eyes was that rather bold dog scratch writing. Noticing the owner's disdain, Ling Du explained again, saying that his master couldn't see, so his writing was inevitably rough. The owner didn't ask more and continued reading. But as the sound of turning pages quickened, his expressions changed rapidly too. At times he gritted his teeth in resentment, at times his eyes were filled with hot tears, and at times he broke down crying. When he finished the book, the owner couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, saying he would take this book. The profits would be split 70-30, and he asked Ling Du to wait a moment while he printed a few sample copies. Ling Du nodded with a smile. Agreeing readily, Ling Du smiled as the shopkeeper walked away. Once the book is published, he'll distribute it to all those love-struck fools to read carefully. He didn't believe they still couldn't stay away from those scumbags after this. He suspected he had seen wrong, but the trembling man before him was so real. Who would have thought that Zhang Liang, the top medicinal cultivator in the Jianghu legends, capable of reviving the dead and healing the wounded, was actually a severe social phobic afraid of seeing living people? On this day, Ling Du, having finished his day's rest, came to the charity hall. As soon as he landed, he smelled the aroma of chicken soup. There was also the scent of medicinal herbs. He guessed that his senior brother Zhang Liang, whom he had never met, was probably making medicinal cuisine again. Then Ling Du pushed open the door and walked into the back kitchen of the charity hall. He immediately saw his busy senior brother Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang, with his back to him, sensed someone entering and let out a scream. He hurriedly grabbed a ladle to shield himself, stuttering, "Don't come any closer. Please don't come any closer. I'm afraid of living people." Ling Du was stunned, thinking, no wonder. In the original plot, Zhang Liang was a legendary top medicinal cultivator in the Jianghu, capable of reviving the dead. He had gone into seclusion, angered by his disciple Xia Tianwu's love-struck behavior, and never emerged to see living people again. Originally thought to be due to anger, now it seems it was probably because this severely socially anxious person simply didn't want to see anyone. Ling Du looked again at the trembling Zhang Liang and raised his hand to soothe him. Okay, I understand. I'll leave right away." Just as he retreated to the doorway, Zhang Liang's voice sounded again, "Wait." As soon as he spoke, a silver thread suddenly flew out from the room, quickly wrapping around his wrist. Then that voice sounded again, "Don't leave yet. Your master asked me to check your pulse." Ling Du held up his hand, not daring to make any extra movements. So, with one inside the room and one outside, they conducted the pulse-taking across a door. As time passed, Zhang Liang's expression visibly grew more serious. After a while, he sighed. He stood up and walked to the door. He asked Ling Du to extend his hand. Hey, what's going on? Isn't senior brother Zhang afraid of strangers?" But he was told that he wasn't considered among the living. Hearing this, Ling Du was stunned for a moment. Then he extended his wrist. Zhang Liang placed his fingers on the pulse and carefully examined it. After a moment, he asked in a deep voice, "Do you usually feel any discomfort? Like chest tightness, shortness of breath, severe heart pain when you move a bit more, as if it's exploding?" "If you mean that, then yes, I do have a bit of that." Ling Du still smiled carelessly. Zhang Liang disapproved of his nonchalance. Ling Du waved his hand, indicating not to worry too much. After all, someone like him with such good looks, extraordinary talent, beloved by all, and excellent culinary skills, how could he hog all the good things? After joking, he casually asked, "Senior brother Zhang, how long do you think I can last?" Zhang Liang answered honestly, "If not treated, you'll live at most another year." One asked casually, one answered casually. Neither noticed a girl in pink standing outside the kitchen door. Hearing this, that usually smiling face now showed no trace of a smile. Her eyes were full of disbelief. She couldn't help but softly call out, "Junior uncle." Hearing the voice, Ling Du turned around and immediately saw An Jingxian, her eyes like a rabbit's. He hurriedly went forward and asked, "What's wrong? Did your master scold you to tears?" At the same time, he hurriedly asked the system in his mind if the plot had changed and if the demon lord had come early to hurt the little girl's feelings. The system responded quickly, stating that the demon lord should only appear when Ni Jingxian uses the cloud mirror. Ling Du was confused. What was going on? Why was she crying for no reason? At this moment, Ni Jingxian shook her head, saying she was fine, just that she encountered some dust on her way here that got into her eyes. Hearing this, Ling Du amusedly ruffled her hair and, like a big brother, took out a picture book he had prepared earlier and handed it to her. "Quick, look at this. It's the most popular picture book from down the mountain. Hide it and read it secretly at night. Don't let your master find out." Ni Jingxian obediently took the picture book, but her heart was still sad. Seeing her still with a long face, Ling Du gestured to cheer her up. "Come on, smile. Xian looks the prettiest when she smiles." Instantly, Ni Jingxian was amused and smiled. Then the two of them obediently went to the dining hall to wait for the meal. But before the food came, a bowl of bitter medicine arrived instead. Looking at the pitch-black, foul-smelling medicinal soup in front of him, Ling Du hesitated. He even thought it might be fine to just leave it as is. But the next second, senior brother Jiang Liang appeared like a ghost. He didn't say anything, just stared straight at him. Unable to withstand the pressure, Ling Du could only obediently drink the medicine. But the moment he drank it, he was so bitter he questioned life itself. His entire face contorted, and his whole body shook. Fortunately, the child who had been watching him drink the medicine eagerly handed him a plate of pastries. She was also exclaiming that she made these herself, urging him to try them quickly, saying they were sweet and would change the taste. Ling Du was stunned. He hadn't expected Ni Jingxian to make pastries for him personally. At this moment, the system came online. According to the plot, Ni Jingxian was supposed to make pastries to please the demon lord only after being captured and made a slave. Ling Du picked up a pastry, responding to the system in his mind. "So, you think I'm not as good as that demon? I'm not that bastard who plays with a little girl's feelings. This just proves my charm is too great." The system couldn't stand the host's narcissism and finally reminded him. In the original plot, the host was cultivating the path of no emotions. Then it went offline and left. Hearing this, Ling Du was stunned. How did he end up cultivating the path of no emotions? That path wasn't good. It wouldn't end well. Before he could come to his senses, a bottle of pills flew towards him, followed by senior brother Jiang Liang's voice, telling him to keep this bottle of poison safe. He also asked him to pass a message to his master, saying he could prepare for foundation building. Ling Du didn't delay. He returned to his cave and began to seclude himself for foundation building. At this time, he circulated his spiritual energy throughout his body. After half a month of effort, he could finally build his foundation. He adjusted his state to the best condition. Then he took out a bottle of pills and poured them into his mouth. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy entered his body with his breath. Then he exhaled a large amount of black, turbid qi. After the black gas flew out of his body, Ling Du felt more comfortable than ever before. Meanwhile, his master Yin Yi sat quietly outside his cave, protecting him. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall when he had asked if he could survive the heavenly tribulation. His disciple's response was a defiant raised eyebrow. "Who are you looking down on? It's just foundation building. Just wait and see." Looking at the overly quiet cave in front of him, Yin Yi was full of worry. However, after a few days, the spiritual energy of the entire mountain peak, like a hurricane, howled and swept towards the cave. Yin Yi's heart tightened. He immediately flew to the entrance of the cave. Raising his hand, he took out several faintly glowing objects and placed them around the cave, quickly connecting them into a formation barrier. As the formation was completed, Yin Yi's heart relaxed halfway. With these, his little disciple shouldn't be struck dead later. He was about to turn and leave, but the next second, a bolt of lightning carrying the force of 1,000 armies struck towards the cave. His eyes widened in shock as he turned back. He never expected the lightning tribulation to come so quickly. Meanwhile, Ling Du inside the cave was stunned by this sudden heavenly lightning. Before he could recover, Another bolt of lightning struck immediately after. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but forgot that the first lightning bolt had already paralyzed his body. He only managed to turn his body. The next second, the lightning struck straight at his buttocks. Instantly, there was a crackling sound, and a smell of roasted meat spread out. Ling Du couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Can't you strike properly? This way, I can never eat just roasted meat again." With no time to think further, the third, fourth, and more bolts of lightning followed, striking at him. The waves of pain made even breathing extremely difficult. He gritted his teeth and persevered, struggling to conjure a pair of protective armor. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Yin was anxious. For the first time, he thought how good it would be if he could see. He didn't know what stage it was at now, how the child was doing. He could only clench his fists, wondering why he hadn't come out yet. Just then, a voice reached his ears. "Ling Du is still alive." Yin was quite surprised to hear that familiar voice. Zhang Liang ignored his reaction and thoughtfully looked at the falling lightning tribulation, calmly narrating to him. "This lightning tribulation is much stronger than usual. Your formation only blocked half of it. The remaining is about the same as a normal lightning tribulation." Hearing this, Yin frowned, couldn't help but complain if the heavenly Tao had grown old and senile, wanting to strike Ling Du dead. Worried that the heavenly Tao might hear and retaliate, Zhang Liang quickly interrupted him. Yin knew his mind wasn't calm at the moment. He took a deep breath, waiting for the last bolt of lightning to strike. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Ling Du was still barely supporting his spiritual energy. But as the last bolt of lightning was about to strike, his hand uncontrollably clutched his heart. His battered body couldn't hold on. With his last bit of consciousness, he haphazardly stuffed the pills Zhang Liang had prepared for him into his mouth. The pills dissolved instantly. The medicinal power spread, circulating throughout his body, repairing his damaged internal organs. Along with the benefits of successful advancement, it repaired his body. Ling Du slowly stretched out his body. At this moment, the dark clouds outside the cave dispersed. At the same time, on the floating cloud mountain in the central state, on the sky-reaching Qingyun ranking, a flash of golden light appeared. A new line of text emerged at the top position. Qingyun ranking, talent number 1. Ling Du, 13 years old. Qin Xinjing was still shouting at the man in anger. The man not only didn't get angry, but was laughing happily, just to test if Ling Du had the courage to question authority. He tricked him by presenting a shape-taking formation as a prototype formation for calculation. Ling Du worked hard for a day, only to discover he had been tricked, angrily shouting at his master, who was at fault but couldn't back down. With a slight movement of his finger, Ling Du fell into an ice spring. Tricked and struggling in vain, Ling Du could only be forced to enter the ice spring. What he didn't know was that after he went in, his master preciously tucked his calculation paper into his pocket. Not long after, Ling Du, finally ashore and soaking wet, came to the dining hall, grumbling. As soon as he entered, he saw a fragrant iron pot of stewed goose on the table. Ling just entré. He hurriedly went over to deeply inhale the aroma of the food. Then he took the steamed bun Mo Lin handed him, curiously asking who cooked today, making such a delicious stewed goose. Mo Lin informed him it was made by the sect leader, and the sect leader said he had a big announcement to make later. Just as he finished speaking, Feng Chao walked in from outside carrying a tray. As he put the tray on the dining table, he said, "There's a small secret realm opening at the end of the year. It can accommodate cultivators up to the Qing Xin realm. You guys can go." Then he looked worriedly at Ling Du, but little junior sister's body might not. Just as Ling Du was about to raise his hand to indicate he was fine, Jingxian immediately raised his hand high, saying he could protect the little junior uncle. Mo Lin beside him also eagerly responded to the sect leader, "Don't worry, we'll protect little junior uncle well." Feeling ignored, Ling Du felt depressed, wondering if he really looked that weak and helpless. Seeing the sect disciples caring for each other, Feng Chao couldn't help but feel happy. Then he thought of another matter, telling them to go to the treasure pavilion to choose a magical artifact after eating. Upon hearing this, Mo Lin and Jingxian were instantly overjoyed. They had been waiting for this moment. Soon, the the four of them arrived at the treasure tower. The three inexperienced ones simultaneously looked up at the 9-story high tower before them. Ling Du scanned the tower, muttering to himself. It said that the Wushang sect's treasure pavilion is guarded by 21 formations. How did the demon lord steal the sect's treasure from inside? Hearing this, his new life system came online to explain, well, the sect treasure stolen by the demon lord wasn't from the treasure pavilion, but from the herb storage room. This left Ling Du speechless. Who would keep their sect's treasure in an herb storage room? No wonder the sect is declining. At this moment, they had just arrived at the tower's entrance. Feng Chao instructed that each of the three could only choose one item. Once inside, they should close their eyes and sense the artifacts. They could take the one that chose them. Ling Du entered the tower and saw various treasures displayed before him. He closed his eyes, released his spirit stone, letting it touch various treasures. First, it saw the largest spirit stone and rushed towards it, wanting to make contact. But unexpectedly, the next second, with a bang, it hit a barrier. This one won't do. Let's try another. This ring looks good too. Just as it rushed over to make contact, the next second it was thrown back. Ling Du didn't get discouraged. He approached one treasure after another, but he tried one after another, each time being rejected by the treasures, getting bumped and bruised all over. With no other choice, he temporarily withdrew his spirit. By now, his temper was rising. If I can't choose one myself, then I'll let them come to me. He couldn't believe he couldn't attract even one. Then he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He spread his spirit stone in all directions. After a while, behind him, a bundle of red threads gradually appeared. He moved slightly in confusion at first. After confirming the signal, it flew towards Ling Du with a whoosh. At this moment, Ling Du also sensed that a treasure had hooked onto his spirit stone. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Satisfied, he opened his eyes. But the next second, Ling Du was dumbfounded. He saw two treasures floating in front of him. One was a folding fan, the other was a red thread. Looking at these two treasures, Ling Du was struck with indecision. He felt like a fickle man, thinking one was good, then thinking the other wasn't bad either. How should he choose? He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He didn't know what the thread was, but the fan could create wind and look cool, so he decided on that. He opened his eyes and quickly grabbed the fan. But just as he grabbed it, the thread, more agile than usual, suddenly wrapped around his wrist. Before Ling Du could react, a spatial force arose and kicked him out of the treasure tower. As soon as he came out, Ling Du raised his hand to look at the fan, then at the red string on his wrist. He instantly broke out in a cold sweat, sensing the sect leader's gaze. Ling Du pointed at the thread on his wrist with an innocent face. That one, I swear it seduced me first. Do you believe me? Feng Chao thoughtfully looked at the thread. Not understanding, he leaned in closer. Seeing the sect leader's serious expression, Ling Du couldn't help but take a step back, quietly negotiating. Actually, I hadn't made my choice yet when I was thrown out. Can I go back in and choose again? But the next second, Feng Chao nodded and replied, I believe you. Ling Du was stunned. At this point, Feng Chao smiled. Don't worry, the fan in your hand only counts as half a primordial treasure. And the one on your wrist, although it's a celestial artifact, it's just a remnant. No one knows what it can be used for. So after all that choosing, he ended up with 2 pieces of junk? Before he could feel disappointed, Enai Jingxian was also sent out of the treasure pavilion, accompanied by a jingling sound. Looking closely, they saw a long whip wrapped around Enai Jingxuan's waist, jingling as he walked. It looked beautiful. The two hadn't waited long when Mo Lin was also sent out. Both Mo Lin and Enai Jingxian, not seeing their little junior uncle, were very curious about the treasures he got. But Ling Du, feeling that his 2 remnants weren't worth showing off, simply said it wasn't worth mentioning and was about to leave. Before he could take a few steps, Mo Lin's shout came from behind. Wait, little junior uncle, that picture book you gave last time, the one about obedience. Ling Du became interested and quickly asked, how was it? Did you read it? Mo Lin looked as if he had found a treasure. It was really useful. He said that a few days ago, when he was traveling, he actually encountered a woman with no spiritual roots. She tried to trick him, saying there were evil bandits trying to catch her and begged him to save her. Fortunately, he ran away immediately, not giving her a chance to set him up. As soon as he finished speaking, the system came online. Congratulations, host. The ultimate romance brain subplot has completed its first stage. Current task progress, 25%. Reward, 1 unit of underworld currency. Please keep up the good work, host. Ling Du immediately smiled, praising, well done. The folding fan could even kill. Ling Du unfortunately felt it wasn't very useful, but his master taught him that there were no useless things in the treasure pavilion. A small change in formation can both save lives and take them. Having just obtained the spiritual treasure and learned of Mo Lin's subplot progress, Ling Du happily hummed a tune as he returned to Luozi. Seeing him humming unusually, Yinyi casually asked what treasure he had gotten to be so happy. Ling Du raised his hand and waved the folding fan. Just a piece of junk. Yinyi looked at the fan in his hand. Though this thing is missing something, it's not entirely useless. Then, Master, do you know how to use it? Faced with his disciple's inquiry, Yinyi first told him to imprint his spirit stone on the fan. Ling Du did as he was told. He released his spirit stone to envelop the fan. Soon, the fan hummed, and its originally dull, silver-gray surface now shimmered with a golden luster. Ling Du swiftly opened the folding fan. He saw that based on his own ice attribute's spiritual energy, frost gradually formed on the fan's surface. However, he quickly closed the fan, feeling that it could only create an illusion formation at best, not much use. Unexpectedly, Yinyi spoke again, saying that changing formations could also kill. Ling Du was confused about how a folding fan could kill. This time, Yinyi replied with just 4 words, discard it, save lives. Ling Du still didn't understand. The next second, his master gave a live demonstration. With a crack, a large tree behind Ling Du was instantly covered in frost. Then it was immediately broken by the weight of the frost. Ling Du now understood, turning to see his master walking away. He hurriedly chased after him. Hey, master, you're not practicing the heartless way, are you? Yinyi glanced at him with his spirit stone. What gave you that idea? Ling Du didn't want to pursue the matter further. He waved his hand, saying he was just asking casually. Yinyi withdrew the spirit stone that had fallen on his little disciple. Don't worry, I'm not practicing the heartless way. I'm practicing fate. Ling Du was stunned for a moment. Since you're practicing fate, haven't you calculated that your disciple actually won't live long? Hearing this, Yinyi raised his hand and accurately flicked his forehead. Shut up. Do you need your brain washed again? Then, ignoring his fake crying, he continued, with Zhang Liang and me here, if we want you to live, you must live, understand? But seeing his disciple's reddened eyes, he cleared his throat guiltily and changed the subject. We're about to enter the secret realm. Is there anything else you want to ask your master? Ling Du took carefully. Master, you learned swordsmanship for self-defense as a law-enforcing master. What do you think I should learn to make up for my shortcomings? But unexpectedly, Yinyi said he didn't need to. As long as he used that ice-breaking palm he usually used, no one under the Hung Yin mirror could withstand it. Hearing this, Ling Du instantly got excited. Am I really that awesome? Of course, just look at whose disciple you are. Also, give me some time. I'll forge a magical weapon for you. For now, just ask Zhang Liang for some poison powder to make do. Now Ling Du was speechless at his master's carefree attitude. He really trusted him that much. But the poison powder probably wouldn't be of much use. It might be better to ask Xia Tianwu for some explosive pills. As Ling Du was turning to leave, Yinyi suddenly asked, "Who said you were weak and incapable?" Ling Du paused in his steps. He turned back with a slight smile and said, "No one did. I just don't want to be helpless when the time really comes." Then, without waiting for his master's response, he quickly left, leaving only Yinyi, who looked thoughtfully in the direction he had gone. Because he was incredibly talented, entering the Dao for only 2 months and already able to build his foundation, ranking first in talent on the Qingyun list. Yet people questioned if he was all show, wasting such good talent, just because the girl was born weak with damaged heart meridians. Though talented, she was truly a sickly person. Just now, as soon as Ling Du and his 2 companions arrived at the entrance of the Zhongzhou secret realm, they heard discussions from the surrounding people. All were curious about the freshly minted number 1 talent on the Qingyun list. Everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of the top talent's demeanor. Some even mistook Mo Lin for him right away. Ling Du was about to speak up and express his disdain. Mo Lin, who had been mistaken, was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and pointed behind him, saying, "You've got the wrong person. Ling Du is over there." Ling Du, who had been observing the surroundings, heard his name and looked up in surprise. He calmly introduced himself to everyone. "I am Ling Du, the 99th generation direct disciple of the Wushang sect, ranked first in talent on the Qin Yun list. Were you looking for me? Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened instantly. The person who had spoken earlier kept looking back and forth between Mo Lin and Ling Du. Not believing he was Ling Du faced with doubt, Ling Du didn't get angry. He just smiled and nodded, saying it was genuine. But if they kept staring, he'd have to charge a fee. 20 snacks per person. Mo Lin heard the price increase and quickly leaned in to ask, "Little uncle, wasn't it 10 snacks? Why did you raise the price?" Ling Du smiled slightly. "Because I'm ranked first in talent, so naturally, the fee is doubled." At this time, the crowd of onlookers erupted, questioning how he could be Ling Du. Ling Du didn't mind and asked with a smile, "What do you think Ling Du should be like?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd suddenly fell silent for a moment. But then, someone stepped forward to mock. "The number one talent on the Qin Yun list is actually a sickly person? What a waste of such good talent." Being insulted like this, Ling Du chuckled lightly, not taking it to heart, because he knew that being ranked first in anything would always have people who disagreed. These were just some insignificant troublemakers, not worth paying attention to. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanjinren, who had brought them to the secret realm, arrived at a great hall. As soon as he sat down, the Jinren from the Jishur sect, who had once coveted Ling Du, came over and said, "I heard that Ling Du from your Wushang sect is here too. How's his health?" Then he continued with a regretful expression. If he had joined our Jishur sect back then, his heart meridians would probably have been repaired by now. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanjinren was quite exasperated. He rolled his eyes and replied, "He's doing very well. 3 big bowls of rice per meal, plus 2 steamed buns. How could there be any problem?" Not expecting this answer, the Jishur sectionrin was stunned. What the two of them didn't know was that while they were talking, the Buddhist demon monk Wei Ji, who was intent on luring away Ling Du, had overheard their entire conversation. Hearing that the little one he was interested in had arrived, he slightly curled his lips. But then hearing that he was staying at the Wushang sect, he shook his head slightly, figuring it wouldn't be easy to trick him away anytime soon. He sighed quietly in disappointment. Just then, Zhu Yuan sensed movement from the heavenly eye in his storage bag. He took it out to look. He saw the images of Ling Du, Mo Lin, and Ni Jingxian appear in the heavenly eye, and the gate to the secret realm slowly opening before them. Seeing this spiritual treasure, the elders from other sects all gathered around, wanting to take a look. Su Yuan didn't hide it. He directly threw the spiritual treasure into the air. The treasure instantly grew larger, suspended in midair, and Ling Du's figure appeared inside. Zhu Yuan stroked his beard, secretly observing. He thought to himself that Yan Yi hadn't taken on any more commissions since the invisible mirror. But now he had actually made this heavenly eye for Ling Du. He could only say that having a disciple really changes a person. At this moment, Ling Du and his 2 companions were standing in front of the slowly opening realm gate. They didn't hesitate and stepped in. But as soon as they entered the realm gate, the surrounding scenery changed. Ling Du had just entered the secret realm and found himself in the middle of a desert. He raised his hand to shield his eyes and looked into the distance. Well, good, he couldn't see the end of it. He took out a map and looked at it. The secret realm had teleported him to the very edge. As soon as he entered the secret realm, the system gave a prompt saying, this time, Du Xiao and Li Dong had also entered the secret realm. If he could complete the beginner love brain task 100%, then his internal organs would be completely healed. But the secret realm was so vast. Where should he go to find that dead scumbag? Unable to think of a solution, Ling Du decided to put this matter aside for now. Then he remembered his spiritual treasure. Since he had contracted the spiritual treasure, he hadn't tried the power of this illusion array yet. He decided to give it a try today. He then channeled his spiritual power into the folding fan. The next second, the fan flew out, instantly forming thick layers of ice wherever it passed. Ling Du was very satisfied with this effect. People are most susceptible to what they think about. Ling Du had just been wondering how to find the scumbag, and now the scumbag appeared. Li Dong and the sect leader's daughter, and IC, used the seed of a conjoined lotus to teleport themselves together, and it happened to be in the area where Ling Du was. As soon as they landed, before they could even be happy, they had to face the gradually spreading freezing power. To show off his masculinity, the scumbag protected an IC behind him. As a result, he himself was frozen into an ice sculpture. Seeing this, NIC hurriedly called for help. Hearing the voice, Ling Du rushed over to apologize. Seeing someone coming, NIC stepped forward, bowed, and asked for help, saying she was the daughter of the Hongjin sect leader, NIC, and that her companion Li Dong had been frozen. Hearing this, Ling Du was speechless. He thought, well, that makes sense. This guy really knows how to climb the social ladder. But this wasn't his business, and he didn't want to save him. The scumbag immediately said that he could only save people, not scum. He was about to leave when NIC, seeing Ling Du was leaving, offered 100. Ling Du paused, but 100 was a bit low. NIC understood immediately and raised the price to 1,000. Satisfied, Ling Du raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The scumbag eye sculpture instantly shattered into pieces all over the ground. The person came out. Ling Du held out his small hand, ready to collect the money. But the newly rescued scumbag was unhappy and angrily accused him of being a demon, saying the ice was clearly his doing. Seeing Li Dong trying to avoid payment, Ling Du was also displeased and urged him to settle the bill quickly. Seeing that Ling Du was impervious to persuasion and only wanted money, Li Dong didn't want to argue and was about to leave with NIC. Watching Li Dong try to cheat him, Ling Du lost his patience. He opened the folding fan in his hand, infused it with spiritual power, and gave them two choices. 1. Pay voluntarily. 2. Be robbed voluntarily. Just as Ling Du was about to take action himself, the system suddenly came online, stating that if he eliminated Li Dong before completing the task, it would be considered a failure. Hearing this, Ling Du sighed and regretfully put away his fan. However, this didn't stop him from continuing to threaten Li Dong, still wanting to avoid payment, not willing to pay. In the end, it was NIC who had a conscience and gave the money. Ling Du received the money and was happy afterwards. But as NIC and Li Dong turned to leave, he still couldn't resist taking action. With a swish, Ling Du lightly waved the folding fan in his hand. A blast of icy power instantly shot towards Li Dong, knocking him to the ground. The fallen Li Dong demanded to know what Ling Du was trying to do. Ling Du smiled mischievously. Nothing, just saying goodbye. The scumbag knew he was no match for Ling Du and could only grit his teeth and leave quickly. What he didn't know was that behind him, Ling Du was watching as a trace of his scorching cold energy gradually invaded the scumbag's kidneys. He smiled meaningfully. The scumbag couldn't be killed, but he could be made to wish he were dead. Having dealt with the scumbag and earned some money, Ling Du happily clapped his hands. But then he noticed that in some places where he had frozen the desert, the ice was starting to melt. Ling Du curiously peered over it. He saw that in the melting areas, traces of a formation were gradually becoming visible. The secret to unlocking the formation. The girl no longer hid. She threw a candy down. With a bang, an explosion sounded. When the dust settled, a huge 6-meter-wide crater appeared before their eyes. Ling Du was curious about what was inside. He stood up and jumped right in. This scene was caught by Li Dong and NIC as they looked back. Both were shocked, not understanding what he was doing. NIC even wondered if they should go save him. Li Dong firmly said no to rescuing him. But the next second he changed his mind, saying she was right. Since they created something from nothing, they naturally couldn't stand by and watch someone die. So, he picked up a huge rock and threw it down. Ling Du watched wide-eyed as the life-threatening boulder flew past him. He also heard the scumbag's mocking voice. "Dao, his friend Lin, are you still alive? Do you need help?" Ling Du raised his hand to block the dust raised by the falling rock. Then he pretended to ask the scumbag for help. When the scumbag poked his head out, ready to mock him, Ling Du channeled his spiritual power and threw the rock back up. To dodge the rock, the scumbag slipped and fell. They fell directly into the deep pit with NIC. The two were caught off guard, with no preparation at all. Accompanied by a series of screams, they crashed to the bottom with a thud. Looking at the two dazed figures, Ling Du applauded welcomingly. The scumbag, having regained his senses, angrily accused Ling Du of deliberately causing trouble. Ling Du remenait d'un facade. He casually replied, "Yeah, if you're not happy, come and hit me." Then he immediately used his spiritual power to fly out of the deep pit, leaving only the furious scumbag raging impotently behind. After Ling Du came up, he saw the remaining runes on the ground. He observed them carefully. He confirmed that this was man-made. He guessed that there must be another relic hidden beneath this secret realm. Then he prepared to leave directly. But before he could take a few steps, he heard the scumbags cry for help from behind, saying there were monsters below. Ling Du didn't believe it and didn't want to bother. But the next second, a huge tamarisk tree suddenly burst out from the deep pit. Ling Du was startled, thinking there really was something down there. Then a tamarisk branch suddenly lunged towards his position. Ling Du leapt backward on his toes. An IC, hanging in midair, took the chance to warn Ling Du that this tamarisk had become demonic. It would eat people. Hearing this, Ling Du inwardly exclaimed, "Not good, demonic transformation. This is something he couldn't handle. Time to run." Then he was seen sprinting away. But before he could run far, the tamarisk tree gathered its strength again. It suddenly attacked him fiercely. Seeing the tamarisk tree seeking its own death, Ling Du didn't hold back. He directly raised his right hand, swinging the frantically rotating spiritual power in his hand towards the tamarisk tree. In an instant, the willow tree was snapped in half by this bone-chilling spiritual power. At this moment, Ling Du looked thoughtfully at his right hand, finally understanding. So this was what his master meant. Then, he heard NIC and Li Dong's cries for help. Ling Du pont débriefly. He casually waved out a stream of spiritual power, cutting off the vines binding them. Then, not intending to bother with the two, he was about to leave. But the next second, a familiar voice sounded behind him. "Ling Du, is it really you?" Hearing this, Ling Du instantly froze. He thought, this can't be real, right? Before he could think more, that figure quickly approached, concernedly asking about his health, urging him not to use spiritual power excessively. Ling Du was dumbfounded seeing Du Xiao suddenly appear. Before he could say anything, Du Xiao immediately wanted to see what Ling Du was fighting just now. This also led him to see Li Dong and NIC nearby. This development in the plot really caught Ling Du off guard. Du Xiao looked at her fiancé, her eyes full of shock. She couldn't understand why her fiancé came to the secret realm without telling her. And IC was also completely confused at this point. Li Dong, afraid an IC would misunderstand, hurriedly explained to him that Du Xiao was the sister from the Jisher sect he had mentioned before. Hearing his explanation, Du Xiao's heart ached unbearably. Ling Du timely stepped forward to support her, slyly saying, "Sister, can't you see? Your dear husband has already found a new love in the Red Needle sect. Now he's about to kick you aside." And IC wasn't a fool either. Hearing this, he looked at Li Dong in disbelief. Li Dong, with a panicked face, explained that Ling Du was talking nonsense. Du Xiao was really just a sister. They were merely from the same hometown. There was no other relationship between them. Upon hearing this, Du Xiao's tears finally burst forth uncontrollably. Even Ling Du, as a relationship host, couldn't bear to watch anymore. He thoughtfully asked Du Xiao, "Sister, do you need a scolding service? It's free for you." Oh well, love-brain people aren't rare in any era. Du Xiao kept giving parts to Li Dong for his sake, but this couldn't stop his heart from climbing upwards. Even though he had already said they had no relationship, Du Xiao still didn't give up, saying she would give him one last chance to explain. At this moment, Ling Du felt his stupidity was acting up. He couldn't help complaining to the system. Even like this, if they still don't break up, he'd quit. Let whatever happens happen. But Li Dong didn't want any more entanglement with Du Xiao. After all, Du Xiao was just an inner disciple of a small sect, while NIC was the daughter of the Hongjin sect's leader. If he had to choose, marrying NIC would be more beneficial. Du Xiao didn't know her fiancé's thoughts. Her heart was full of the pain of betrayal, but she didn't dwell on it much. She immediately took off the token given by Li's family at their engagement, handed it over, and asked Li Dong to return the parts she had given him. Hearing this, before Li Dong could react, an IC couldn't help but ask him, "Wasn't that part said to be a gift from your parents?" Ling Du, who had been watching the show, couldn't help but interject, "A long-term meal ticket naturally counts as half a parent." But Li Dong didn't think so. He didn't want to return the hard-earned parts. He just wanted to keep them for himself. He then accused Du Xiao of being crazy, saying the jade pendant was just a casual gift, while the parts were family heirlooms of the Li family. Then he righteously stated that he only saw Du Xiao as a sister. The person he loved had always been CC alone, and the person he wanted to marry was only CC. This performance both moved an IC and completely broke Du Xiao's heart. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host. The Junior Love Brain subplot has completed its final stage. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. Current task progress 100%. Reward: 1 Chi Shu Yu Dan. At this moment, Ling Du's mood didn't have any joy of completing the task, listening to the scumbag's nonsense. He raised his hand to interrupt, asking, "Didn't you have a marriage contract or something when you got engaged?" Reminded by him, Du Xiao immediately took out the marriage contract. The names of Li Dong and Du Xiao were clearly written on the marriage contract. Even so, Li Dong still stubbornly claimed he had never seen this thing before. He accused Du Xiao of being shameless, secretly writing the marriage contract behind his back. Being slandered like this, Du Xiao laughed bitterly, not wanting to dwell on it anymore. But Ling Du didn't want to let the scumbag off so easily. He casually said, "Li Dong, right? Didn't you fall in love with Sister and I see at first sight and won't marry anyone else? And you absolutely deny ever being engaged to Sister Du Xiao? Then why don't you swear to the heavens?" All right. Hearing this, the scumbag panicked. Ling Du pressed on, continuing to persuade. "Just swear that Li Dong has never said a single lie to Sister and I see. If he has, let him be struck by lightning. Isn't this the perfect way to prove his feelings for Sister and I see?" And I see was convinced. She felt that Ling Du's words were not inappropriate. But Li Dong was originally a person full of lies. How could he be willing? He even shamelessly turned the tables, saying NIC doubted his sincerity. Hearing this, Ling Du suddenly shuddered. The scumbag's signature phrases, hearing them once makes one sick once. Du Xiao, who had seen Li Dong's true face, didn't want to say anything more. She just raised her hand to recall the parts from Li Dong. Pulling out the parts, she held them across Li Dong's neck and said firmly, "Ah Dong, I've seen through you now. From now on, we're done. If you dare to entangle me again, I won't mind having a fight with you." At this moment, Du Xiao didn't show any mercy. The part slid across Li Dong's neck, leaving traces of blood. So, men only slow down a woman's sword-drawing speed. The gentle little sister who threw away the scumbag, in an instant could become a gallant female warrior. Entering the secret realm was originally for Lily, but in reality, he first made some money, then dug a hole big enough to bury hundreds of himself. Finally transformed into a relationship counselor, comforting girls who suffered from emotional fraud. And now the girl has fallen into another pit again, just because he found a skull near the red willow tree he had cut down. He knew something was amiss. He told Du Xiao to step aside, while he took out a shovel and started digging around the tree. Meanwhile, his actions were being closely watched by the elders outside the secret realm. At the same time, his actions were also being closely monitored by the elders outside the secret realm. Watching Ling Du continuously dig up more and more skulls, the elders' hearts were filled with unease. Elder Yuan broke the silence and began to analyze. This secret realm has been opened 7 times. A total of 157 cultivators have died in it. This doesn't include others whose skulls weren't found. This secret realm restricts cultivation level to the emotion heart realm. Think about it, 7 times and so many deaths. According to Yuan Jinren's meaning, there's something hidden beneath this secret realm. Should we end the trial early? Whatever in this secret realm that can kill so many cultivators is definitely not something those little emotion heart realm kids can handle. Just as they were discussing worriedly, Zhu Yuan was stunned. He discovered that Ling Du had single-handedly dealt with the red willow tree. Ling Du laid the entire red willow tree to one side. Without the red willow tree's cover, at this moment, the yin energy from the deep pit gradually spread upwards. Ling Du was certain that something must be hidden below and decided to investigate. He told Du Xiao to wait for him here, then directly jumped into the deep pit. The moment he jumped down, Jingxian rushed over. He was worried that little uncle might be in danger, hurriedly calling for little uncle to come up quickly. But he didn't get a response from little uncle. Instead, a burst of icy force suddenly erupted from the deep pit. Jingxian, who barely dodged, didn't expect that his little uncle's punch could so easily break through so many resentful souls and yin weapons. At this moment, Ling Du, after dealing with the yin energy at the bottom of the pit, finally had the chance to ask if it was Du Xiao who was calling him earlier. Jingxian quickly responded, "It's me, it's me, it's me." Little Uncle Ling Du, hearing it was Xian, promptly invited him to come down and take a look. Jingxian didn't hesitate and directly followed Ling Du's footsteps into the pit. But when he saw the situation before him, clearly, he was stunned. He saw what appeared to be a central plaza-like place, probably an altar. Around the altar were densely packed white bones with paintings. It was the first time Jingxian had seen so many white bones. He felt creeped out. He silently gripped little uncle's clothes tightly, leaning towards little uncle's back, before he could calm his pounding little heart. The next second, with a clatter, all those white bones fell apart like dominoes. Jingxian was so scared he let out a piercing scream. Then he quickly moved to shield little uncle, shouting with closed eyes, "Don't be afraid, little uncle. I'll protect you." Ling Du, looking at the trembling Xianxian, felt touched. He joked lightly, "Weren't you telling me not to be afraid? How come you're the one shaking like a sieve?" Jingxian wanted to explain. Ling Du didn't give him a chance, just patted his shoulders, saying, "Let me protect you instead." Then he stepped forward to analyze. These white bones suddenly falling apart. There must be something else going on. The skulls under the red willow tree outside. I counted 157 of them. But the skeletons here seem to be much more numerous. And these skeletons have no energy fluctuations at all. Then where did all those resentful souls and energy from below come from? After saying this, he was about to go forward to take a look, but was stopped by Jingxian. He turned back puzzled. He heard Jingxuan's trembling voice saying, Can we fly over? I'm scared." Ling Du smiled reassuringly. "You can wait for me here." Instantly, Jingxuan's head shook so fast it left after images, indicating refusal. He wanted to go together. Nothing felt safer than following little uncle. He didn't take the usual path. Seeing a skeleton, he went up and knocked on its skull, even saying he wanted to ask it something. The skeleton, unhappy about being knocked on the head, clacked its wide-open jaw and yelled at him. It even tried to cling on to him, to possess him. Meanwhile, Jingxian, upset at seeing little uncle being yelled at, picked up his scale whip, ready to lash out and whip the corpse. Butling directed fasté. He directly raised his hand to grip the skull cap and started threatening in an eerie tone. "Behave and listen to me, or I won't mind crushing it." This environment, this tone, directly scared Xianxian. For a moment, he didn't know whether to be afraid or to be relieved that he wasn't the white bone. At this moment, the other skeletons that were originally lying on the altar all turned their heads towards Ling Du, as if weighing whether they needed to rush him all at once. Ling Du saw through their plan and smiled slightly. He opened his mouth, wanting Xianxian to perform a corpse whipping first. Xianxian, caught unprepared, was stunned. He said, "This doesn't seem right." Knowing Jingxian was afraid, Ling Du didn't push him. Then he turned his head, changing his expression. He looked at the skull in his hand with a blank face, saying he'd do it himself. As he spoke, he infused spiritual energy into his palm. Immediately after, fine frost slowly formed on the skull. Feeling threatened, the skull hurriedly expressed that it would confess everything. Ling Du slightly raised his hand, sarcastically commenting, "If you had given up earlier, nothing would have happened." He then asked, "Tell me, what's the deal with the skulls outside and the skeletons in here?" According to the skull's confession, originally, Lanju Jie was just a small self-contained world. But soon, due to the large number of cultivators, Lanju Jie gradually began to collapse. Disaster struck, spiritual energy was depleted. To survive and escape the fate of being crushed by the collapsing world, they decided to sacrifice all the young women in the realm to transfer their cultivation. But they didn't succeed. Instead, they angered the heavenly Tao, causing it to collapse prematurely. They were all buried here. After hearing the ghost story, Ling Du chuckled. "So you're saying you're just a bunch of dying cultivators struggling to survive? I must have misunderstood you then. What about the red willow and the body snatching? Tell me honestly." Ling Du wasn't easy to fool. He knew the story was a mix of truth and lies, certainly beautified. The real situation must have been more cruel, so he didn't have a good attitude. He directly placed his hand on the skull again, continuing to threaten. The response came from the ghost in the skeleton, howling with resentment. It believed they just didn't want to die. What was wrong with that? Hearing this, Ling Du's expression didn't change. He calmly stated his guess. "You didn't want to die. So, you used the resentful souls of the many sacrificed young women, and the completely demonized souls, using red willow branches as bodies and soul weapons for control, to replace those who died, secretly mixing into the world." As he said this, Jingxuan's eyes widened instantly. He hadn't expected the real situation to be so cruel. The ghosts attached to the skeletons, their secret exposed, all stood up in attacking postures. They didn't think they were wrong. They just wanted to get out, not to be trapped to death in this small world. Ling Du didn't consider himself a righteous person, but he knew he couldn't involve innocent people in his affairs. What these ghosts had done was exactly crossing his bottom line. He didn't waste words and directly instructed Jingxian to whip them. At this moment, Jingxian wasn't afraid anymore. He didn't think whipping corpses was wrong. He knew that disregarding human life was unworthy of cultivators. They deserved to die. The ghost originally didn't care, thinking the whip couldn't touch its soul. The next second, with a pa sound, the hit skeleton instantly shattered. The skeletons panicked. They didn't understand why this was happening. Ling Du leisurely explained, "Let me formally introduce you. This whip in his hand is the milk-sweet whip. It hurts both the physical body and the soul even more. Also, I advise you not to try to escape." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a pa sound as Ling Du crushed a skull with his bare hand. Then he smiled and concluded, "This will be the outcome." Instantly, the whole pit was filled with the sound of bones rubbing against each other. It was the ghost trembling in fear. Suddenly, one of the skeletons raised its head and shouted towards the cave entrance, "How long are you going to watch this show?" Ling Du abruptly looked up, caught off guard. He saw that at the previously empty cave entrance, a figure was now standing there brazenly. On the surface, he appeared delicate and weak, often coughing, looking like he was on the verge of death. But in reality, he was a ruthless character who could crush someone's skull without hesitation. In just 2 short months, he became the top talent on the Qingyan ranking. His terrifying abilities were evident, but there were always those who didn't believe it and wanted to challenge his strength. Just as he was about to deal with the group of skeletons, a figure suddenly appeared to stop him. The mentioned figure abruptly appeared to intervene. After the system's reminder, Ling Du knew that the newcomer was Wu Shi, the 5th junior sister of Xia Tian, and he had already been successfully possessed by a ghost. However, the system had said before that killing Wu Shi before the mission would count as a mission failure. So was this person considered dead or not? The system detected Ling Du's confusion and provided an answer, stating that he wasn't so easy to kill and couldn't die yet. Ling Du was relieved. Good. Since he couldn't die now, beating him to within an inch of his life should be fine. Said and done. Ling Du opened his folding fan and swung it forcefully. He sent a blast of icy power towards the possessed Wu Shi, but it was dodged by a quick sidestep. Seeing that the ghost was stubbornly refusing to leave Wu Shi's body, Ling Du decided to beat it until it came out. Then he raised his hand, channeling spiritual power. He suddenly flew towards the ghost. Just as the ghost was coveting Ling Du's premium ice crystal and fantasizing about how to switch into Ling Du's body, Ling Du suddenly appeared before his eyes. He slapped him in the face with one palm. The possessed Wu, she was immediately knocked to the ground. Then, a stream of energy flew out of Wu Shi's mouth. It directly materialized into a human figure in the air. As soon as the figure took shape, it immediately lunged towards Ling Du, but Ling Du smiled slightly and softly called out, "You Xian go." With a pa sound, the ghost instantly vanished into thin air. It dissipated completely. Having dealt with the helper, Ling Du turned to look at the remaining skeletons. "Any more tricks up your sleeve? Why don't you all come out together?" For a moment, the observing skulls fell silent. In the end, Ling Du and his companions showed no mercy. They directly dispersed all the ghosts. After dealing with the ghosts, Ling Du, due to overusing Lin Li's body, couldn't bear it anymore. After a fit of violent coughing, he coughed up fresh blood. Jing Xian panicked and hurriedly supported his little uncle, intending to take him out. As soon as they reached the surface, Du Xiao rushed over to meet them. He helped support the weakened Lin Du. "What happened? Your complexion looks terrible." Lin Du's face was pale. He was about to reassure them that he was fine, but the next second he violently coughed again, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Du Xiao didn't dare delay and immediately began to check his pulse. He hadn't expected the damage to his heart meridian to be so severe. Then he took out a pack of silver needles, saying he would first give him a few acupuncture treatments to alleviate the condition. Seeing the silver needles, Ling Du's eyes widened instantly, and he waved his hands repeatedly in refusal. He indicated that acupuncture wouldn't be necessary. But Du Xiao, being a professional, wasn't easy to fool. He directly told him with a serious face to get ready quickly. Unable to refuse, Ling Du had no choice but to sit obediently, waiting for the needles. After Du Xiao removed the needles, looking at the obedient Ling Du, he couldn't help but remind him again, "This is all we can do for now. Your vital energy is severely damaged. You need to rest your body for at least 10 days to half a month." Ling Du hurriedly nodded in agreement, saying he would remember. In his heart, he couldn't help thinking, Sister Du Xiao has really learned well. Although not as good as the system, it's not so uncomfortable. Soon, the day for the trial to end arrived. At the original entrance of the secret realm, a golden barrier slowly appeared. As time passed, that barrier grew larger and larger, forming a golden barrier gate. Shortly after, disciples who had entered the secret realm for the trial slowly walked out. Elders were waiting outside, guiding the trial disciples to register the treasures they had obtained from the secret realm. Soon, Ling Du and Ni Jingxian also walked out of the secret realm. As soon as they landed, they heard Elder Zhu Yuan telling them to register the treasures they had obtained this time. Ling Du didn't think much and agreed. Without thinking, he directly piled up the things he had obtained in the secret realm city on the table. If it wasn't a stone lion, it was a round pillar. He didn't even spare a big tree. When he was about to put another box on top, the registration table finally couldn't bear it anymore. It collapsed instantly. Seeing this situation, Ling Du blinked innocently, indicating that this was a problem with the table's quality and had nothing to do with him. Elder Zhu Yuan, defeated by his little junior sister, rubbed his forehead in frustration and told him to put everything away quickly. He didn't need to register anymore. Then he asked him to rest aside for a while. After this was over, they could return to the east together. Ling Du was happy. He agreed while running to the side to rest. But after a while, a finger suddenly poked at his hair bun. The child clearly had heart meridian damage and was born weak, judged to have only 1 year of life expectancy. But for some unknown reason, it attracted a Buddhist demon monk who tried every means to take him as a disciple. He first tempted with his own demonic reputation, saying he had eaten a dragon. After being coldly rejected by the girl, he then poked the girl's head vigorously to attract her attention. When the girl turned her head in surprise, he pretended to be calm and greeted, "Hello, little one. We meet again." But Ling Du responded very perfunctorily. "Oh, it's you?" Wei Ji was displeased and directly asked, "Are you disappointed to see me?" Ling Du shook his head in boredom. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he asked him if he knew which elder had been to the secret realm before. Hearing his question, Wei Ji had a flash of inspiration. He leaned in and proposed a condition. "If you really want to know, why not take me as your master? Take me as your master, and I'll tell you everything you want to know." Ling Du was speechless, but he couldn't help but complain inwardly. Why was this person so determined to make him become his disciple? Was he that desperate for an apprentice? But when had he ever been threatened? Xin snorted and said if he didn't want to tell, he could go ask someone else. Seeing Ling Du's irritated expression, Wei Ji smiled helplessly. Then he gently bumped Ling Du's shoulder and said, "If I remember correctly, the hard-weight elder of the Flying Star sect once entered this secret realm." The Flying Star sect? Ling Du raised his hand to stroke his chin, deep in thought. If he remembered correctly, the Flying Star sect mainly focused on equipment refinement, and their strength wasn't that great. If an elder had been to this small secret realm, it must have been something significant. It was indeed possible. Watching Ling Du lost in thought, Wei Ji couldn't help but smile. As expected of the person he had his eye on, he was truly clever. He immediately thought of a way to track down the escaped souls from the secret realm. However, seeing his furrowed brows, he couldn't help but want to share the burden. Just as he was about to ask, the girl waved goodbye and left. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Wei Ji couldn't help but sigh. Then, the communication jade pendant at his waist stirred. He took it out and glanced at it, not paying much attention. Turning his head again to look at the girl walking away, he couldn't help but start thinking. He wondered what method he should use to trick her into his hands. Meanwhile, Ling Du, who had just left, found his path blocked by someone. He looked at the person in front of him whose face was swollen like a pig's head, startled for a moment. Wuxi, seeing Ling Du's expression, couldn't help but twitch his facial muscles. He endured it and said he was here to issue a challenge. Ling Du was confused. What challenge? Wuxi gritted his teeth and unfolded the challenge letter. "Today, I had originally intended to have a duel with you, friend Ling. That's why I was so persistent. But there was a small accident. However, you needn't worry. After I go back to recuperate at the Central Continent's gathering of young talents a year from now, I will definitely compete with you. Lingdu lowered his eyes, carefully examining the words on the challenge letter. Then he smiled slightly and said, "Friend, I think you've misunderstood something. I'm just a cultivator of righteous methods." But Wuxi ignored Lingdu's explanation, directly tossed the challenge letter, and said they would meet again in a year. Before leaving, he also boasted, saying he hoped the Taoist would have accepted a commission by then, otherwise he would feel guilty about winning. Lingdu, still holding the challenge letter, couldn't help but ask what he had just said. Jingxian faithfully translated, "Little uncle, he looks down on you. He said you might not even be able to accept a commission in a year. He's afraid his victory won't be satisfying, so you should work harder to catch up to him." Hearing this, Lingdu's face was full of disbelief. He's 10 years older than me, taking advantage, and still looks down on me? Jingxian was also angered. "Since he looks down on little uncle," he said, reaching for his whip, intending to give him a beating. Lingdu was about to stop him. Then he heard another greeting. Turning his head, he saw a 2.8-meter tall, burly man holding up a challenge letter with both hands, issuing a challenge to him. Before he could react, challenge letters from the onlookers around began floating towards Lingdu like snowflakes. At this moment, holding the challenge letters he hadn't had time to refuse, his heart was full of sorrow. The cultivators of the Central Continent were too fond of fighting. Then he thought of a good idea. He turned to look at Jingxian and asked, "Can you spread a rumor that I only have 1 year left to live due to an illness and am not fit for big battles?" Jingxian responded quietly, "Little uncle, if you only have 1 year left to live, I'm afraid even more people will want to challenge you." Hearing this, Lingdu was on the verge of tears, his face full of despair. He was just a weak and helpless sick person. Jingxian had no solution either. After all, little junior uncle's name is at the top of the Qingyun rankings. As long as someone can defeat him, they can replace him as number 1. Who could resist such temptation? Hearing this, Lingdu sighed and gave up. "Fine, let it be this way. It seems being number 1 on the Qingyun rankings isn't so easy after all. The child is only 13 years old, but carries the worries of a 103-year-old. Not only does he have to train his overly naive disciple, but also protect his impulsive senior brother." After the secret realm ended, Lingdu and his group boarded a flying ship to return to the sect. On the ship, Jingxian looked at the meditating Lingdu, pondering over what had just happened. Just moments ago, Lingdu, overwhelmed by challenge letters, had collapsed on the ground in despair. Seeing little junior uncle's tearful expression, Jingxian took out a rare flower he obtained in the secret realm, intending to give it to little junior uncle to help nourish his body. Looking at Jingxian, smiling carefreely like a treasure, Lingdu patted his head. He said earnestly, "Jingxian, the path of cultivation is long. You should learn to keep some assets for yourself." Jingxian didn't understand why little junior uncle said this, and immediately stated that he didn't lack these things. Lingdu continued, "You may not lack them today, but what if in the future I become accustomed to your generosity and ask for something you can't provide? For example, what if your little junior uncle, to treat an illness, asks you to steal the sect's most precious treasure?" Hearing this, Jingxian was at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Now he felt that little junior uncle's words made sense. Seeing Xinxian deep in thought, Lingdu felt half relieved. Good, the little girl has become enlightened and learned to think. As the two were lost in their thoughts, a powerful claw suddenly attacked. The entire ship shook violently. Lingdu frowned and quickly asked what happened. As soon as he spoke, Elder Juan appeared, shielding the two. He explained that the ship was under attack and the defense formation had automatically activated. Just then, an old woman wearing a silver mask and a white robe appeared, immediately ordering her people to stop the flying sword. She declared that no one would leave today. Dozens of people in white robes surrounded them. The old woman was extremely unreasonable, claiming that Wushang sect had damaged her magical artifact. Jingxian, worried about little junior uncle, moved closer to him. "Little junior uncle, be careful. These people have strong auras. They might have killing intent." Lingdu understood. The flying ship would automatically identify and avoid obstacles, so a collision was impossible. This was clearly a scam. They really thought no one could deal with them. He then approached Jingxian and quietly told him the strategy he had come up with. As Jingxian listened, his eyes brightened. He said, "Just watch me." Meanwhile, Elder Jiyuan was still arguing with them. He stated clearly that Wushang sect's flying ships had an automatic avoidance function, so it was impossible to collide with their artifact, let alone damage it. As soon as he finished speaking, Enai Jingshuan's cry suddenly rang out from the deck. Not good. Little junior uncle has been killed by the pressure released by these people. Hearing this, Elder Jiyuan's face changed dramatically. He turned to see Lingdu with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, weakly saying he was fine. Beside him, Jing Xian was kneeling and wailing loudly. He quickly sensed Lingdu's aura. Everything was fine. Nothing unusual had happened. What could he do now? He could only protect his own disciple. He lightly coughed. Raising his hand to channel spiritual energy, he summoned a silver spear. You dare to cause the tragic death of my Wushang sect disciple? Today, I'll make you pay with your lives. With that, he flew out fiercely, charging towards the old jade. But unexpectedly, the group in white robes fought unfairly. Each of them took out a bronze bell. The bells rang, forming waves of sound that attacked the flying sword. Seeing the bronze bells, Jin inwardly exclaimed, "Not good. It's the stone-breaking spirit." They wanted to use this spirit to break through the flying sword's defensive formation. He could only try his best to resist. Lingdu, watching from the side, saw that Elder Jiyuan seemed to be at a disadvantage, and the defensive formation was about to collapse. The situation was very dire. Lingdu endured the pressure. He took out some snacks and handed them to Jing Xian, telling him to place them in the forward position. Jing Xian agreed and did as told. He then took out the formation diagram of the flying sword and observed it carefully. Afterwards, he instructed to ignite the fire in the combat position. Jing Xian moved quickly. As soon as Lingdu finished speaking, a red snack was in place. Then he activated the formation. In an instant, faint golden lights appeared around the ship, crisscrossing, forming a golden cage that firmly enclosed them inside. Li Jingxian felt the pressure dissipate and was about to cheer. But the next second, Lingdu spat out a mouthful of blood. Overusing his spiritual power, his body felt like it was being torn apart. But when he looked up at the newly formed formation, he sighed in relief. The flying sword's defensive formation had protected its master. Now it was up to Ji Yuan to handle the rest. He softly called out a name. This made the old jade, who was about to go on a rampage, hesitate. And in that moment, Elder Ji Yuan, who had been at a disadvantage, seized the opportunity and counterattacked. He quickly dealt with the intercepting scammers. After the intense battle, Elder Ji Yuan, completely exhausted, collapsed on the ship. Only then did he have time to ask whose name little junior sister had called out earlier. Lingdu, clutching his painful chest, explained softly that he had only heard this name from the mouth of the white bone in the blue residence realm. So he thought to try it out, wondering if they were the ants that escaped from the soul bodies. Hearing this, Elder Jun was thoroughly impressed, marveling that this was indeed a disciple of their Wushang sect, remaining so calm even in a life-threatening situation. But then, he quietly negotiated with the two disciples, asking if they could not mention today's events when they returned to the sect. He suggested saying that someone tried to hijack the ship but was driven away by him. The naive Jingxian didn't understand why. But the always perceptive Lingdu understood, knowing that his senior brother cared about face. He quickly changed the subject, preventing Jingxian from asking further questions. 2 hours later, the ship docked at the main peak of Wushang sect. They disembarked and walked towards the sect, but they had barely taken a few steps when Feng Chao's smiling roar came from behind. I heard that someone took the little ones out and ran into some trouble. Even had to trouble little junior sister to set up a formation alone. Almost couldn't make it back. Hearing this, Ji Yuan was startled and quickly asked how he knew. Feng Chao, hands on his hips, spoke in an extremely gentle tone. It seems it's all true then. Ji Yuan took a step back, his whole body covered in goosebumps, trembling. Big senior sister has a Qinyuan mirror, and there are 9 more, at least Tingyun mirror level. I was alone. It wasn't my fault. His tone and demeanor were truly pitiful. Feng Chao nodded calmly. I see. You haven't practiced enough. Then he instructed him to start practicing from tomorrow, beginning at the Z hour until the 4th quarter of the Su hour. No meals allowed until the practice is completed. Hearing senior brother being scolded, Lingdu burst into laughter. But the next second, his joy turned to sorrow. A violent blow landed on his head. Looking up, he saw his master's hand just retracting. Lingdu rubbed his sore head, then informed his master of something that could make people happy. My master, the top expert with a price tag of 500,000 per consultation, designed a defensive formation for our sect that was almost broken by a few Tingyun realm fellows. Hearing this, Yin Ye instantly shut down. He thought his disciple's brain wasn't working properly. He reasonably suspected that he might have been possessed by ghosts too. Maybe Jiang Liang needed to check his brain. As Yin Ye finished speaking, Lingdu felt the air around him suddenly turn cold. Before he could think further, his wrist was firmly grasped by his master. Using spiritual power under pressure. Are you trying to die? But you were there, weren't you? Lingdu still grinned, trying to get away with it. Yin Ye couldn't refute, so he flung his wrist away and cursed. Lingdu still had a big smile on his face, saying that even though he's stupid, he fixed the defensive formation that his master almost let break. The disciple was being disrespectful, and the master was so angry that veins popped on his forehead. But looking at his proud disciple with hands on hips, he couldn't bring himself to scold him. He raised his hand and tapped his head again, telling him not to be insolent. Lingdu, being hit again, pouted slightly, thinking, not allowed to be insolent. I've been insolent many times already. What's one more time? The next second, Yin Ye spoke again, saying that today's incident was indeed his fault. He hadn't anticipated that someone would be so bold as to dare challenge the flying sword of Wushang sect. And the person leading the team didn't have the ability to protect the children, forcing his disciple with a damaged core to risk his life repairing the formation. As he spoke, he glanced behind with his divine sense. Elder Jiyuan, being hit again, froze. These consecutive blows left him depressed, not knowing what to say anymore. Feng Chao then clapped his hands, changing the subject. I heard Lingdu has a big gift for the sect. I wonder what it is. Lingdu didn't hide anything and directly took out a piece of red willow obtained from the secret realm. He explained that in the secret realm, besides this demonized red willow, there was a large formation made from the blood sacrifice of hundreds of people. To survive, they became evil spirits, possessing others, just to make later comers pay the price. So on your way back, you encountered those scammers who are no longer on the wanted list. They might be these possessing ghosts. In the entire Central State, even the entire Dongming realm, theoretically, no one should dare to rob and kill people from Wushang sect. And to be able to come and attack immediately after we left the secret realm, it seems that among those elders, someone has been monitoring us all along. I just wanted to pay respects to my sister, but Master made me show off 100 plates of antelope meat and told me to eat more. The girl instantly smiled. There's even such a good thing? She immediately raised her hand, promising to eat more. Soon, several young disciples of Wushang sect went to the restaurant together. After sitting down, they eagerly called the waiter, ordering 120 plates of antelope meat first. The waiter was stunned, wondering if all the masters of Wushang sect were coming to dine. He even kindly suggested they could switch to a larger private room. Jingxian directly stated there were no others, just the four of them. Xia Tianwu understood the waiter's meaning and waved his hand, telling him to bring the food quickly. The waiter was dumbfounded, wondering if they could finish it all. He walked to the kitchen like a wandering soul. The chef, who was cutting meat, saw the waiter and asked, "Well, how many plates of antelope meat this time?" 120 plates. The chef's hand suddenly paused. He asked in disbelief, "How many?" But no matter how unbelievable it was to the chef, the ordered dishes were still placed on the table. Then came the sound of four people eating voraciously. Soon, Lingdu burped and collapsed onto his chair. Then, the other three also expressed that they were full. After eating, they finally had the mood to observe the surroundings. Jingxian looked at the ice lanterns on the street with envy. "They're so exquisite," Lingdu heard and asked with a smile. "Do you want one?" Jingxian immediately understood. Little uncle was going to make ice lanterns for him. His eyes lit up instantly, expressing his strong desire. Then Lingdu closed his eyes and concentrated. A stream of icy power poured out. The room that should have been warm suddenly became bone-chillingly cold, making Xia Tianwu and Mo Ling shiver. Soon, the sound of ice forming could be heard in the room. Then, a crystal-clear ice rabbit appeared in Lingdu's palm. He handed this jade rabbit to Jingxian. Jingxian took it full of excitement, shouting thanks to Little Uncle, saying Little Uncle was the best in the world. Seeing the cute ice rabbit, even the usually cold Xia Tianwu widened his eyes, expressing that he wanted one too. But unexpectedly, Lingdu said it was possible, but they needed to wait a moment. He needed to enter his sword first. As he said this, he was about to walk out, but after just a few steps, he found he couldn't leave. With no choice, he sat down. He closed his eyes. This sudden change shocked the other three. But Ling Du had no time to care. He could only carefully feel the spiritual energy circulating in his body. Meanwhile, the restaurant chef also learned from the waiter that the four of them had eaten 120 plates of antelope meat. He didn't believe this news and decided to see for himself. But when he pushed open the door of the private room, he found four people inside. One person was advancing, 3 people were watching. The table was full of empty plates. The chef was so shocked that his mouth fell open, revealing his tonsils. Seeing the suddenly appeared chef, the 3 spectators were full of question marks. They didn't know who he was or what he wanted to do. The chef didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only quickly close the door. At this moment, cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. He couldn't help but marvel, as expected of the young masters of Wushang's sect. Not only did 4 people eat 120 plates of antelope meat in one go, but they could even advance their cultivation while eating. That's incredibly impressive. Meanwhile, Ling Du in the private room felt that advancing was as easy as drinking water. No wonder his master dared to let him stay in Dingzhou City alone. But before he could rejoice for long, a light chuckle came from outside. Ling Du sensed something was wrong. He instantly opened his eyes and shouted angrily, Who's there? He never expected that. Just by entering a secret realm, he would attract endless pursuit from the blue giant realm. First, he encountered an aerial interception, and now they were planning an ambush during his advancement. Even more coincidentally, he was caught red-handed by the evil monk who had always coveted taking him as a disciple. Just as they were about to report to the sect leader for help, a clear male voice suddenly sounded in the room. So nervous? Why didn't you set up a defensive array when advancing outside? Ling Du turned to look. He saw Wei Ji holding a man in a white robe with a silver mask, jumping in through the window. As soon as he entered, he started sarcastically criticizing, saying that his master didn't even teach him the most basic things, that his master was incompetent, and suggesting he consider changing masters. Ling Du, who had been repeatedly tricked into changing masters, was speechless. Even if he were to change, it wouldn't be to him. He pouted and pretended not to hear, then asked about the situation with the person in his hand. Wei Ji took off the bamboo hat on his head and said irritably, "What do you think? You didn't set up a defensive array, so of course, thieves came to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and whispered, "He's already taken care of it. How are you going to thank him?" The response he got was Ling Du's folding fan, which swatted him away. Ling Du stepped forward to look at the person lying face down on the ground with a knife in his back. White robe and mask, clearly another one of those blue giant realm ghosts. Before he could think it through, the previously unconscious person suddenly woke up. He was about to get up when Wei Ji kicked him down with a bang. He even calmly threatened, saying if he scared him, the little one wouldn't mind killing him. As soon as he finished speaking, the door creaked open and a cool voice sounded. "You still haven't changed your habit of scaring children all day. Must you make yourself universally disliked to disgrace Buddhism?" Everyone looked up. They saw a person wearing a wide, heavy Taoist robe embroidered with sun, moon, and stars. One hand holding a wine jug, eyes drunk, and expression cold. At the same time, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Main plot detected. Super invincible ultimate love brain appeared. Immortal Lord Ling Chuan was originally the leader of Wushang's sect. He was chained by the disciple who should have been a sacrifice to the heavenly Tao. After Hotsong confessed, he verbally rejected him. However, after Hotsong left the sect, he silently devoted himself for 3,000 years. Finally, he found a secret method to reverse the fate of the sacrifice. He transferred the destiny of the heavenly Tao that should have been on Hotsong to himself, becoming the sacrifice to the heavenly Tao, returning to it, and disappearing into smoke and dust. Regarding this plot setting, Ling Du only felt it was melodramatic. Why do they like to torture each other so much? Hearing the system sobbing in his ears, he rubbed his temples and told it to shut up. Then he stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Junior Ling Du, the 99th generation disciple of Wushang sect, pays respects to immortal Lord Ling Chuan." Hearing it was one of his own, Ling Chuan quickly adjusted his expression and spoke gently. "A disciple of Wushang sect? How did you know I'm Ling Chuan? Did that fellow Yinya mention me?" Ling Du couldn't say he had a system, so he just smiled and said it was because of the wine in his hand, which was Wushang sect's specialty, Ziyu mountain wine. At this moment, Wei Ji suddenly interjected that his master wasn't very good. But the next second, Ling Chuan's wine jug hit Wei Ji on the head. He said even if he's not good, he's still from Wushang sect. "You can't badmouth our people in front of me." So the two of them argued, one saying, "Ling Chuan, I've done a great favor for your Wushang sect. Aren't you going to thank me? The other saying, Wei, just call me by my Taoist title. The two glared at each other, neither giving in. Ling Du, looking at the two, quickly stepped forward to mediate and change the subject. All right, we're all acquaintances, but this person who tried to assassinate me today looks like he's from the wanted list our Wushang sect issued before. I know who dares to target disciples of my Wushang sect. Then Ling Chuan stepped closer, slightly raised his chin, and instructed Wei Ji to take this person away without leaving any trace. They couldn't scare these little ones. Wei Ji wiped his sweat and assured him, saying he was a Buddhist cultivator and couldn't bear to see blood. As he spoke, he took out a blood-stained burlap sack. With a crack, he rolled the person who was like a dead dog into a ball and threw him into the sack. In an instant, the watching companions were shocked and trembling at this Buddhist cultivator's bizarre actions, setting off fireworks for the new year. But Wushang sect's new year involved blowing up the sect leader into fireworks. Just now, above Dingzhou City, two figures, one red and one green, shot into the night sky. Then with a boom, they burst into brilliant light. In reality, the red figure in midair gritted his teeth, glaring hatefully at the green light, accusing the other. Didn't you say you'd leave the sect on your own? If you're a man, never come back in this lifetime. At this moment, the figure in the green light slowly revealed itself. He appeared extremely young, dressed in white floating in the snowy night, with ink-black hair flying. Only a golden divine mark on his forehead emitted a faint light. The next instant, the youth spoke, his androgynous voice piercing through the wind and snow, reaching Feng Chao's ears. I'm just here to seek an old friend in an old place. This shouldn't count as breaking my oath, nor have I violated Wushang's sex rules. When Yin Feng Chao frowned, about to speak, when from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a black shadow watching from a nearby tavern. Looking closely, it was actually his little junior sister. At this moment, Ling Du was still unaware that he had been exposed. The next second, Feng Chao's eyes lit up. He raised his hand slightly, using spiritual power to move Ling Du, who was watching the show, to his side. He hugged Ling Du's shoulders happily and introduced, Come, little junior sister, you're just in time. Let me introduce you. This is Ho Tsong, once ranked first in talent on the Qingyun list, the former sect leader's personal disciple. Yet when he was about to succeed as sect leader, he left the entire sect without a word, completely disregarding the responsibility on his shoulders. Do you think someone like this deserves to be 90% certain? As he spoke, he asked Ling Du with a murderous aura. Ling Du, at the center of the storm, was sweating profusely, desperately wanting to escape this oppressive scene, whether it was heaven answering his prayers or not. The next second, Xiu Ryu Xingchen gently waved the sleeve of his robe, protecting Ling Du behind him. He accused Feng Chao of bullying a child, his tone full of protective intent. Then he looked at Ho Tsong and asked coldly, Why did you come back? Though it was just an ordinary question, it made Ho Tsong's eyes lift slightly. He spoke rather cautiously, saying it was New Year's Day and he wanted to come back to see him. Hearing this, Lin Chuan nodded, saying he had already seen him and should leave quickly to avoid being chased by Feng Chao. Ho Tsong didn't hesitate and promptly turned to leave. But after leaving Lin Chuan's sight, he looked back at Lin Chuan, who was drinking from his wine jug. His eyes were full of longing. At this moment, Ling Du watched his uncle gulping down wine and pondered. The relationship between these two seemed very unusual, apparently more complex than described in the script. It wasn't just simple love. His disciple's divine power was clearly strong. Yet the master pretended to show disdain, making the disciple think his divine power was too weak, eagerly asking the master for secret techniques, promising to practice diligently. Just now, Ling Du returned to Luoza, sitting on the ice surface, unable to calm down for a long time. He couldn't help but lean close to his master's face. Master, the moonlight is nice tonight. Why don't we? Before he could finish, Yin Yi, knowing his disciple's nature, opened one of his tightly closed eyes and told him to go ahead. Seeing his master agree, Ling Du excitedly turned to face him, saying that when he was advancing in Dingzhou City today, a white-robed figure tried to assassinate him. He was worried those evil spirits might have tampered with his soul and wondered if his master had a way to check. Concerned about his disciple's safety, Yin Yi didn't delay. He directly told Ling Du to come forward, placing his cold hand on his head, telling him to relax. At this moment, Ling Du shuddered inexplicably. He thought his master was talking nonsense. with his head being opened up. Who could relax? Fortunately, the examination was quick. 2 seconds later, Yin Yi sighed in relief. No problem, it's all good. As for your divine power, before he could finish, Ling Du thought his master was going to mock his weak divine power. He immediately blushed and shouted, Hey, no need to criticize me. I haven't really practiced my divine sense much. Isn't it because you told me to focus on physical training first? Then he huffed and said that if given a divine sense technique, he guaranteed he could memorize it in a day. Seeing his disciple so eager to improve, Yin Yi didn't say much. He directly took out a secret manual, using spiritual power to send it to Ling Du. With the manual in hand, Ling Du thought he had succeeded in his plan, grinning like a little fox. Little did he know, Yin Yi was also secretly delighted. What he had wanted to say was that Ling Du's divine sense was clearly stronger than his peers, and he wanted to ask if he had been practicing in secret. But unexpectedly, then Ling Du smiled and gossiped with his master, asking him to guess who he met in Dingzhou City. Yin Yi played along and asked who it was. High Monk Weiji and Lington. Master Uncle Yin was also curious how these two unrelated people ended up together. Ling Du raised his hand and said there was more. They not only came together, but they also called each other Luo Weiji and Luo Lington. At this moment, Ling Du was quite proud, finally knowing something his master didn't. But Yin Yi narrowed his eyes. He couldn't believe Weiji would trust him. Seeing his master's shocked expression, Ling Du was full of curiosity, wanting to know what was going on. Yin Yi didn't hide anything and explained to him. Yumlo was once Pazuo. Later, Pazuo was destroyed, and it became a Buddhist holy land. Since then, Buddhist cultivators were everywhere, and there were no more Pazuos. Ling Du nodded, saying everyone knew this. What he didn't know was that when Pazuo fell, the last generation of the Spirit Realm royal family was Xian Lu. After hearing his master's story, Ling Du still couldn't understand. His master was over 800 years old, and Weiji appeared on the Qingyan list after him, so he couldn't possibly be older than his master. Then he remembered what he said when he first met Master Uncle Lin Chuan. Do I have to make myself everyone's feast to ruin Buddhism? Ling Du was shocked. Could it be that he was really a royal descendant of Pazuo, and that's why he became a Buddhist cultivator, wanting to ruin the entire Buddhist sect by himself? Before he could figure it out, the summoning bell of the Supreme Sect suddenly rang. Ling Du quickly came to his senses, knowing the Supreme Sect was calling. But after waiting for a moment, he realized the bell only rang once. This task only required DJ-level cultivators, clearly not his turn. He then stretched lazily, returning to his relaxed state. But before he could fully relax, the system suddenly prompted that in this sect mission, senior brother Mo Lin would encounter his destined person again. It requested the host to depart immediately. In an instant, Ling Du felt awful. He couldn't help but complain that he just wanted to be lazy for a while. Why was it so difficult? He stretched, just wanted to have a nice sleep. But the next second, the sect's summoning bell rang. The girl instantly deflated. Why so intense? Can't even be lazy for a moment. But no matter how unwilling, she still hurriedly rushed to the scene. Elder Higue glanced at the newly arrived Ling Du and gently advised that the little junior sister's health wasn't good, and it was okay not to come for such low-level summons. But Ling Du righteously stated that it wouldn't do. As a disciple of the Supreme Sect, of course he should brave any danger when the sect needs him. In reality, he didn't want to come either. But who told him this mission was related to that destined person? Unable to dissuade the little junior sister, Elder Higue said no more. He continued to introduce the specific task. It turned out that the nearby heading village had sent a request for help, saying that monster beasts had come down from the mountains and hurt people. They requested the Supreme Sect's protection. According to the description, that monster beast shouldn't be strong, just unbeatable for ordinary people. Jing Xian, on his first mission, was very excited. As for Ling Du, he didn't take such a simple task seriously either. The group noisily set off together for heading village. The village wasn't very far from the sect. Soon, Mo Lin spoke up to remind them they had arrived. But when they all looked, they saw the entire village covered in blood stains, indicating that an attack had just occurred here. Jing Xian couldn't help but tear up, guessing if they had arrived too late. Ling Du bent down. He picked up a blood-stained stone and examined it carefully. The blood around had already coagulated. This massacre must have happened at least an hour ago. As he was pondering, suddenly, a short cry rang out, "My child! My child!" Ling Du was startled. There were survivors. The group quickly flashed to the source of the sound. They saw a middle-aged woman kneeling on the ground, holding a baby's bundle in her arms, continuously calling for her child. For a moment, Ling Du stood frozen. After a while, he finally said, "I'm sorry." Jingxian also hurried forward to comfort her, saying they would definitely catch that monster. Hearing the voice, the woman suddenly came to her senses. She cried out in grief, "Why? Why did you also arrive one step too late?" Ling Du quickly noticed the implication in the woman's words. Just then, the system suddenly reminded him that his mission target had already been here and was now just outside. As soon as the system finished speaking, a female voice greeted them from behind. Ling Du turned his head and saw a woman dressed in pure white robes, confidently raising her hand in greeting. "Fellow cultivator, we meet again." Ling Du pointed at himself in confusion. "We've met before?" Xiao Fei smiled slightly and said, "Not you, that fellow cultivator," while pointing at Mo Lin. And Mo Lin, being pointed at, was stunned. "Have we met?" Xiao Fei, embarrassed at being forgotten, awkwardly smoothed her hair. Then she smiled again, saying they had indeed met. Previously, in the forest outside Putin City, he had saved her once. He even told her that with a weak body, she shouldn't recklessly try to shield others from disaster. She had always remembered those words. Hearing her reminder, Mo Lin quickly remembered her. He scratched his head, looking apologetic. Sorry. I didn't recognize you in these clothes." Xiao Fei smiled awkwardly. Then she tried to smile brightly, saying that day she was chased by a monster beast, causing her clothes to be torn, which was indeed unseemly. But now she was an outer disciple of the Feishing sect, a cultivator, and would never be in such a sorry state again. Moreover, she had successfully driven away the monster beast in the village today, so they needn't worry anymore. At these words, Ling Du, who had been watching from the side, suddenly spoke up. "Oh, so you drove away the monster? May I ask what kind of beast it was? What level?" The young woman froze on the spot. The usually gentle and firm smile on her face finally showed a crack. "What kind of beast was it? What level?" "The Supreme Sect distributes talismans to nearby villages every year to repel monster beasts. Why are there no traces of talismans in this household? And the residual demonic energy is only inside the house, with none outside. All of this together seems a bit too convenient, doesn't it?" In an instant, Xiao Fei was left speechless by this series of questions. And Mo Lin also said, "All of this, it's as if someone set it up in advance." Unable to explain, Xiao Fei pretended not to understand. Ling Du didn't mind and took out a compass for detecting demonic energy, saying, "It's okay if you don't understand. We'll know once we find and question the other monster that came along." Instantly, the needle on the compass in Ling Du's hand began to spin, then pointed in a direction. Ling Du called out to Mo Lin, who without a word, leaped onto the wall and gave chase. At this moment, cold sweat broke out on Xiao Fei's forehead. He couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. Ling Du looked up at him. He said that while Mo Lin hadn't caught the beast yet, there was still time to explain. Looking into those clear eyes that seemed to see through everything, Xiao Fei's eyes widened instantly. He raised his hand to his chest to comfort himself, still insisting he didn't understand. As for that beast, it had just injured his fellow disciple, so how could he be sure that what it said was true? Xiao Fei tried to confuse his thoughts, but Ling Du didn't play by the rules. He retorted directly, "Who said we need to listen to the beast?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Mo Lin had found the beast's hiding place. He took out an iron rod and struck, forcing the beast down. In an instant, a red-bodied fox demon with devil horns on its head howled and flew out. And Mo Lin recognized it at once. This was a fox demon that had gained spiritual awareness. So he tried to negotiate with her, asking her to come back and explain why she had come down the mountain to harm people. He tried to persuade her kindly, but unexpectedly, the fox demon roared at him angrily. Mo Lin was stunned for a moment, not understanding what was wrong with the fox demon. But the next second, he turned and ran. It turned out that the tiger demon had suddenly gone berserk and pounced towards him. At the critical moment, it was Ling Du who acted. With a wave of his hand, a stream of white spiritual energy flew towards the tiger demon, controlling it. Then he used his spiritual power to bring the tiger demon before him. He placed 2 fingers on the tiger demon's forehead. The previously raging and roaring tiger demon instantly retracted its fangs and became dazed. Then, Ling Du chuckled and patted the tiger demon's head. He used his divine sense to search for answers within the tiger demon's soul. This scene stunned Xiao Fei. He hadn't expected Ling Du to directly probe the soul. Forceful soul probing required an extremely profound divine sense as a foundation. Otherwise, there was always the risk of being backlashed by the other's divine sense and becoming a useless person. How dare he? Xiao Fei was a bit scared and took a step back. Ling Du finished probing the soul. He now knew the tiger demon hadn't harmed anyone. He looked up and asked Xiao Fei, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you took the tiger demon's child, didn't you?" According to the tiger demon's memory, it came down the mountain not to eat people, but to find its child. But strangely, when it arrived at Heading Village, it found that a massacre had already taken place. There was blood everywhere, with only that woman surviving. It originally wanted to ask the woman about its child's whereabouts, but was mistaken for the beast that massacred the village. This led to your attack, forcing it to hide, and before it left, it had already sensed a trace of its child's aura on you. Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you still refuse to admit it? At this moment, Xiao Fei was filled with panic. He hadn't expected Ling Du to guess almost everything, but his mind worked quickly, and he soon thought of a countermeasure. Fellow Taoist Lin, you're really talking nonsense. If I lured this tiger demon here, then are you saying I also killed the woman's child and all the villagers? That's ridiculous. By your logic, my fellow disciple who was injured and nearly killed by the beast was also harmed by me. May I ask, fellow Taoist Lin, what would I gain from doing this? Ling Du held a folding fan, looking confident. What you're after, fellow Taoist Xiao, you should know in your heart. Born with blocked meridians, unable to cultivate, luckily admitted to the Feishing sect, becoming an outer disciple, obtaining the ancient tree's legacy, becoming an ancient master. And now, the first task assigned was to infiltrate the Supreme Sect, to deceive Mo Lin, the senior disciple of the Supreme Sect, who possessed innate spirit bones. But who would have thought he'd encounter Ling Du, who naturally doesn't play by the rules? At this moment, Xiao Fei was being pushed back step by Ling Du. When Ling Du suggested that he take them to see the injured fellow disciple he mentioned, he had no reason to refuse and could only grudgingly agree. Soon, they arrived at an abandoned courtyard. As they followed, Ling Du casually asked, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, since you can drive away tiger demons, your cultivation must be quite high, right?" Xiao Fei looked up at Mo Lin, giving him a meaningful glance, indicating that he originally had blocked meridians and couldn't cultivate, but luckily obtained the ancient tree's legacy in Yunnan, which allowed him to cultivate. He had sworn to himself that he would work hard to cultivate, so he could repay fellow Taoist Mo Lin for saving his life. However, his meaningful glances were lost on the oblivious Mo Lin, who now felt a massive headache and repeatedly said it wasn't necessary, that he hadn't saved anyone. Please don't misunderstand. Thinking of the picture book his junior master had given him. You can't just save random beauties by the roadside. Otherwise, I might end up having my golden cord dug out and spirit bones excavated. Rejected. Xiao Fei's expression changed instantly, anger rising in his heart, feeling that Mo Lin was too ungrateful. Ling Du, standing nearby, chuckled softly, feeling pleased. It seemed that senior nephew Mo Lin now understood these tricks well. Next, he should worry about Xian. Then he glanced at Qin Kuei. He said, in Taoism's 3,600 side doors, as long as the heart is righteous, I believe fellow Taoist Xiao will surely succeed. At this moment, Jing Xian also noticed that Junior Master emphasized the words heart is righteous heavily. As they were talking, Xiao Fei pushed open a door, saying his injured fellow disciple was inside. The door opened, revealing a person lying on the bed near the inner side. Perhaps hearing the noise, that person opened their eyes and looked over. Xiao Fei was about to step forward to introduce, but was interrupted by Ling Du. Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am Ling Du, disciple of the Supreme Sect. Hearing you were injured by a beast, I brought a medical cultivator to take a look at you. The person on the bed first raised their head in surprise, then deflated, saying, this isn't an illness that ordinary medical cultivators can cure. Don't bother. At this time, Xia Tianwu had already stepped forward and grabbed their pulse. He said, it's just an injury from a beast. What's so difficult to cure? But in the next second, he seemed to discover something and furrowed his brows. Du also shouted at this moment for him to be careful. Then he pulled him back, but it was still a step too late. The fingers Xia Tianwu had just used to take the pulse already showed black spots. There was poison. Everyone was shocked and immediately gathered around in concern. At this moment, Xiao Fei imperceptibly raised the corners corners of his mouth. This black snow snake's poison is an extreme isotribute toxin that can kill silently. Now that you've touched it, you're as good as dead. Before he could rejoice for even 2 seconds, Lingdu raised his hand and grasped Xia Tianwu's uninjured hand. He channeled sharp spiritual energy into his fingers. Soon, the black spots on Tianwu's fingers gradually receded. Seeing this, Lingdu sighed in relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a very potent poison, just some residual toxins. He spoke casually. Xiao Fei, however, stared in shock with wide eyes. This was clearly the poison of the black snow snake, yet it was so easily neutralized. Before he could recover, Lingdu questioned him, asking what was going on. Though he was seething with anger, he still had to force a smile and explain that he only said his fellow disciple was injured by a beast, not specifying what kind. Lingdu didn't get angry, only saying it was indeed his oversight. However, it seemed that fellow Daoist Xiao's companion wasn't near death due to a beast attack. Instead, it was a case of goo worms turning on their host. Xia Tianwu softly said, "Goo cultivation has resurfaced." This shocked everyone present, because goo cultivation was extremely rare in the Central Plains. Yet now, 2 cases had suddenly appeared, both in the Supreme Sect's territory. Mo Lin raised his hand to grip his weapon, full of caution. Xiao Fei, whose deception was exposed, looked particularly upset. He never imagined Lingdu would so easily guess it was goo worms turning on their host. Moreover, Xia Tianwu, who was knowledgeable about goo, said the poison had already invaded the internal organs. Even if his master Jiang Liang were here, he couldn't save him. The only solution now was to abandon this cultivation technique. The person on the bed couldn't accept this. He then laughed bitterly. Struggling to sit up, he said, "Don't you understand what it means to abandon a cultivation technique? From now on, I'll become useless." Xiao Fei also stepped forward at this time, saying that goo arts weren't their specialty. When they returned to Yunnan, naturally, their elders would help. He then asked if the fellow Taoists had any pain-relieving pills. He didn't want to see his fellow disciples suffer so much. Xia Tianwu didn't hesitate and nodded, saying, "All right." He gave him some, and then they left. Xiao Fei bowed and thanked them from behind. After a while, Lingdu, walking in front, leisurely asked Tianwu if he had noticed anything unusual earlier. The pulse of someone affected by goo backlash was exactly as described in the medical texts, so standard it could be used as a textbook example. Lingdu's heart stirred, understanding dawned. This was clearly a prearranged setup, but he didn't comment further. Returning to Heading Village, he began drawing on an empty space. Looking at the nearly complete formation, he stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. This still needs 10 taels of black gold. Then he stood up and rummaged through his storage bag. The next second, he pulled out a heavy iron lion. Then he reached out and forcefully pried off a piece of black gold from the iron lion. He weighed it in his hand, nodding with satisfaction. This should be about 10 taels. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly placed the black gold piece on the formation. Then he channeled his spiritual energy into the formation. In an instant, an invisible barrier spread out, enveloping the entire village. Looking at the formation before him, Lingdu sighed in relief. With this beast-repelling formation, they wouldn't have to fear beast attacks if they stayed another night. After finishing these tasks, Lingdu returned to the villager's house where they were staying. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "The beast-repelling formation is really useful." Jing Xian and Mo Lin were instantly startled and shook 3 times. Jing Xian didn't understand why Junior Uncle kept emphasizing the beast-repelling formation. Mo Lin hurriedly gestured for him to lower his voice, explaining, "Junior Uncle is deliberately baiting the enemy." Lingdu's shouting didn't stop and continued. "After all, I, Lingdu, am naturally timid. Despite my cultivation, I can't even count. I'm simply weak. If someone were to attack me rashly tonight, I couldn't fend them off alone." This blatant vulnerability left people dumbfounded. But Lingdu didn't think so. He was certain the culprits would take the bait. With everything prepared, he clapped his hands and said they could withdraw. Soon after, they began eating and drinking. After dinner, Lingdu casually mentioned to stay alert tonight, as there might be uninvited guests. Mo Lin immediately understood, asking if Junior Uncle meant that Xiao Fei from earlier. Hearing this, Ling Du was very pleased, constantly praising that the young are indeed teachable. That Xiao Fei's words today were full of contradictions, completely inconsistent, and his companion seemed suspicious no matter how you looked at it. So he guessed that the two of them would definitely act tonight. Hearing this, Jing Xian suddenly stood up, asking if they should prepare. Ling Du snapped his fingers, reassuring them, "Don't worry. Tonight, no one can escape from my formation." Despite being clearly kidnapped before leaving, she still cheerfully reminded her companion to come later, because all of this was within the girl's expectations. The girl had long since braced herself. Just this last step of luring the enemy remained. As night fell, Ling Du and Jing Xian were meditating in the room. Ling Du calculated the time in his mind, feeling it was about right. Just then, a rustling sound came from outside the door. Immediately after, a wave of energy rushed towards the two. Ling Du opened his eyes, warning Jing Xian to be careful. But the next second, with a whoosh, Jing Xian's original sitting position was empty. Looking up, he saw Jing Xian had already rushed outside with his whip. Ling Du sighed helplessly. You could at least wait for them to come in first. Meanwhile, outside, Jing Xian looked around but saw no one, though he clearly heard footsteps. Ling Du walked to the doorway, using his fan to hide his upturned mouth corner, concealing his amusement. No one's there? False alarm. Come back. But in reality, his peripheral vision caught the distorted space in the corner. He inwardly mocked. What a clumsy invisibility technique. Hearing Junior Uncle's words, Jing Xian turned to return to the room. But the next moment, a black mist swiftly circled behind him. Before Jing Xian could react, the black mist quickly rushed towards Ling Du. It directly entered Ling Du's brow. The folding fan in his hand instantly dropped to the ground. His entire body was enveloped in a thick black mist. His eyes were empty, devoid of consciousness. Seeing this, Jing Xian raised his whip and demanded, "What are you? Release my junior uncle immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite." The black mist didn't hesitate. It immediately enveloped Ling Du and was about to leave. Just as Jing Xian was about to chase after them, he saw Junior Uncle smile at the corner of his lips. He was instantly stunned. Then, in his mind, he heard Junior Uncle's spiritual message, "Don't rush to chase. Wait 5 minutes, then call everyone. Say I've been captured." Jing Xian didn't understand what was going on, but he had to listen to Junior Uncle's words. However, he wasn't stupid. He quickly guessed that Junior Uncle was deliberately letting himself be captured. Just as the 5 minutes were up, Jing Xian went to Senior Brother's room and kicked open the door. As he entered, he shouted, "Senior Brother!" Then, imitating Junior Uncle, he took a deep breath and yelled, "Senior Brother, it's terrible. Junior Uncle has been captured by a monster." Mo Lin and Xia Tianwu were shocked and kept asking where Junior Uncle had been taken and by whom. Jing Xian was stunned by the questions. Then, embarrassed, he fidgeted with his fingers and said, "I think I forgot to ask." "You forgot to ask? Then where are we supposed to go rescue him?" The three of them looked at each other in bewilderment. But then, a graceful figure approached like a willow in the wind. "Don't panic, everyone. I might know where friend Lin has been taken." Then, while apologizing, he lunged at Mo Lin with a flirtatious expression. Mo Lin, seeing trouble coming, shouted about maintaining propriety between men and women while quickly dodging. Xiao Fei, caught off guard, fell face first onto the ground with a thud and didn't get up for a long time. Xia Tianwu, seeing Xiao Fei motionless, asked reluctantly, "Hey, are you all right?" He didn't expect a response. But the next second, Xiao Fei got up like a cockroach. Only now, his once flawless face was covered in scratches and traces of blood. Seeing this pathetic sight, Xia Tianwu felt sorry for him. But Xiao Fei acted as if nothing had happened and clung to Mo Lin again, saying he was fine. He just wanted to tell Mo Lin who had harmed friend Lin. He pretended to cry, saying he valued their friendship, but his companion had murderous intentions towards friend Lin, wanting to possess his body to be reborn. Hearing this, Mo Lin was shocked. Jing Xian's face also showed disbelief. Xiao Fei continued to sob, saying he truly didn't know how cruel his companion was before, otherwise he would never have brought them to meet him. Finally, he started crying again. Xia Tianwu, annoyed by his crying, interrupted coldly, "Enough crying. The urgent matter is to rescue Junior Uncle quickly." Meanwhile, in a mountain valley, Ling Du, wrapped in black mist, lay on the ground, his fate unknown. Soon, an icy force slowly spread from inside Lingdu's body outward. It gradually crept towards his cheeks. Suddenly, with a bang, the icy force burst outward, completely cleansing the black mist from his body. The expelled black mist twisted in disbelief, unable to believe it had been driven out by a sickly weakling. At that moment, Lingdu opened his eyes. Calmly, he called out a name that had appeared 1,000 years ago, Pai Juanjing. He was a frail, sickly person who would cough up blood at the slightest exertion. But now he was directly dominating the entire scene. Not only was he single-handedly battling the 1,000-year-old Yin River, but he also angered the White Lotus to the point of coughing blood. At this moment, Qi Juan, forced to reveal his true form, was shocked and asked in disbelief who he really was. Lingdu smirked. "You don't even know me? You're truly an outsider." Then he took out his fan and casually introduced himself. "I'm the 99th generation disciple of Wu Shangzong, the leader of Qiqing's righteous path, immortal Lord Yinye." In reality, he had already secretly gathered his spiritual power. In an instant, a golden spiritual force shot towards Qi Juan. Caught off guard, Qi Juan was immediately bound. He stared in disbelief, shouting with a trembling voice, "When did you start suspecting me?" Lingdu didn't answer. He chanted again, tightening the ropes binding Qi Juan. After ensuring he was securely tied, he began questioning the person from Lanju realm. "Tell me, did you eat that child earlier?" Qi Juan, his identity exposed, was full of resentment. He immediately threatened, "Since you know I'm a cultivator from Lanju realm, you should understand that if I unleash my soul power fully, you won't be a match for me." Lingdu playfully winked, indicating he knew. Otherwise, why would he have set up such a grand formation here, wasting a whole 10 taels of black gold? Qi Juan kept struggling, his voice shrill, crying out that he just wanted to live. Why were they stopping him from living? Hearing this, Lingdu's calm demeanor broke. "How dare you ask why? For your survival, hundreds of people in Heading Village lost their lives. You didn't even spare infants in their cradles. You just want to live? I'll grant your wish. Let me show you what it means to wish for death." Saying this, he ignored Qi Juan's shocked expression. He raised his hand and curled his fingers. The next second, Qi Juan let out painful screams, but he still couldn't believe his plan had been seen through. Lingdu calmly explained, "Of course, Xiao Fei told us." Qi Juan didn't believe it. He remembered Xiao Fei had been infected with his bone-eroding curse. If he died, Xiao Fei couldn't survive alone. "Impossible," Lingdu immediately asked. "Why impossible? You've lived for hundreds of years, yet you can't see through such a small matter of human nature? A person with severed meridians has already experienced the world's most painful despair. Did you think a mere bone-eroding curse would make him obey you?" Qi Juan was convinced by Lingdu's words. He instantly went mad, shouting that Xiao Fei should die, that he would kill him. "If you won't let me live, then you all should die." But as soon as he finished speaking, an iron rod suddenly struck him. Lingdu turned to look. He saw Mo Ling and Jing Xian standing there stunned. Jing Xian asked in disbelief, "Junior uncle, weren't you captured?" For a moment, Lingdu didn't know how to answer. He pointed at Qi Juan, diverting everyone's attention to him. At this time, Qi Juan had just regained his senses. He struggled, looking at Xiao Fei, who had arrived with the others, questioning why he had betrayed him. He lamented that he had planned to help Xiao Fei find a new body after his own possession was successful, allowing him to completely abandon his body with severed meridians. But before he could finish speaking, Xiao Fei quickly hid behind Mo Lin, shouting that Qi Juan was slandering him. Then he took out a handkerchief, tearfully complaining to Mo Lin about his grievances. What else could Mo Lin say? But Lingdu burst out laughing first. Hearing the laughter, Mo Lin instantly jumped away from Xiao Fei as if his backside was on fire. He repeatedly denied, "Junior uncle, I have no relationship with her at all." At this moment, the ignored Qi Juan suddenly burst out with his source power, breaking free from his restraints. He lunged towards Xiao Fei. Lingdu reacted quickly, raising his hand to pin him down. "Did I allow you to move?" Qi Juan, focused only on revenge, immediately shifted his target. His murderous gaze fell on Lingdu. Just as he was about to act, the next second, a suspended spirit sword suddenly pierced through his chest from behind. Qi Juan's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could say anything, he instantly dissipated into thin air. Immediately after, Xiao Fei, who had been unharmed, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He collapsed to the ground. He looked pleadingly at Mo Lin, hoping he would save him. But the young man, brainwashed by the picture book, fearfully backed away, saying that men and women should keep their distance. Repeatedly rejected, Xiao Fei could no longer hold on and fainted on the ground. Oh no, the fragile junior uncle has once again overdone it. His heart, glowing with a glass-like light and repeatedly repaired, was once again in a precarious state from the shock. Fortunately, the system appeared just in time, notifying him of completing stage 2 of the junior love brain scenario. The reward was 1 netherworld coin pill. Lingdu quickly swallowed the pill, inwardly relieved. Thankfully, the task reward came in time, otherwise he would have been done for. But before he could catch his breath, his wrist was suddenly gripped tightly by someone. He looked up and immediately felt guilty upon seeing who it was. He tried to withdraw his hand, saying, Senior Xia, I've already taken the pill. There's no need for you to check on me. Xia Tianwu frowned, secretly exerting force to prevent him from withdrawing his hand. But upon hearing Lingdu's cry of pain, he immediately softened. With a cold face, he scolded, "So you do know pain. Lingdu, do you know what consequences your reckless use of spiritual power just now could have led to?" Lingdu saw that the usually cold-faced but warm-hearted Senior Xia was so angry he called him by name and dared not say anything more. At this moment, Xia Tianwu was burning with anger, both furious and anxious. Once your heart meridian is damaged, it will be beyond saving. Even my master and I combined couldn't save you. Even though you've taken the pill now, and its power has barely protected your heart meridian, once the effect wears off, you will surely die. Lingdu wanted to argue, but Xia Tianwu didn't give him a chance to speak. He issued an ultimatum. From now on, you are not allowed to use even a shred of spiritual energy. Then he turned to instruct Mo Lin and Jing Xian to watch over him. Hearing this, Jing Xian nodded, saying it was no problem and that they would take care of junior uncle. As for this guy, just as Xia Tianwu was about to step forward to check, Mo Lin stopped him. He reminded him that it was an ancient corpse and couldn't be touched carelessly. What he didn't know was that he had already been affected, and this was precisely noticed by Xia Tianwu, who was a medical expert. He immediately determined that senior brother was under the influence of a goo poison. Upon hearing this, everyone was worried, but Mo Lin was surprised, as he hadn't had any contact with Qi Juan. It shouldn't be possible. Knowing he wouldn't get any information from him, Lingdu sighed, thinking he had been careless. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. Since Qi Juan was Xiao Fei's fellow disciple, they could ask Xiao Fei when he woke up. But Jing Xian didn't agree. He felt that Xiao Fei had been using them from the beginning and didn't think he would tell the truth. Seeing their disagreement, Xia Tianwu interjected, "Fellow Daoist Xiao is now involved in such a major case of evil cultivation. As righteous disciples, it's our duty to take him to the military prefect's office for judgment." This satisfied both of them. Soon, they flew to Dingjia City. As soon as they landed at the military prefect's office, the guards at the entrance immediately asked who they were. Lingdu took out a visiting card, stepped forward, and bowed, saying, "I am Lingdu, the 99th generation disciple of Wu Shangzong. We have captured an evil cultivator in Heading Village and are bringing him to the military prefect's office." Hearing they were allies, the guard quickly smiled and directed them. Soon, following the guard's directions, they arrived at a dungeon. Lingdu looked around curiously, wondering why cultivators would use a dungeon. Before he could figure it out, 2 guards approached to take over. Without a word, Lingdu tossed the bound Xiao Fei to them like throwing out trash. Just as he was about to give some instructions, from the other side came the somewhat agitated voice of senior brother, Mo Lin. "Which evil cultivator had the guts to poison a disciple of our supreme sect? Let me go. I want to personally question that evil cultivator." As he spoke, he tried to break through the guard's protection to rush over. Lingdu quickly raised his hand to stop him. But the next second, they saw Master Chu Yuan nimbly leap up, jumping over the guard's protection to reach Mo Lin's side. Seeing his top disciple affected by the goo poison, he was full of concern, repeatedly asking about his condition. However, Mo Lin, who had shown no symptoms just a moment ago, suddenly shivered all over, as if struck by a chill. Even though he knew his master couldn't possibly appear in person, looking at those delicate hands, he couldn't help but start shipping them. At this moment, Mo Lin was affected by the goo poison. Xia Tianwu barely managed to use his strength to suppress the poison in Mo Lin's body. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand was suddenly grabbed. Xia Tianwu looked at Mo Lin in surprise. But Mo Lin looked innocent and said, "Junior sister, your spiritual energy just left and it's cold again. Can you stay?" This scene was witnessed by the bored Ling Yu. The mischievous evil god couldn't help but ask the system if his senior brother was about to encounter his destined love. The system, always ready to answer, said that only after completely severing Mo Lin's karmic ties could he meet his true destiny. Ling Du asked, "Isn't there anyone who is destined without reason?" The system replied that there is, but Mo Lin isn't one of them. Hearing this, Ling Du became curious. Who would be Mo Lin's destined one? This time, the system didn't answer, simply stating it didn't know, and then disappeared. Ling Du stared at the spot where the system had disappeared, lost in thought. He felt that this ghostly system didn't know much more than he did, far from being all-knowing. Or perhaps it was deliberately concealing information. Ling Du couldn't figure it out. He was so deep in thought that he didn't even notice a figure appearing behind him. When that person spoke, he was startled and almost fell from midair. Fortunately, someone caught him. Ling Du looked up and saw it was the demonic monk Wei Qi. He grumbled irritably, "This is Wu Shang's sex territory. Aren't you afraid of being caught by Song Zhao and the others barging in like this?" Wei Qi released Ling Du and scoffed dismissively, saying, "With the inner shame of those old fools from Wu Shang's sect, they couldn't detect me. But you need to get rid of that resentment quickly, or you'll eventually go berserk." Then he pulled out a lock from his bosom. He grabbed Ling Du and was about to leave. Ling Du, being pulled along, was confused, but Wei Qi didn't give him a chance to ask. Soon, the two arrived at 10,000 meters above Wu Shang's sect. Wei Qi looked around at the surroundings and waved his hand. With a humming sound, a barrier formed of 10,000 Buddhist seals instantly appeared. Then he took out a suono again and began to gather his energy. Seeing this, Ling Du hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Wait. Isn't it when the suona sounds, thousands of gold appear? Are you trying to send me off? Send me to heaven? Wei Qi didn't understand what he meant and said, "The suona drives away evil spirits and sends off souls. It's perfect for clearing the resentment in your body. Your soul might shake a bit, but bear with it." As he spoke, he raised the suona again and took a deep breath. He began to play. In an instant, Ling Du felt his soul and eardrums shaking together. The sound was high-pitched and resonant, powerful and strong, gradually driving away the resentment in his soul. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Wei Qi stopped. Ling Du had collapsed on the ground. He wanted to cry, but had no tears, wondering what sin he had committed to suffer such torture. But Wei Qi was very satisfied. He waved his hand to remove the barrier. Then he approached Ling Du to seek praise. Ling Du burst into tears instantly. He left Wei Qi behind and flew away, leaving behind a confused Wei Qi standing helplessly in place. On his first mission, he encountered a 1,000-year-old Yin spirit. Although he had prepared in advance and set up an array, he still ended up being tainted by some resentment. And this happened to be discovered by Wei Qi, who forcefully subjected him to a suona attack. Although his soul had recovered, he was still angry. Even now, his ears were still ringing. But the next moment, he had no time to be angry. He heard his master's sarcastic voice. "You dare not come see me when you return. Guilty conscience?" Ling Du, feeling hurt, was unusually sheepish, but he still stubbornly explained, saying he was forced by circumstances at the time. Yin Ye wasn't going to let him off. He continued along his line of thought. "Then tell me, what circumstances could force you to risk your life, even disregarding your own safety?" Ling Du fell silent. Seeing him not speaking, Yin Ye couldn't help but sigh worriedly. Resignedly, he said, "Come with me," and then started walking away. As they walked, he shared the latest news. Xiao Fei has woken up. Xiao Fei has confirmed that he is indeed an outer disciple of the Flying Star sect, so they can't dispose of him carelessly. He needs to discuss it with the Flying Star sect. Ling Du couldn't help but frown. This guy is really hard to kill. Why is it so difficult to complete this quest? But the next second, Yin Ye continued. He was originally without spiritual roots. He relied on parasitic insects as a false core to cultivate. Now his vitality is severely damaged. I'm afraid he doesn't have long to live. Hearing this, Ling Du instantly became happy. Then Yin Ye talked about Mo Lin's situation. Mo Lin was infected with a poison called Nine-Cold Eagle Snake Dance, a very obscure poison from southern Yunnan. To break this poison, they might need to go to Yunnan. In Ling Du's heart, he believed that Mo Lin's injury was due to his inadequate planning. He was determined to go on the Yunnan trip, but Yinya was worried. He was concerned that his fragile disciple might come back from another life-threatening situation. Although Ling Du repeatedly explained that it was just an accident, Yinya still wouldn't budge. He firmly refused to let him go. Ling Du had no choice but to start acting coy. He reached out to tug at his master's sleeve, his eyes pleading. Yinya had never seen him act so girlishly before. He was stunned for a moment, but he still didn't change his decision. He still wouldn't allow him to go. Ling Du shook the sleeve in his hand. "Master, I'm not a child anymore. I know what I'm doing." At this moment, Yinya was perplexed. It was destined that he would take on a disciple, but no one ever told him how to teach a disciple, especially one who constantly dances on the line between life and death. This time, he bent down, looking at Ling Du seriously, and asked softly, "Ling Du, this is my first time being a master, and probably the last time too. Tell me, how can I teach you well? Or rather, how can I keep you from dying under my care?" But Ling Du was scared by his master's sudden emotional outburst. Fortunately, Yinya also sensed something was off. He quickly turned around and compromised, saying he had left a divine command on his soul. "If anything happens, just touch it, and he will immediately arrive." Ling Du nodded, indicating he understood. Then he took out a box and handed it over, saying it was a weapon he had made for him earlier. He could take it along. Ling Du took the box and thanked him happily. Then he reminded him again, "Taoist, don't try to endure anything alone. Be sure to contact me." Ling Du nodded repeatedly, saying he understood. Then he told his master he was going to prepare other things. He quickly ran off, leaving his master watching his retreating back with amusement. But the next moment he seemed to see something. Yinya raised his hand and gently touched his eyes. He seemed to be able to see some light. Could it be because of this child? This little junior uncle's first trip away from home, and someone already covered his food and lodging. Not only did he gain a promise of self-recommendation, but even the fee to enter the city gates was eagerly paid by others. Just now, when Ling Du and the others arrived at Dingzhou City's military government, they encountered the young concubine who had just been fished out. The embarrassed rescuer, upon seeing the group approach with smiles, said, "I am Tao Xian, the chief disciple under Master Ing Zhun of the Flying Star sect. I've come to apologize on behalf of our sect. Also, I heard you're heading to Yunnan. The elder asked me to be your guide to minimize any troubles." Hearing this, Mo Lin quickly pointed to Ling Du and introduced him, saying this was the highest-ranking member of the Wushang sect on this trip, his junior uncle Ling Du. Tao Xian immediately turned to greet him, but Ling Du was busy whispering with Jing Xian about how much fine the Flying Star sect had paid, paying no attention to others. One said, "They only paid 50,000. That's a bit low." The other replied, "What are you talking about? It's 50,000 high-grade spirit stones." Hearing this, Ling Du's eyes lit up instantly, saying, "They're really rich." At this moment, he also noticed Tao Xian, who was almost petrified, standing to the side, looking at this disciple of the Flying Star sect, and thinking about the 50,000 high-grade spirit stones he had just paid as a fine. Ling Du suddenly felt he was a fat sheep. This one could definitely be sheared a bit. Then he casually said, "Your outer disciple intentionally hurt our Wushang sect's disciple, causing my senior brother to be unable to use his spiritual power until now. You should show some gesture, right?" Tao Xian was instantly confused. He didn't understand Ling Du's meaning. It was Jing Xian who kindly explained for him. "Junior uncle means you need to pay more." Now Tao Xian was even more confused. He helplessly scratched his head, saying he only brought the 50,000 high-grade spirit stones the elder instructed him to give to Dingzhou City's military government. Now he was penniless. But as soon as he finished speaking, Ling Du started coughing violently, even spitting out a mouthful of blood at the end. Tao Xian was completely stunned. His face was full of panic. Let me report to the sect first." Ling Du, covering his chest, told him to write a note of guarantee, his voice full of weakness. Tao Xian didn't dare to say anything more. Trembling, he walked to a nearby table and started writing the note. At this time, Jing Xian approached with a worried face, asking if junior uncle was all right. Ling Du said he was fine. He even held out his fingers stained with rouge fruit juice, smiling with curved eyes, full of satisfaction at his successful scheme. But Jing Xian was so annoyed by his junior uncle's mischief that his cheeks puffed up. At this moment, Tao Xian also handed over the written note. Lingdu took the note and instantly recovered fully. He immediately announced they would set off for Yunnan. The group flew for several days on a flying ship and landed directly at the city gate of Phoenix Town in Yunnan. Just as they were about to enter the city, they were stopped by guards who said each person needed to pay 10 spirit stones to enter. Lingdu glanced at Tao Xian. Tao Xian's hand paused as he was reaching for spirit stones, and he immediately said, I'll pay. I'll pay. But in his heart, he was crying like a dog. This journey had almost cost him all his savings. If he had known it would be like this, he would never have come. Just as he was feeling sad, a jingling sound was heard. He turned his head to look. He saw a young girl dressed in colorful silver clothes walking over. As she moved, her silver crown shimmered like silver scales. Her eyes were lowered, her gaze blank. Tao Xian only stared at the girl for a moment before he seemed to remember something. He thought hard, but he couldn't understand what was happening to him. He had clearly never been here before, yet he seemed to know that girl. But faced with the others' inquiries, he didn't know whether he should say anything. He just smiled and said he was lost in thought for a moment. Then he learned from the guards that the old woman who specializes in treating goo poison victims lives in a courtyard where vines and flowers grow the most abundantly in the city. At this moment, Lingdu was looking at Tao Xian thoughtfully. He felt that this guy had been acting strange ever since they arrived in Phoenix City. In Phoenix City, there's an old woman who specializes in treating victims of goo poison. Granny Ma lives in a courtyard in the city where vines and flowers grow most abundantly. At this moment, Lingdu and his group had just found this courtyard based on the guard's instructions. Mo Lin was about to step forward and knock on the door, when the wooden door in front of them creaked open by itself. Mo Lin panicked for a moment. Just as he was about to seek comfort from his junior uncle, Jing Xian suddenly leaned slightly closer to Lingdu, saying that the flower fragrance here seemed familiar to her from somewhere. Lingdu also felt the scent was quite familiar. At this moment, a woman's voice came from inside the door. Looking for Granny Ma? She's gone to the mountain. She's not here today. As she spoke, footsteps could be heard approaching. Then, two young women dressed in colorful silver clothes walked out. They looked exactly the same. Lingdu felt something wasn't right. He stepped back closer to Jing Xian, telling her to be extra careful. Just then, Mo Lin shouted, Junior uncle, be careful. Those two are corpse ghosts. Then he shielded him behind his back. Hearing this, Lingdu quickly gripped his folding fan tightly. The group stared in disbelief at the two smiling women before them, unable to believe that these women, who looked no different from living people, could be corpses. At this moment, Lingdu also remembered the content he had read in the notes at the sex library a few days ago. It was rumored that in Yunnan, there were corpse refiners skilled at turning dead bodies into corpse puppets for human use. The most formidable among these was refining corpses into living corpse puppets, making the deceased completely unaware of their death, just like when they were alive. However, once a living corpse puppet is exposed, causing them to remember they are not alive, they would immediately go berserk, killing all living beings around them. Lingdu knew this couldn't be taken lightly. He could only pretend not to notice any problem. He smiled and asked them which mountain Granny Ma had gone to. The two corpse puppets looked at each other. Then they smiled and said that Granny Ma said if there was an urgent matter, they could find her in Qinglu village. Lingdu bowed again in thanks, then turned to leave. The two girls behind them maintained their posture from when they were speaking, staring at the group as they left. As soon as the group walked out of the alley, out of sight of the corpse puppets, they immediately let out a sigh of relief. They felt as if they had just fought a battle, all their strength drained. Lingdu even gently patted his chest, catching his breath repeatedly. But just as he relaxed, his stomach let out a thunderous growl. This instantly made the usually composed Lingdu blush with embarrassment. But he still pretended to be calm and explained, well, we've been running around for so long. I'm a bit hungry. You all must be hungry too, right? Jing Xian immediately responded, hungry. I'm hungry, junior uncle. I want to eat Yunnan's special rice noodles. But Tao Xian was still lost in thought, staring at the courtyard they had just left. He didn't know why Phoenix City, Qinglu village, and Granny Ma all felt so strange yet somewhat familiar. Lingdu looked thoughtfully at the dazed Tao Xian. The next second, he slapped Tao Xian's shoulder, nearly sending the distracted man flying. Lingdu looked at him with sharp eyes and asked softly, what's wrong? Do you know those two girls just now? Or should I say, those corpse puppets? Tao Xian looked bewildered. He didn't understand what Lingdu meant. At this moment, Lingdu leaned closer to Tao Xian and noticed a certain scent on him. It wasn't obvious before, but since entering Phoenix City, the scent had become stronger. Hearing this, Jing Xian also leaned in to sniff, saying that this scent was like the floral fragrance from Granny Ma's place. At this moment, Mo Lin seemed to have discovered something and pulled Lingdu aside. He whispered, "Junior uncle, I didn't notice before, but now that you mention it, I recognize it. There seems to be a faint corpse aura on this person. Are you sure? So you're saying he might also be a corpse?" Lingdu instantly became annoyed. Damn Flying Star sect, they actually planted such a disgusting thing among us. But Mo Lin said that perhaps even the Flying Star sect didn't know. Lingdu didn't care whether they knew or not. He just wanted to find someone to solve this quickly. While they were quietly communicating, Xiao Fei looked left and right. Then he took out a golden pill and threw it outside. Lingdu noticed and glanced at him. "Oh, sending signals, are we? Don't hide it. Take it out and let us see." As he spoke, he grabbed Xiao Fei's right hand to check. But by then, Xiao Fei's hand was already empty. Lingdu looked at Xiao Fei's innocent expression. He didn't mind. Finding companions for help would be perfect to catch them all at once. Just as Xiao Fei was about to continue his act, Jing Xian on the other side had found an authentic Yunnan rice noodle shop and was calling for Junior Uncle to come quickly. Lingdu stopped wasting words with him and directly told him to behave and watch. As soon as Lingdu left, Xiao Fei tried his old trick again, reaching out to Mo Lin. Unexpectedly, the straightforward Mo Lin, hearing about good food, flew over in a flash, leaving behind a teeth-gritting Xiao Fei who kept complaining. Men really can't be relied upon. Once frail, constantly coughing fragile junior uncle, when it came to action, he was not hesitant at all. He directly struck, cutting down that habitually troublesome Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei had planned to wait for rescue during mealtime, but who knew those three would eat so fast, directly devouring in a flash. In an instant, they finished all 20 bowls of noodles. After eating, Lingdu took out a handkerchief and wiped the corner of his mouth. Mo Lin and Jing Xian also let out satisfied burps. Then Lingdu stood up and asked Tao Xian, as their guide, to help inquire about Qinglu village. Tao Xian didn't refuse and directly went to the shop owner. At this moment, Xiao Fei was full of unease. He hadn't expected these people to eat so quickly. His requested help hadn't arrived yet. Lingdu, looking at Xiao Fei who still hadn't stood up, lost patience. He directly pulled him up. "What's wrong? Don't want to leave? Waiting for someone?" Xiao Fei shook his head in denial, saying he was just full and wanted to rest a bit more. Lingdu glanced at the bowl in front of him, which clearly hadn't been touched but didn't expose him. All right. Seems these noodles don't suit friend Xiao's taste. Just then, he heard Tao Xian arguing with someone. Xiao Fei, also hearing the noise, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, feeling relieved. Thankfully, the message was transmitted quickly enough. As long as they caused a commotion, he could escape into chaos. On the other side, Tao Xian said he had already paid for 20 bowls of noodles, but the shop owner claimed he only paid for one bowl, accusing him of trying to dine and dash. As he spoke, he threw that piece of currency on the ground. Tao Xian, wrongly accused, was full of indignation. Pointing at the owner's counter, he said he had placed 20 pieces of currency on the table, but the table was empty, with no sign of the currency he mentioned. He was momentarily stunned. Around them, a crowd of onlookers gathered, eager for drama. The noise and chaos escalated. Just then, a folding fan gently parted the crowd with a swish. A few people stepped forward. "This person is a friend of our supreme sect. It's unlikely he wouldn't pay for a few bowls of noodles. There must be some misunderstanding. Don't you agree, friend Xiao?" As he spoke, he turned to look at Xiao Fei on the outskirts of the crowd. Xiao Fei, not expecting to be the center of attention again, instantly furrowed his brows. Lingdu, unconcerned with his thoughts, placed a hand on his shoulder, exposing his intentions. "What's wrong, friend Xiao?" Thinking of escaping in the chaos, Xiao Fei denied it, saying he was mistaken. But the next second, Lingdu pulled out a short blade and ran it across Xiao Fei's face. He smiled slightly and continued, "It's fine if you don't want to talk. You see, my master made me dozens of short blades, but I haven't had time to sharpen them all due to our hasty departure. Want to guess if the one in my hand is sharpened? If you guess correctly, I'll let you go as you wish. If you guess wrong..." Lingdu didn't finish his sentence. By now, Xiao Fei's eyes were wide with terror. He really wanted to run. This Lingdu was a madman. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. In a split second, Xiao Fei took a desperate risk. He quickly pulled out a hidden weapon and threw it at Ling Du. Unfortunately, Ling Du had anticipated this and easily deflected the weapon with his short blade. Then with a thud, he pinned Xiao Fei against the wall. Ling Du's face was full of exasperation. "You've been restless since before we entered the noodle shop, constantly complaining along the way. Did you really think I wouldn't dare to touch you?" However, Ling Du didn't do anything severe to him. After all, he was from the Flying Star sect. If he died, it would be difficult to explain. So Ling Du simply raised his hand and struck, knocking Xiao Fei unconscious with a bang. Looking at the fallen Xiao Fei, he took out a spirit beast bag, intending to put him inside. After all, this woman was always causing trouble when awake. It was best to toss her in a sack. Tao Xian, concerned about his fellow sect member, wanted to say something, but before he could speak, Ling Du interrupted him. "Tao Xian, I'm afraid you still don't understand what just happened. Do you know that as soon as we entered the city, those guys were already prepared to ambush us? And the reward Xiao Fei promised them was, if you don't believe me, check if your money pouch is still there." Tao Xian instinctively felt for his pouch and found it missing. Ling Du continued, "I guess throughout our journey, you've been frequently short on cash when paying. Xiao Fei had already leaked the information that you had money to those people. That's why they chose to act when you went to pay." Tao Xian couldn't believe it, but after a moment, he seemed to recall something and deflated. At this moment, the system suddenly displayed a prompt. "The Ultimate Romance Brain Copy has completed 3 stages. Current task progress, 75%. Reward, 1 emergency heart repair talisman. Can be used for urgent repair of heart rupture and healing." Hearing this, Ling Du was amused. Isn't this just an enhanced version of a quick-acting heart-saving pill? What secret was hidden in the much-praised Qinglu village? It left everyone jaw-dropped. As Ling Du looked at the village before him, he didn't notice anything unusual. On a distant mountain path, a girl came down humming a tune. Ling Du approached to ask for directions. "May I ask if you know if Granny Ma is still in the village?" "Looking for Granny Ma? She should still be busy at the pregnant woman's house." Hearing this, Ling Du and his companions were bewildered. How were they supposed to find this pregnant woman's house? Ling Du came to his senses and casually asked, "May I ask which pregnant woman's house?" But the girl looked equally confused, saying there were so many pregnant women in the village. How would she know which one? She told them to find it themselves. Now Ling Du was even more perplexed. "Are there many people in your village pregnant at the same time?" "Spring is coming, it's time," the girl said, looking up at the clear sky with a bright smile, her face full of longing. "When I turn 18 next year, I can also become the moon god's bride and carry the moon god's purple." Hearing this, Ling Du was completely stunned. What did spring have to do with pregnancy? Could it be that people in this village got pregnant in clusters during spring? Just then, the girl suddenly leaned closer to Ling Du. "Wow, sister, you're so beautiful as the moon god. If you wore a white robe, you'd look even more like the moon god. But blue robes are fine too. Blue robes are as beautiful as the moonlight vine." Ling Du thoughtfully glanced at Shirji behind him, then continued to inquire, "This moonlight vine you mentioned, is it entirely blue, with a faint glow and carrying a strange floral scent?" Yes. You've already seen the moonlight vine." Ling Du didn't answer, instead thanking the girl directly. After the girl left, Hualin curiously asked Tao Xian, "Tao, as a local, do you know about the customs of this place?" Tao Xian also looked bewildered. He didn't remember, only having heard some things. Rumor had it that Qinglu village worshipped the moon god. Every spring, the moonlight vine would choose suitable women. Whoever's bed the moonlight vine's flower fell on would become the moon god's bride and bear his children. Jingxian didn't understand. Could one get pregnant just by receiving a flower? It wasn't like what he read in books. Mo Lin also frowned as he listened. This was certainly not a normal method of conception. As they were discussing, Ling Du seemed to hear something and told them to listen carefully. The next second, they heard a commotion coming from a house behind them. They vaguely heard a woman complaining intermittently, saying she didn't want to have another girl. Ling Du frowned imperceptibly. Then he called Mo Lin and Jingxian, planning to explore together. They approached the door of the noisy house. Ling Du raised his hand and knocked. "Is anyone there?" The previously noisy room suddenly went quiet. The 2 people inside looked uneasy, as if fearing something. The man quietly opened the door, nervously asking, "Who are you?" Lingdu stepped forward. "Excuse the intrusion. I'm Lingdu, 99th generation disciple of Wu Shangzhou. I happened to pass by your village and wanted to ask." Before he could finish, the man opened the door wide and invited them in. He then hurriedly closed the door and latched it. Lingdu was confused. "Why are you locking the door?" "Taoist master, you don't know. Our village has an unwritten rule. If there are outsiders, they must be received by the village chief personally. Ordinary villagers are absolutely not allowed to communicate with outsiders." "Then why did you dare to bring us in?" Lingdu was very puzzled. The man's face was full of worry. He said he had no choice. 7 years ago, Qinglu village suffered a famine. People died or fled, and the whole village was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the moon god descended from the sky. He saved the villagers of Qinglu village, providing them with food and necessities unconditionally. But he made a cruel demand. Every spring, all the women in Qinglu village had to offer their bodies to bear his children. And so it went on year after year. The moon god favored Qinglu village. Every spring, all the women in the village would mysteriously become pregnant, forced to bear batch after batch of his children. Only boys could escape this curse. What they thought was a blessing from heaven turned out to be another kind of hell. Lingdu's face was now serious. "So, all the women in your village must keep bearing children for this moon god until they die." The man fell to his knees with a thud. Crying, he begged them to save his wife's life. Mo Lin and Jingshuan's heart softened. They both looked at Lingdu, hoping their junior uncle would agree. Lingdu pondered for a few seconds, about to agree. But unexpectedly, Tao Xian suddenly lunged towards Lingdu. Caught off guard, Lingdu was grabbed by the neck. He turned to see Tao Xian with bloodshot eyes, looking ready to kill. What had happened to the polite and shy Tao Xian? How could he suddenly turn so savage and attack Lingdu? Facing the clearly abnormal Tao Xian with red eyes, Lingdu just smirked. He quickly dodged his control and swiftly drew out his floating life fan. Clearly, he had been prepared. Tao Xian couldn't believe he had failed. Lingdu answered his unspoken question. "How did I know you would act?" "Simple. After we entered Phoenix City, you, or rather Tao Xian's body, observed us twice." The red-eyed Tao Xian still didn't believe it. He thought he had been extremely discreet each time. Moreover, this body's divine seal was destroyed, so he shouldn't have been easily detected. As he spoke, he was already restrained by Lingdu's spiritual power. Meanwhile, Mo Lin and Jingxian also drew their weapons, glaring at him. They berated him for being so treacherous and cunning. If not for their junior uncle's discovery, they would have really thought he was just a living corpse. The red-eyed Tao Xian was even more flustered. He hadn't expected them all to see through him. Lingdu stepped forward and lifted his chin, making him face reality. But he still showed no remorse. He even threatened that since they knew Qinglu village's secret, they could never leave the village alive. Hearing this, Lingdu smirked. "Is that so? You think that crude spirit-trapping, soul-binding array outside can trap us?" Red-eyed Tao Xian looked terrified. Lingdu is a disciple of the Zhongzhou Taoist leader, Immortal Master Yinya. "Didn't you investigate beforehand, Tao?" The red-eyed Tao Xian's anger turned to fear. "I didn't expect you young brats to be so brave. But since you've seen through me, you should also know." Before he could finish, Lingdu raised his hand to interrupt. "It doesn't matter. You send one, I'll kill one. You send two, I'll kill a pair. I want to see how many bodies you can borrow." The possessed Tao Xian knew he was no match now. He turned into a spirit and was about to flee. Jingxian was about to chase, but Lingdu stopped him. "It's just a fragment of soul residing in Tao Xian's body. Even if we destroy it, it won't harm the main body." Just then, there was a series of knocks on the door. "Xinya, someone heard noises from your house. Are there outsiders? Open the door." Hearing the commotion, the man trembled in fear. He knew they had come for his wife. For his wife's sake, he again begged Lingdu, hoping he could save her life. Lingdu didn't refuse. He patted the man's shoulder, telling him to relax. Then Lingdu opened the door with a creak, facing the village chief outside. Lingdu stepped forward and explained, "Is it your village rule to forbid anyone from seeking medical help, even if a pregnant woman is about to miscarry?" The village chief, unaware that Xinya had already given birth, asked confusedly, "Did Xinya want to seek medical help from you?" Mo Lin and Jingxian also stepped forward, blocking their view into the house. For a moment, the village chief didn't know what to say. After all, he couldn't forbid villagers from seeking medical help. But soon, he firmly stated, Even if she wanted medical help, she could have come to me first to report. Besides, haven't all the women in the village endured pregnancy like this? Why is she being so delicate? Lingdu frowned slightly, looking straight at the village chief. So you mean it doesn't matter if the child in Xinya's womb dies? Hearing this, the chief panicked. No, 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 he repeatedly said, insisting that wasn't what he meant. This is the moon god's offspring. How could it die so easily? Since the village chief doesn't dare take this risk, please go back. Don't worry. Once we've calmed the little one in Xinya's belly, we'll leave. With that, he slammed the door shut, cutting off the chief's unspoken refusal. The village chief, feeling he had lost face to outsiders, clenched his fists in anger. But he was helpless. After all, he didn't have the courage to confront cultivators. He could only leave with threats. Then he left with his group of people. Inside the room, Lingdu sneered. A bunch of pinned-up villagers with only superficial understanding. Junior uncle, how did you know they were pinned up? Mo Lin answered, because the farm tools in their hands showed no signs of use. Jingxian suddenly realized. He also remembered those tools, indeed rusty and worn. But Lingdu was still puzzled. If they don't work, where does their food come from? The man of the house quickly provided an answer to this question. It turned out there was a well in the center of the village, originally used for drawing water. It became the place where the moon gods will descended after his appearance. Every year, the moon god would put food and other resources into the well using moonlight vines, then distributed by the moon god's messengers. Lingdu instantly understood. That well was the key. If they could find this well, they might find the moon god and learn his secrets. Who could have imagined that the moon god, feared by everyone in Qinglu village, was actually that group of ghosts in white robes from the blue giant realm? Those ghosts not only turned Qinglu village into their lair, but even deliberately lured Lingdu and his group here, intending to eliminate Lingdu without anyone knowing. From the house owner, they learned that the moon god mainly operated around the well in the village center, where there was a patch of blue vines. Before leaving to find that well, he thought of the moon god and those white robes. So he raised his hand. Using spiritual power, he conjured the image of the white robes and silver masks that had once pursued them. Seeing this, the house owner's face instantly changed, trembling as he backed away. No need to ask further, Lingdu understood everything. Those ghosts from the blue giant realm had turned this into their colony. Mo Lin and Jingxian thought they had stumbled upon their lair by accident. But Lingdu said this wasn't accidental, but deliberately orchestrated. Hearing this, the two were shocked. Lingdu ignored their reaction. He continued to ask the house owner if Granny Ma was one of the moon god's messengers. The man shook his head, explaining that Granny Ma had nothing to do with the moon god. She noticed the women in Qinglu village suffering from ailments due to years of childbearing, so she started providing free medical care in the village. Lingdu hadn't expected them to be unrelated. Before he could think it through, Tao Xian beside him woke up. As soon as he woke, he found his head throbbing with pain, and he was tied up. Seeing him awake, Lingdu stepped forward to explain. Tao Xian, do you remember what happened earlier? If you hadn't attacked the pregnant woman, trying to silence her, we wouldn't have tied you up. Tao Xian couldn't believe he had done this, but he understood Lingdu had no reason to lie. He quickly turned to apologize to the house owner, promising compensation. At this point, Lingdu realized he truly didn't remember anything, so he raised his hand to undo the restraints, letting him get up. After standing up, Tao Xian immediately thanked Lingdu for stopping him in that critical moment. As he was about to say more, Xinya's trembling voice came from behind. How do you have the moon god's mark? Are you from Qinglu village? Lingdu's face was full of surprise. Tao Xian was also confused, insisting he had never been there. The Qinglu village man grabbed Tao Xian's left hand. He saw a distinct mark in the hollow of his palm. After a moment of shock, he explained, it's true. Everyone who leaves Qinglu village has this mark. Lingdu was about to ask Tao Xian to explain, but Mo Lin interrupted. Junior uncle, when I was helping junior sister Xia Tianwu find an auspicious time, I saw a note saying that the palm root represents the divine. If a cultivator's palm root is destroyed, their divine power will surely be incomplete. Jingxian now understood. It was because Tao Xian's divine power was incomplete that he could be easily controlled by the soul fragment. Tao Xian couldn't believe this was true, his face full of horror. But the next second, a red light flashed in his eyes. A burst of energy suddenly erupted outward. The three quickly raised their hands to defend. Lingdu inwardly cursed, realizing the soul fragment had returned. Lingdu, Mo Lin, and Jingxian stood back to back with weapons ready, on guard. The ignored house owner collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. Their faces were filled with terror, mumbling that the moon god's messenger had come. The moon god's punishment had arrived. At this moment, Tao Xian was like a madman, shouting that the moon god's punishment was about to come. Then, vines emitting blue light slithered from his heels. They suddenly rushed towards the group. Lingdu recognized them as moonlight vines, but mere vines were no match. He swung his floating light fan fiercely. Mo Lin also attacked with his weapon. In an instant, three forces violently collided, causing a massive explosion. The once ferocious and deadly vines were instantly shattered. Seeing this, Tao Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. In his mind, the godlike moonlight vines had been cut down by mere humans. But he knew he was no match. Throwing out the moon god won't let you off, he turned and fled. This junior uncle had inadvertently uncovered the secret of Qinglu Village's moonlight vines. This caused Tao Xian, controlled by the soul fragment, to completely lose composure. He turned and headed towards the moon well in the village center. Lingdu hurried to chase after him. While chasing, he swung his floating light fan forcefully. The icy power surged forward like an unstoppable force, instantly rushing towards Tao Xian. But it was still a step too late. In the blink of an eye, Tao Xian had already reached the well where the moon god operated. He leaped up suddenly and jumped directly into the well. The next second, countless moonlight vines like swimming dragons flew out of the well. The vines, as if alive, quickly soared towards the sky. Above their heads, a dense net of vines formed. Lingdu looked at the net expressionlessly. A mere ghost, thinking it can escape from me? Dream on. As he spoke, he swiftly took out a handful of oddly shaped fire-red pills. He infused them with spiritual power and threw them directly into the moon well. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted. The vines were blasted to pieces, scattering all over the ground. As the dust settled, Mo Lin and Jingxian stared at the scattered remains, unable to recover from the shock. Lingdu, however, casually dusted off his hands. But the next moment a voice came. "You little ones are quite daring, aren't you?" Lingdu turned to look. Among the scattered vines and bodies stood someone who shouldn't have been there at all. Recognizing who it was, Lingdu sighed in relief. But then he noticed something. Your waist markings seem to have increased. They've now spread to your face. Weiji just gave a soft and said, "Can't be helped. Digesting a dragon takes time." Lingdu wasn't too concerned about this. He waved his hand, asking her to step aside. He wanted to finish the job, but Weiji glanced at the well and moonlight vines behind her. She indicated that she couldn't let Lingdu do that, much to his displeasure. He directly drew out his floating life fan. "Don't tell me you're also one of those ghosts?" Feeling threatened, Weiji sighed. Then she warned, "The roots of these moonlight vines cover the entire village. If you destroy them, the whole village will be gone." Lingdu couldn't believe it. Weiji put her hands together, chanted a Buddhist phrase, and said monks don't lie. Putting that aside, Lingdu was curious about Weiji's purpose for coming here. He didn't believe she would travel so far to this small village in Yunnan without a reason. Weiji didn't hide it. She directly stated her purpose was because the person she had caught before had advanced here. Lingdu thought of the white-robed person he caught during his last advancement. Logically, those ghosts came from the tribulation. Once they advanced, they should have been detected by the heavenly Tao and kicked back to the blue giant realm. But it didn't happen, which could only mean this place could shield from the heavenly Tao. Looking at the vines glowing and reviving under the moonlight, they thought this might be why the villagers could never leave Qinglu Village. Lingdu, disliking uncertainty, directly took out an array disk to verify. In an instant, the scene changed. Streams of life force flowed from all parts of the village into the well's bottom. At this moment, Weiji lightly tapped Lingdu's shoulder, quietly warning him to be careful. These vines not only absorb the villager's life force, but they seem to have taken a bit of yours too. Lingdu dismissed it. "What does that have to do with me?" But the next second, Weiji gently lifted a strand of his hair. Look, your hair has already turned white. Lingdu instantly grabbed the lifeless white strand. How ugly! Seeing the child's composure break, Weiji comforted him. Is it ugly? I think it's quite interesting. A bit playful. It suits you well. But Lingdu wasn't grateful. He mumbled, "You don't have hair, of course you'd think it looks good." "What did you say?" Nothing. I was saying your head, bald, very unique, solemn and dignified. It suits you too." Then he turned, angrily walking towards the well. "Daring to drain my life force. Evil vines, you're dead." But the next moment, footsteps were heard. Turning around, they saw a hunched old person appear abruptly in the moonlight. The person looked at them indifferently and said, "You're in big trouble now." It seems the quick-witted Lingdu never lets himself be in a passive situation. Even if someone accidentally discovers something, he can easily resolve it with casual conversation. Just like now. As soon as someone arrived, Lingdu started shifting blame with a mischievous smile. This was all done by the monk. When I arrived, he had already blown up the well. Unexpectedly blamed, Weiji could only sigh helplessly. She was used to taking the blame, so one more didn't matter. But what needed to be said still had to be said. These spirit vines are suspicious. They've likely been used by evil cultivators and must be destroyed. Grandmama didn't care about that. She still insisted the vines couldn't be killed. Fortunately, she gave a reason why they couldn't be killed. Apparently, these moonlight vines were connected to 2 children in her yard. Only with the vines alive could they continue living. Lingdu disagreed. Just for 2 living corpses, watching the entire Qinglu village suffer generation after generation, trapped in endless pain without hope, Grandmama, feeling guilty, couldn't help but argue, perhaps this isn't necessarily because of these spirit vines. But Lingdu gave her the answer. "Grandmama, let me ask you one thing. Was the body of the person you treated before made from a red willow branch?" Grandmama was very surprised. She had never mentioned this to anyone and didn't know how this person knew about it. Seeing her expression, Lingdu instantly understood. Everything made sense now. So he began to explain his deduction. Many years ago, Grandmama must have encountered this person by chance while practicing medicine. Seeing that his life force hadn't completely faded, but he wasn't dying, she became curious and decided to save him. After some treatment, she realized his body was transformed from a red willow branch and was on the verge of collapse. So, out of kindness, you used the moonlight vines to give him a new body. But you probably didn't know how much harm he would cause after you saved him. The deaths of hundreds or thousands of people in Qinglu village, young and old, were all because of him. I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. Grandmama couldn't accept it for a moment. She had warned him. If warnings were effective, Qinglu village wouldn't be in this ghostly state now. Moreover, according to my deduction, these moonlight vines have completely become a part of him. Or he might have turned many disciples of the Flying Star sect into his puppets, controlling them at will. Hearing this, Grandmama could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground. She didn't know how things had turned out this way, but she knew she couldn't continue making mistakes. She shakily stood up to leave. Before leaving, she instructed, "After you cut off the roots, you can give them to me. I will destroy them with my own hands." Looking at the devastated Grandmama, Lingdu felt a bit of pity, but he didn't say anything. After all, the damage was done, and no words could undo it. He could only watch her walk away step by step. Weiji couldn't bear to see Lingdu's dejected look. She quickly stepped forward to interrupt his thoughts, inviting him to go down and take a look together. Lingdu was startled. "We're going down, fine. But why are you suddenly getting so close?" For these two who had never been close to the opposite sex since birth, it was their first time being so close to each other. They became nervous and clumsy. Weiji found Lingdu's cute behavior adorable. The 2 of them, carrying a glass lantern, came down to the well. They walked casually, looking at the moonlight glowing vines on the well walls. Suddenly, Weiji cried out, "Be careful." The next second, the glass lantern went out. In the darkness, Lingdu seemed to sense something. "What are you doing, smelly monk?" Then he took out his floating life fan and turned on its light mode. As soon as he could see, he saw the monk falling straight backward. Lingdu's heart sank. Weiji's cultivation was unfathomable. She couldn't have fainted for no reason. It must be those vines. A thought flashed through Lingdu's mind. If they're vines, they must be afraid of fire, right? Yes, that's it. Saying this, he took out another lung dan and threw it backward. With a boom, Dust flew everywhere. Lingdu covered his ears to avoid the blast while asking if Weiji was all right, but he received no response. He turned his head in confusion. He saw Weiji's entire exposed back glowing faintly in the moonlight. At this moment, Weiji's voice came softly. "Are you afraid?" But who was Lingdu to be afraid? Joking, he had never been afraid of any man. Just out of curiosity, he had once eaten a dragon, but that dragon wasn't easy to digest. This also caused dragon scales to appear on his body from time to time. Sometimes his temperature would even skyrocket. Now, looking at the monk's overheating body, steaming with vapor, Lingdu was full of curiosity. This temperature was almost higher than when his market value plummeted and business was on fire. I'll just continue along those lines. See? It just proves that my power is much stronger than your market value. How about considering changing your market? Lingdu was speechless. This person must have some serious mental issues. At a time like this, you're still thinking about that? If it's really necessary, there's a river over there. Go cool off quickly. You might as well wash your brain while you're at it. Just as Weiji was about to retort, Lingdu sensed that someone was coming. Turning his head, he saw 3 people in white robes suddenly appear nearby. "It's you who broke the spirit hall array set by the moon god in Qinglu village." Lingdu pretended to be confused. "What array? What hall? I don't understand. You still dare to play dumb. You've ruined the moon god's plans. Today, none of you will escape." Sensing trouble, Lingdu quickly deflected. No, I don't know anything. It was all this smelly monk's doing." Weiji chuckled at his eagerness to shift blame, but didn't say anything. Seeing the white-robed people start to chant and make their move, Lingdu knew he couldn't escape. Hearing those people mumbling incantations, Lingdu suddenly became furious. He swung his floating life fan fiercely. The 3 people instantly turned into ice sculptures. Then he shouted, "Break!" The newly formed ice sculptures shattered into pieces. But such power comes at a price. Lingdu, who was at full power moments ago, now seemed disoriented. His straight posture hunched as he fell backward. Fortunately, Weiji noticed in time. He caught Lingdu and held him in his arms. At this point, Lingdu didn't even have the strength to open his eyes. His health dropped to the lowest point. He could only murmur faintly, hanging on Weiji's chest. Weiji was completely stunned. What should he do with this? This on his chest. Weiji was so nervous he kept swallowing, his thoughts in disarray. Although he had always considered himself open to anything, if he did something to this little one, he might end up being disliked. Perhaps he thought for too long, as Lingdu was almost revived by his frustration. "Brother, I'm about to die. What are you waiting for?" Since the person in question made such a request, Weiji hesitated no more. He immediately raised his hand and gently lifted Lingdu's clothes. He moved his palm over Lingdu's chest. Quickly, he pulled out a bottle of pills. He took out 1 pill and fed it into Lingdu's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, its power flowing through his entire body. The expression on his face relaxed, but there was still no movement. Weiji was full of worry and was about to speak. Suddenly, Lingdu, who had been unconscious, opened his eyes wide. Then he sprang up instantly, as if he had been fitted with new parts. Fully revived, Weiji was stunned. Is he really okay just like that? Lingdu looked radiant and energetic. Of course. Why? Are you a bit disappointed? Seeing that Lingdu was indeed fine, Weiji felt relieved. Now he had the mood to joke. More than disappointed. It would have been best if you had died in my arms. Then I would have had a way to wake you up and make you willingly accept me as your master. What a pity. Lingdu glanced at the still steaming person, feeling speechless. Can you shut up? You're about to burn to death and still talking so much. Weiji chuckled softly. He stood up, supporting himself on the well, about to say something. But the next second he seemed to sense something. He quickly pulled Lingdu back a few steps. Looking carefully, the well that had been bombed twice was unscathed, without any damage. They instantly realized that there was something wrong with this well. It was a well, but not an ordinary one. This well could not only repair itself, but also shield the aura of the heavenly way. At this moment, Lingdu and Weiji were staring intently at the crack at the well's mouth. They saw the crack gradually disappear as streaks of golden spiritual energy passed over it. Weiji had his suspicions, so he wrapped his hand in spiritual energy. He tentatively touched it. As expected, this stone could indeed shield. He was somewhat surprised. The thing he wanted to find was found so easily. He immediately decided to take this well stone with him. But Lingdu couldn't help but doubt. This well's material is not only only strange, but also exceptionally heavy. In your current state, can you manage it? Wei Ji, feeling underestimated, didn't get angry. He raised his hand and cast a spell. He directly lifted the stone from the well. It's just a well stone. I can still carry it, he said while putting the stones into a sack. At this moment, Ling Du had a sudden thought and spoke leisurely. By the way, have you ever heard of an idiom? Wei Ji was confused and was about to ask when Ling Du continued, leaving one's native place. Instant silence. It was tonight's Cambridge. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Ling Du laughed it off. Sorry. I just suddenly thought of it. Please continue. Wei Ji looked at the playful Ling Du and smiled slightly. Then he suddenly moved closer. He raised his hand and gently stroked Ling Du's head, whispering, "This body of yours is really cumbersome. After I leave, you must not die. If one day your master is not up to the task, come find me. Remember that." Hearing this, Ling Du's eyes were full of emotion. They had only met a few times, yet he was being cared for like this. But the next second, the hand on his head suddenly applied force, ruffling his hair. His already unruly hair instantly became a mess. Ling Du was instantly fuming. Wei Ji, knowing when to stop, swiftly shouldered his things and left. Ling Du watched Wei Ji's back as he walked further away. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard a familiar voice from the collapsed well. "Is anyone there? Help! I've fallen into the well." Xiao Qian then used his spiritual energy. First, he called out Wei Ji. Xiao Qian instantly flew out of the well. After landing, he rubbed his head and rather embarrassedly thanked Ling Du, saying it was fortunate that he passed by in time, otherwise he wouldn't have known when he could get out. Ling Du stared at him intently, trying to judge the truth from his expression. Earlier, Tao Xian had escaped danger, been controlled by that soul fragment, and voluntarily jumped into the well, then disappeared. Just now, he and Wei Ji were in the well for a long time, but didn't sense his presence. Unexpectedly, he had been hiding in the well all along. Being stared at by Ling Du, the smile on Tao Xian's face gradually faded. "Friend Ling, has something happened again? I don't remember anything." But then he seemed to see something. In an instant, his eyes widened, his whole body trembling, filled with terror. After seeing clearly, he threw himself down in grief. Looking at those familiar faces, he cried out in pain. "Second junior brother, third junior sister, little 4, little 5, what happened to you?" Ling Du walked a few steps closer and followed. "You know all these people?" "Not all of them. There are a few unfamiliar faces over there, but most of them are my fellow disciples from Fictional sect." At this moment, he hadn't realized anything yet. He painfully gritted his teeth and asked Ling Du, "Why did they die here?" Ling Du blinked and said, "Friend Tao, did you see what they're wearing? Do you know about the recent kill order issued by Wu Shangzong? What kind of attire were the targets wearing?" Tao Xian was momentarily confused. Then he painfully covered his head with both hands, not believing this was true. Their Fictional sect had no connection with Wushang's sect, and they were far apart. He knew their personalities very well. They would never be the kind to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Ling Du felt sorry for him and gently patted his shoulder, reminding him, "Friend Tao, aren't you also honest and kind-hearted, yet you occasionally lose your memory?" "Someone controlled me," Tao Xian suddenly realized. Could it be Master Ing Zhongzhenren? At this moment, Tao Xian felt intense hatred, hating his master's hypocrisy that had harmed him and his fellow disciples. But he also knew he wasn't innocent. He immediately fell to his knees with a thud. He apologized to Ling Du for himself and his fellow disciples, willing to accept any punishment. Ling Du didn't know how to comfort him. Tao Xian cried out in pain. He raised them to adulthood. They lived together for hundreds of years. How could he do this? Meanwhile, the village chief of Qinglu village sensed that Yuelite Tan had been captured and rushed over with the villagers. As soon as they arrived, they saw Ling Du and Tao Xian. A group of people shouted that they were demons and should be killed to give an explanation to the moon god. Ling Du slightly raised his eyebrows and sternly rebuked, "How dare you?" The group of villagers was instantly stunned. Ling Du took this opportunity to place his hand on the head of one of the corpses. He used spiritual energy to extract memories. Luckily, he saw the appearance of the moon god, so he raised his hand and transformed himself into the moon god, looking at everyone with dissatisfaction. "I've nurtured you for 500 years in vain. Now that you've seen my true form, you don't even recognize me." He had just picked up a mask and instantly changed. His gaze became compassionate, and he asked in a deep tone, "Do you still not believe?" Even his companions believed this act to be true. Those under his gaze trembled and involuntarily knelt down. They kowtowed, begging for the moon god's forgiveness and hoping he wouldn't punish them. Lingdu sighed, indicating that he wouldn't blame them, but their 500-year fate had come to an end, and he was about to leave. The villagers were unwilling to believe their protective deity would leave. They begged the moon god again not to go, saying they couldn't survive without his blessings. Hearing this, Lingdu lowered his eyes and sneered. Then his tone suddenly rose, sternly rebuking them for being unable to live with their own hands and feet. Such useless people. How could they be worthy of being his moon god's believers? Then he waved his sleeve, and a wave of pressure poured out. Everyone instantly fell prostrate on the ground, shaking like sieves. Meanwhile, in an old courtyard in Qinglu village, Mo Lin and Jing Xian were waiting worriedly for little Shishu, who had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Soon, Lin Du burst through the door, urgently telling them to leave together without waiting for questions. Seeing it was his dear little uncle, Jing Xian rushed over with a whimper and gave him a bear hug. Lingdu comforted him, while curiously asking why he was crying. Mo Lin stepped forward to explain that they were also near Neijing earlier, but lost sight of him in a moment and were worried he might be in danger. Lingdu sighed in relief, feeling touched at the same time. He raised his hand to wipe Jing Xian's tears, comforting him again and repeatedly assuring that he wouldn't die so easily. However, the most important thing now was that they needed to leave quickly. After all, the Moonlight Vine had been destroyed, and Bing Zhong could come at any time. With their strength, they had no chance of winning against him. To ensure everything, he had also contacted the sect leader. They could leave this place to the sect leader. As for them, their task now was to find Grandma Ma quickly to remove the poison. Soon, they arrived again at the small courtyard with the most vines in Phoenix City. Lingdu stepped forward to knock on the door. After just a few knocks, the door opened directly. Then, a voice from inside the courtyard told them to come in. Lingdu pushed the door open and entered, but the next second he froze in place. He saw the sect leader he had just contacted sitting in the courtyard drinking tea with Grandma Ma. Two smiling maids were helping to serve them. Seeing his little junior sister, Feng Chao hurried over with concern. "Oh my, why have you gotten thinner again? You haven't been eating well on this journey, have you? Come sit down. The sect leader has made goose soup for you. I'll bring it over right away," he said while hurrying towards the kitchen. He brought the goose soup to the table, urging his child to eat quickly. Grandma Ma, who had been completely ignored, suddenly felt a bit tired. This was clearly her courtyard, yet they didn't invite her to eat. It was truly a bit too much. Soon, everyone finished eating and let out a satisfied burp. At this time, Feng Chao's gaze shifted to Mo Lin. "Are you full? If you're full, we can prepare to set off." Montak Lin was shocked. What did set off mean? Suddenly, he felt something wasn't quite right. Seeing his changed expression, Feng Chao smiled and reassured him. "Don't worry, it's to remove the poison." As he spoke, he raised his hand, gesturing Mo Lin to look to his left rear. Turning his head, he saw Grandma Ma sharpening her knife. Grandma Ma looked up and glanced. Feng Chao explained that the poison in this disciple's body was extremely vicious. To remove it completely, they must break his bones. Moreover, they needed to find the person who poisoned him. If they couldn't remove the mother bone in his body, even if they successfully broke his bones today, they would eventually grow back in the future. Grandma Ma spoke casually. Hearing this, Mo Lin was suddenly shocked. He even felt that it might not be necessary to remove these bones. He had dreamed of becoming a cultivator since childhood, but unexpectedly discovered that he was born with blocked meridians and unable to cultivate. He couldn't accept it and wanted to die. But unexpectedly, he was saved by Mastering Zhong of the Flying Star sect. He said that people like him with blocked meridians could actually cultivate. He had a secret method that could help him become a cultivator. He didn't refuse. With his help, he successfully introduced spirit bones into his body. This allowed him to become a cultivator as an ancient master. He had worked so hard, but in the end, he found out that what was in his body was just nourishment and the mother bone was elsewhere. All his efforts had become someone else's control. At this time, he still didn't know the truth of the matter. Faced with Lingdu and Grandma Ma's questioning, he still gritted his teeth. What he didn't know was that Grandma Ma, being a goo master, was never afraid of any goo poison. She easily removed the goo worms from his body. But what was removed was only the child bone. Even he didn't know who had the mother bone. He had always firmly believed that he had the mother bone, Grandma Ma directly concluded that it was impossible. She would never mistake it. This bone was just one of thousands of child bones. The real mother bone must be hidden in someone else's body. Ling Du believed Grandma Ma's judgment, but he was also very curious about who had planted this goo. Xiao Fei, worried about saying too much wrong, directly closed his mouth in resistance. Seeing this, Ling Du smiled slightly. He stepped forward. He grabbed his neck and asked in a gentle tone, "Daoist Xiao, since you're unwilling to speak, then you won't need to speak in the future." As he spoke, the hand gripping the neck began to gradually tighten. Xiao Fei tried to struggle, saying he was from the Flying Star sect and telling him not to act recklessly. Ling Du didn't care. He declared that the Flying Star sect had always practiced qi cultivation, and losing one corpse catcher shouldn't be a big deal, especially one who had committed a crime. Seeing that Ling Du was unyielding, Xiao Fei became truly afraid. He nodded with difficulty, indicating he would confess. When he heard Xiao Fei say that all this was because of Master Yinzhong, Ling Du's eyes flashed with understanding. What else did he say? Xiao Fei paused for a moment, then continued. He also said that to fully become a cultivator after introducing spirit bones into the outer sect, the best way was actually to find a set of spirit bones and completely replace his blocked meridians. As soon as he finished speaking, Grandma Ma exclaimed, "There's no need to replace spirit bones at all. This young man's body has already opened most of the meridians due to the effect of the spirit bones. Even without the goo worms now, he can continue to cultivate." Hearing this, Ling Du instantly understood. Then he asked Grandma Ma to check Xiao Fei's pulse again to see if his spiritual energy had been sealed by someone. After a quick examination, as expected, someone had forcibly used their aura to seal his meridians, creating the illusion of blocked meridians. Xiao Fei couldn't believe this was true. He shook his head, saying it was impossible. Master Yinzhong had given him a second life. He couldn't possibly harm him. Seeing Xiao Fei's disbelief, Ling Du asked Grandma Ma for help to break the aura inside his body. An incense stick later, Shi Kuei placed a bowl of pitch-black medicine in front of Xiao Fei. Ling Du explained that this was something that would make him see the reality. If he drank it and still had blocked meridians, it would prove that everything they said was wrong. Xiao Fei picked up the medicine bowl, his heart pounding, but he also wanted to know the truth. With a do-or-die attitude, he drank it all in one gulp. Then he put the empty bowl on the table. Ling Du was not at all worried about the effect of the medicine. As soon as it was swallowed, he eagerly asked how it felt now. Xiao Fei carefully felt it. He put his hands together, trying hard to gather the spiritual energy in his body into his palms. But the next second he was stunned. Born with blocked meridians, unable to cultivate. To become a cultivator, he had taken a desperate gamble, introducing bones into his body. But he never thought it was all just a trap. Even his blocked meridians were just an artificially created illusion, and he was just a small pawn in it all. Looking at his hands that could still move spiritual energy even without spirit bones, he first widened his eyes in disbelief. Then he lost all strength and fell to his knees. Why is it like this? Why did Master Yinzhong do this? What was all his years of effort for? Ling Du pressed on at this point. Did Master Yinzhong tell you whose body had the spirit bones you needed? Xiao Fei no longer struggled. He nodded dejectedly. Then he raised his hand and pointed at Mo Lin. He said, "The spirit I need is in his body." Mo Lin, being pointed at, was instantly stunned. He thought of Xiao Fei, who always tried to connect with him. At this moment, Xiao Fei's spirit was fragile. He cried out in despair, "What could I do? I'm not like you, born with spirit, easily able to enter the island. I just wanted to live, to become a cultivator." Ling Du suddenly laughed. He shook his head, saying Xiao Fei was wrong. There are many things in the world more hopeless than his blocked meridians, and many people more miserable than him. How come they don't all fall like him? In fact, this was just an excuse he made for himself. Xiao Fei's face darkened, unwilling to admit it. Ling Du sighed and continued, "Xiao Fei, you actually knew in your heart that there was something fishy about Yinzhong's words. Isn't that right? Otherwise, why would you follow Qi Zhuan down the mountain, just to secretly investigate whether Mo Lin really had spirit?" As soon as he finished speaking, a system voice suddenly appeared in Ling Du's mind. "Congratulations, host has completed the side quest. Stage 3 has changed the key plot point. Current task progress 90%. Reward: 1 clear mind divine pill. Can be used to maintain rationality and see through illusions at any time. Please continue your efforts, host." Ling Du was in a good mood. He was just a little bit away from 100% completion. At this moment, Xiao Fei was very clear-headed. He didn't want to anger him now. He just wanted to go find Yingzhong himself and ask for clarity. Lingdu didn't stop him. He just softly asked, "Are you sure you want to go by yourself? Don't you need us to send you?" Xiao Fei bowed and thanked him, saying this was his own business. He wanted to resolve it himself. All right, Lingdu didn't say much more, waving his hand as a farewell. Xiao Fei also directly opened the door, intending to leave. But the next second, everyone was shocked. They saw a group of people at the door, shouting that they were looking for the Lone Star Lingdu, demanding him to come out immediately. Xiao Fei kept backing up, shielding Lingdu behind him. These people look fierce, probably not here with good intentions. Lingdu smiled slightly, saying it was fine. He wasn't a turtle after all. Now that people had come to his doorstep, it would be quite embarrassing if he didn't go out. Saying this, he walked out imposingly. When he reached the door and stood still, he opened his folding fan and introduced himself. "Everyone, I am Lingdu, the 99th generation disciple of the Supreme Sect. Are you looking for me?" For a moment, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe that this legendary world-destroying demon was actually a beautiful woman. Lingdu, however, was very excited. World-destroying, Lone Star of Destruction. Where did these rumors come from? Everyone was instantly dazzled by this beauty. When they came to their senses, they didn't think it was their problem. They blamed him for having such a good appearance, and shouted that Master Yingzhong's calculations were indeed correct. So vague, to prevent future harm to the world, they must kill him. After hearing their words, Lingdu pondered. He didn't go to settle accounts with that old stubborn one, but he had already calculated against himself. Lingdu didn't care, but Mo Lin and Jing Xian couldn't stand it anymore. They directly stepped forward, taking out their magical weapons to shield Lingdu behind them. They declared that if anyone wanted to touch their little poetry book, they'd have to get through them first. Granny Ma heard the noise and also walked to the door. Looking at the noisy crowd outside, she frowned and said directly, "What's this? You gather at this old woman's place? Are you looking for trouble with me?" The group instantly changed their expressions. They turned and left, afraid that Granny would remember their faces and they wouldn't be able to seek her medical help in the future. As soon as they left, Granny Ma directly closed the door. Lingdu was very puzzled. He didn't understand why Granny helped him. Hearing the question, Granny Ma's hand paused while closing the door. Then she coldly replied, "Help you? Didn't your copper door want this old woman to set bones? Aren't you planning to solve it?" Lingdu smiled, remembering this favor. "How could we not? Then we'll trouble you." Granny Ma soaked in 105-degree boiling water, but he didn't move at all. Only because this water was a spiritual medicine that could save his life. Mo Lin frowned, feeling like he was about to be cooked. Lingdu, on behalf of the newcomer, asked Granny Ma if he could use ice spiritual energy to reduce the temperature a bit. After getting permission, he gathered spiritual energy in his palm. He raised his hand and pressed on his head. Instantly, a cold spiritual force rushed in from the top of his head. Mo Lin couldn't help but shudder. The force, like ice shards, rushed into his meridians, directly making him experience the sensation of ice and fire at the same time, both cold and painful. He immediately shouted that he couldn't take it anymore. Not knowing why it was like this, he hurriedly asked Granny Ma. Granny Ma said indifferently, "Forgot to mention, before setting bones, the muscles need to be warmed up with boiling water. And your action just now made the muscles that had just relaxed suddenly tighten up. The pain is super doubled." Lingdu felt a bit apologetic. Mo Lin was on the verge of tears. "Little uncle, have you been displeased with me for a long time?" Even the usually timid Jing Xian couldn't hold back. He hugged Mo Lin's bathtub and cried loudly, telling him to hang on and not to die. Granny Ma, having seen enough, lazily said another sentence. "It's fine, he won't die. But if you let go now, he'll certainly die." Mo Lin felt like he was about to explode. Just as his soul was about to ascend, Granny Ma took out a dagger. She lightly cut across his chest. A stream of fresh blood suddenly spurted out. Mo Lin let out a scream and collapsed limply over the bathtub. At this moment, Granny Ma also flicked the goo worm from the dagger with a plop sound. She threw it on the ground. Then, while wiping the dagger, Granny Ma added another reminder. The goo poison has been removed. However, for complete recovery, you must eliminate the person holding the mother goo. Otherwise, it will grow back sooner or later. Lingdu readily agreed. He then turned and invited Jing Xian to go settle accounts with the Flying Star sect together. Afterwards, he raised his hand to pat Mo Lin's shoulder, telling him to rest and recover well. Seeing this, Granny Ma shouted, "Don't touch him!" But it was a step too late. His fingers had already touched Mo Lin's shoulder. Lingdu didn't know what happened and looked at Granny Ma in confusion. At this moment, Granny Ma's eyes widened. There was a buzzing sound. The scene around Lingdu gradually disappeared. He found himself outside a bridal chamber. Lanterns were lit all around, decorated with festive colors. Everything was filled with joyous red. But in the next second, he noticed something. He raised his hand and saw a bright red handprint on his sleeve. He immediately thought of Mo Lin. In the next instant, he was in the washroom. Mo Lin was gripping Lingdu's hand tightly, crying and begging his little uncle not to kill him, saying he couldn't live without him. Lingdu didn't know who he was talking about, or who he was supposed to kill. At this moment, Jing Xian suddenly appeared, shouting that senior brother had gone mad. He angrily rushed over, saying, "He's just a broken bloodline. How could he deserve the spirit bone you dug out with your own hands?" Lingdu was suddenly shocked. Bloodline, spirit bone? How could this be possible? He was just a step away from completing his mission. This future shouldn't be possible anymore. Mo Lin was still crying to him, begging him not to kill him. Lingdu felt dazed. He didn't know what was happening. But in the next second, another figure appeared behind him, saying he shouldn't have come. He turned to see his master, eyes covered, body covered in wounds and blood stains, saying, "Lingdu, your stolen heart is about to shatter. Leave quickly." The supreme sect. Before finishing his words, he swayed and collapsed to the ground. Lingdu rushed forward and embraced him, struggling to continue speaking. "The supreme sect is no longer the supreme sect of old. I can no longer protect you." After saying this, his entire body slid down like a sack of grain. Lingdu couldn't believe it. He shook his master's body vigorously. He was so close to completing his mission. Everything could still be saved. System, where are you? At this moment, the sound of a weapon being unsheathed came from behind. Lingdu's eyes widened again. Mo Lin raised a dagger, its tip pointing at himself, threatening suicide. "Little uncle, please, grant Lingdu's wish." Before he could stop it, fresh blood splattered on his face. Lingdu was in so much pain that he had lost all sensation. Red raindrops began to fall from the sky. He was also crying in pain. He felt terrible. The red all around seemed about to engulf him. Countless blood-red skeletal hands pressed down on him, pulling at him, trying to crush him, trying to drag him into hell. Just as he was about to fall, a hand grabbed his collar and yanked him up. The dream shattered instantly. Lingdu suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes were unfocused, still carrying boundless loneliness and pain. He had just built his foundation, but unexpectedly touched the nine-cold snake bone, prematurely triggering his heart demon. Now he was unconscious, large tears flowing from the corners of his eyes, his whole body trembling in great pain. Lin Jingxian worriedly asked Granny Ma, "Little uncle, what's wrong?" Granny Ma sighed, saying it was her fault for forgetting to warn them. This medicinal soup could trigger heart demons in innocent people. And for this heart demon, there was no other way. The cultivator could only overcome it by himself. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. The person had clearly overheard their conversation. Upon entering, he frowned and asked, "What are you talking about? What heart demon?" Seeing the newcomer, Mo Lin and Jingxian exclaimed in surprise. "Immortal Yinyi, why are you here?" Granny Ma was also curious. The usually aloof, immortal Yinyi, why would he appear in this phoenix nest? He was waiting in Qinglu village and came to check on them first. Moreover, he had coincidentally heard that recently, the flying star sex Ingchong had calculated a disaster star named Lingdu. He was worried, so he came to see. But after all this talk, where was Lingdu? Just then, the unconscious Lingdu's tears flowed more fiercely. He painfully uttered a sound. Yanyu was suddenly startled. He abruptly pushed Mo Lin aside, looking in disbelief at his disciple who was still crying in his unconscious state. He turned to Granny Ma and demanded to know what was going on. He had just built his foundation. Why would he prematurely trigger a heart demon? Granny Ma felt a bit guilty. She lowered her eyes and said softly that he had touched the nine-cold snake bone's medicinal juice. Hearing the answer, Yanyi immediately furrowed his brows. Ignoring Granny Ma's dissuasion, he grabbed Lingdu's collar and lifted him up. Then he concentrated spiritual energy on his fingertips. Next, he pressed it on Lingdu's forehead. Seeing Yin Ye's actions, Granny Ma anxiously spoke up. He was in the midst of a heart demon. If they rashly intervened, it might cause him to sink deeper. Yin Yi smiled confidently, saying it was fine. He believed he would definitely come out. Though he said this, the worry in his heart hadn't lessened at all. After a while, the unconscious Lingdu trembled slightly. He unconsciously let out a sound. Yin Yi reacted quickly, once again pressing his finger concentrated with spiritual energy on his forehead. After a bout of violent coughing, Lingdu opened his eyes, which were still wet with tears. Before he could come to his senses, Yin Yi, who was holding him up, suddenly let go. Lingdu fell backwards unexpectedly, while simultaneously hearing his master's usual voice criticizing him for being useless. Little did he know, at this moment, Yin Yi was greatly relieved in his heart. Soon after, several people sat around the table, explaining to Lingdu the reason for his unconsciousness. Lingdu understood that everything he encountered was due to the heart demon's mischief. But thinking carefully, he felt something was off. The scenes and feelings in the dream were incredibly real. Perhaps this was something he had truly experienced in a past life. The next second, Lingdu's lips curved into a smile. Why think so much? No matter what, he would definitely not let those things come true. Whether it was Mo Lin, Jingxian, or his master. And the monk, how did he appear? Go, go, go. Why think of him at a time like this? At this moment, Granny Ma cleared her throat and began to speak. The valley's issue is resolved. The person has woken up. Isn't it time to leave? Lingdu nodded, agreeing that Granny Ma was right. They should leave now. Said and done, the group waved goodbye to Granny Ma. Granny Ma's face was expressionless, but the two zombies happily invited them to come play again when they had time. The group was on the streets of Phoenix City. Lingdu, out of boredom, asked his master, if a soul takes over someone's body, does it follow the soul's fate or the body's? Yin Yi didn't know why he asked this, but he didn't hesitate to answer. Naturally, it follows the soul's fate. Everyone's fate is predetermined by heaven. Even body-snatching techniques can't steal one's fate. Wait, are you saying? Yin Yi was very perceptive and quickly grasped the key point. Lingdu nodded, directly pointing out that Ing Zhong of the Flying Star sect was a wandering soul. Yin Yi understood immediately. No wonder he suddenly started targeting you. Your fate is clearly excellent. Lingdu gently tugged at his master's sleeve. Really? How good? Yin Ye's ears turned slightly red. He pulled back his sleeve. The star-eating doctor said, anyway, it's extremely good. Definitely not some kind of disaster-bringing demon. Then, without waiting for Lingdu's response, he dropped a let's go to the Flying Star sect and turned to leave. To support and protect his disciple, the master rushed there as quickly as possible. Not only did he personally comfort him, saying his fate was excellent, he even personally led the charge to their doors. The Flying Star sect's buildings were magnificent, with jade towers and pavilions, very imposing. This style, completely different from Wu Shangzong's, greatly amazed Lingdu. The two hadn't walked 2 steps when they were surrounded by outer disciples. Yin Yi, unwilling to waste words, raised his hand. Instantly, people fell in droves. With no one blocking their way, the two continued inward. Meanwhile, true person Ing Zhong was in his room, carefully studying martial arts manuals. Suddenly, the door was pushed open by a disciple. True person Ing Zhong, it's terrible. Someone has broken into the Flying Star sect, injured many brothers, and says they want to see you. By the time he arrived at the scene, Yin Yi and Lingdu had already reached the main gate of the Flying Star sect. Who dares to intrude on my Flying Star sect's mountain gate and knock out my many disciples? What are your intentions? Hearing the voice, Lingdu turned his head and looked. Oh, the turtle hiding in its shell. True person Ing Zhong has finally come out. Being insulted like this, a flash of anger crossed Ing Zhong's heart. He spoke rudely. Do you two really think my Flying Star sect has no one capable? Yin Yi leisurely replied, we wouldn't dare. I see your Flying Star sect not only has people, but also has quite the courage. Ing Zhong was suddenly startled. He asked uncertainly, are you Yin Yi from the Supreme Sect? Hearing that the person recognized him, Yin Yi became interested. You know me? At this moment, Ing Zhong rarely showed a bit of courage. Immortal Yin Yi of the Supreme Sect, who in the Central Plains doesn't know you. However, I don't know why Immortal Yin Yi has graced us with his presence and even attacked our sect's disciples. What is the reason for this? You don't know? Isn't true person Ing Zhong of the Flying Star sect very good at divination? How is it that you can calculate the name of the disaster-bringing demon so accurately, yet you can't calculate why I've come today? Zhong was speechless when confronted. His face turned grim, unable to understand why immortal Yin Yi, who usually stayed out of worldly affairs, would suddenly come to cause him trouble. At this moment, Lingdu quietly approached behind him and playfully teased, "Oh, true person Zhong hasn't figured it out yet? You probably don't know that immortal Yin Yi is my master, do you?" Yin Yi also spoke lightly. "Zhong, you dare to slander my disciple? Do you have any respect for the supreme sect or the heavenly way? My disciple is the best in the world. Did you ask me before slandering him?" Zhong's face was filled with panic. He raised his hand and pointed at Lingdu, then pointed at Yin Yi, unable to believe these two were master and disciple. But Yin Yi wouldn't let him off easily. He directly raised his hand and grabbed Zhong's. His grip on Zhong's hand slowly tightened. "Zhong, Yin Yi became famous at 15 for my divination skills. I never calculated any disaster-bringing demon coming. Where did you get the courage to say you calculated the name of a demon, and it just happened to be Lingdu?" As the last word fell, he increased the force of his grip by 50%. Zhong screamed in pain and hurriedly explained that it wasn't his calculation, but that of his disciple Tao Xian. Hearing this, Lingdu burst into laughter. He shouted loudly, "Tao Xian, did you hear that? He's throwing you under the bus." Zhong, upon hearing this, forgot about the pain and immediately furrowed his brows, inwardly cursing his mistake. The next second, Tao Xian, Mo Lin, and Jing Xian flew down. Seeing Tao Xian in person, Zhong's expression turned serious. "You're not dead." At this moment, Tao Xian's green eyes were full of sorrow. "Master, your disciple isn't dead. Are you disappointed?" Zhong exclaimed it was impossible. He had sent Tao Xian to contact the disciple Xiao Fei earlier, and later received news that he had been killed by the spirit vine in Qinglu village. As soon as he finished speaking, Lingdu smiled slightly and interjected, "Killed by the spirit vine? You misspoke, didn't you? Shouldn't it be killed by you?" Zhong denied it, claiming Tao Xian was his personal disciple, as close as father and son. How could he harm him? It must have been that spirit child. Lingdu thought carefully. This wasn't wrong, as he himself was transformed from the spirit child. Zhong was suddenly startled. He hadn't expected his carefully hidden secret to be known by others. Seeing his stubbornness, Yin Yi didn't waste words. He applied force and twisted, instantly breaking Zhong's wrist. Zhong looked at his left hand, now without a palm, and instantly broke down. He raised his hand to unleash a powerful attack, shouting that he would kill them all. In a desperate move, he rushed towards his master. But his master only saw him as nourishment, wanting to drain him dry. Because in his master's eyes, he was just livestock, raised to be slaughtered at will. Hearing his master openly say they were just livestock, Tao Xian's heart was filled with sorrow and desolation. But the next second he moved, his eyes filled with determination. He suddenly charged towards Zhong, shouting that he would replace the sect leader in clearing out the sect. Lingdu wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as Tao Xian got closer and closer to Zhong. In an instant, he was pierced by spirit vines extending from Zhong's body. The severely injured Tao Xian suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He struggled to hold on, bidding farewell to Lingdu, who had given him the last bit of warmth. Meanwhile, Zhong was absorbing Tao Xian's blood through the spirit vines while mocking him for overestimating himself. With mere Qin realm cultivation, he dared to challenge his superior, only to become nourishment. At this moment, Tao Xian took out a dagger. He looked at his master one last time, expressing his intention to repay the kindness of raising him. Then, he violently stabbed the dagger into his own chest. At this point, Zhong also sensed something amiss. He discovered that Tao Xian had poisoned himself, and the toxins in his body were now flowing towards him through the blood. Lingdu finally understood. He had thought Tao Xian had lost his mind, but didn't expect he had planned even his own death. Zhong had become a demon vessel. Once he started devouring, he couldn't stop. Tao Xian had poisoned his own corpse, forcing Zhong to ingest the poison. Everyone thought Zhong was done for. But Lingdu suddenly exclaimed, "Not good. Zhong is about to fully transform." Watching the spirit vines rushing towards them, Lingdu first warned everyone to dodge. Then he brought out the floating life fan. He used his spiritual power to block the oncoming spirit vines. Then the floating life fan flipped and closed. Instantly, a freezing force shot up along the spirit vines, encasing Zhong entirely in ice. The danger was temporarily averted. Lingdu stepped forward and poked the ice-encased Zhong with his folding fan. At this time, Zhong also realized that Lingdu was the one they were trying to assassinate. He brazenly shouted that this great opportunity should be his. But as soon as he finished speaking, a large hand suddenly reached out. Turning his head, he saw Yin Yi glaring at him with fury. "Touch my disciple, Zhong? You're seeking death." However, Zhong wasn't afraid at all. He believed that immortal Yin Yi had been in seclusion for many years and was about to ascend, so he wouldn't kill him and become entangled in karmic consequences. In fact, he was wrong. Yin Ye's hand on his face suddenly exerted force, instantly shattering the ice layer and gripping his skull, about to let him experience it. But Lingdu quickly spoke up to stop him, not wanting his master to kill for his sake and waste thousands of years of cultivation. Hearing Lingdu's voice, Yin Yi was distracted for a moment. At this moment, Zhong seized the opportunity and transformed into a spirit, flying out. He immediately escaped. Watching his retreating figure, Lingdu didn't move at all. He repeatedly stated there was no need to chase, firmly believing he would return. The Blackheart sect leader couldn't understand and asked why they were so certain. Yin Yi and Lingdu exchanged smiles. They explained that there were still things he needed here that he hadn't taken, so he would definitely come back. Then he instructed Jing Xian and Mo Lin to go down the mountain immediately to find Xiao Fei. The two readily agreed. They turned and headed down the mountain. At this time, Yin Yi curiously approached Lingdu, asking how he planned to lure Zhong back. Lingdu didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked his master somewhat pleadingly if there was a spell for disguise and awakening. Yin Yi immediately understood and stated that for disguise and awakening, changing the formation would suffice. The Flying Star sect leader was about to explode with anger. What was all this about? Why did they need to change the formation again? He couldn't understand at all. Lingdu was in a good mood. He stepped forward and patted the Flying Star sect leader's head reassuringly, telling him not to worry, that the demon would definitely be brought back. Just then, his communication talisman rang. It was Jing Xian and the others saying they had found Xiao Fei. Before leaving, Lingdu asked his master if he wanted to come along. Yin Yi shook his head, saying he hadn't been down the mountain in a long time and wasn't familiar with the outside world anymore, so he'd better wait for Lingdu's return. Hearing this, Lingdu mumbled under his breath, "Isn't it just because you're old and can't walk much?" Seeing his master about to get angry after hearing that, Lingdu turned and smiled coyly at him, saying, "I didn't say anything." As he left, his master took out a jade stone. This shocked everyone present, because the moment the jade stone hit the ground, Lingdu, who had been standing there, instantly transformed into Xiao Fei's appearance. Just earlier, Xiao Fei was dining alone in a restaurant. He overheard customers at the next table discussing how Master Zhong, who had predicted the descent of a calamity star, had been killed today. Xiao Fei froze upon hearing this. The cup in his hand fell directly onto the table. A waiter nearby saw this and kindly came over to ask if he was all right. Startled, Xiao Fei didn't have time to answer and just pushed him away. He stood up and went straight to the next table. He slammed his palm on their dining table, eagerly asking what they were just saying and how they could spread such baseless rumors. The customers accused of spreading rumors were also unhappy. They retorted that he was the one spewing nonsense, and that this matter was known to everyone in Phoenix City. It wasn't made up out of thin air. If he didn't believe it, he could go ask the Flying Star sect. Just as Xiao Fei was about to say something more, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Xiao Fei was startled. He turned to see Lingdu quietly signaling him to lower his voice and follow him. Soon, the two arrived at a secluded inn in Phoenix City. As soon as they entered, Xiao Fei anxiously asked what they meant. Lingdu shoved a bronze mirror into his hands, saying he would transform into Xiao Fei's appearance to go out, and told him to watch. Then he instructed Jing Xian and Mo Lin to protect him well and not to go out before he returned. Jing Xian and Mo Lin readily agreed. Lingdu left the inn with peace of mind. Just as he stepped out, he paused to think for a moment. Then he took out a spirit stone. He casually tossed it on the ground. Then he gathered spiritual energy in his palm to activate the formation. In an instant, a series of sharp energies passed through Lingdu's body. When the energy dissipated, he had transformed into Xiao Fei's appearance. At this time, the image in the bronze mirror Xiao Fei was holding also changed to Xiao Fei's appearance. Watching Ling Du's series of actions, Xiao Fei's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined that Ling Du would know awakening techniques. Meanwhile, Ling Du was already walking on the streets of Phoenix City. But after a short while, he felt this wasn't enough. Just doing this probably wouldn't draw him out anytime soon. So the next moment, he suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Covering his face with his sleeve, he pinched his thigh hard to make himself cry out in pain. "Oh, Master Zhong, you died so tragically. You raised me, Xiao Fei, for over 10 years, and now I can't even see your remains." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice calling Xiao Fei's name came from behind. The person hurriedly walked over and asked, "Are you Xiao Fei?" Xiao Fei smiled inwardly. Good, the fishy baited had come. The person patted Xiao Fei's shoulder. "Xiao Fei, since you've returned to the city, why haven't you come back to the sect?" Xiao Fei turned to look, feigning shock. It was actually the sect leader. Not hearing a response, the sect leader's hand tightened on Xiao Fei's shoulder. He coldly questioned again. "Answer me, why didn't you return to the sect?" Xiao Fei pretended to be afraid, saying he had heard that Master Zhong had passed away yesterday. Before he could finish, the sect leader eagerly interrupted. "So you knew early on that Zhong was a demon? Then why did you refuse to say anything? Don't tell me you wanted to collude with the demons?" Xiao Fei immediately shook his head vigorously, explaining that he was only afraid there might be other demon-possessed individuals like Zhong in the sect, so he didn't return. He pleaded for the sect leader to save him. Hearing this, the sect leader sighed in relief. He gently reassured Xiao Fei, telling him not to worry. Since he was a disciple of the Flying Star sect, they would do everything possible to help him. He then grabbed Xiao Fei's wrist to take him back. Their thoughts were completely different. One thought, "This is you walking right into my trap. Don't blame me." The other thought, "This sect leader is so easy to fool." Just then, the communication jade pendant at Xiao Fei's waist rang again. "Ling Du, be careful. The Flying Star sect leader has escaped." Hearing this, Xiao Fei smiled slightly. "What a coincidence. He's right here with me." The man suddenly turned and struck out, intending to kill the woman on the spot. But what he didn't expect was that he wasn't facing the weak and helpless Xiao Fei, but Ling Du, who possessed pure military power. Just moments ago, the Flying Star sect leader had directly brought Ling Du, disguised as Xiao Fei, back to the Flying Star sect's plaza. But as soon as they arrived, his expression changed. He pointed out that Xiao Fei was the demon. Without even letting him explain, he grabbed him. He raised his hand to strike at his dantian, but the next second his eyes widened in shock. The hand he struck toward Xiao Fei was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. To protect himself, he quickly retreated, blurting out, "Is that the spirit bone?" Xiao Fei smiled slightly. In an instant, he transformed into Ling Du in his cyan robes. The sect leader was stunned, shouting, "You're not Xiao Fei." Ling Du smiled coldly, saying he certainly wasn't Xiao Fei. If he were, the sect leader would have killed him by now. Before the sect leader could say anything, a figure who had been waiting for a long time approached from behind. "Sect leader, may I ask about this spirit bone you mentioned? Is it the evil artifact that caused a stir in southern Dian years ago? Are you using this to deceive the heavenly Tao and ascend again?" The sect leader gritted his teeth in anger, but he couldn't admit it. He even countered by accusing them of talking nonsense. He said they dared to attack him, and when he reported to the elders, the Flying Star sect would not let them off. But Ling Du said it was too late. The elders were probably already on their way. Yin Yi continued, with demons appearing in the central plains, and even a sect leader involved, Wu Shangzong naturally has to intervene. As he spoke, he prepared to attack. But in the next second, his wrist was suddenly gripped by another hand. Yin Yi looked at Ling Du in confusion, not understanding why his disciple was stopping him. Ling Du explained that it wasn't worth ruining his master's 100 years of cultivation for such a demon. He suggested letting the disciple handle it instead. Knowing his disciple was concerned for him, Yin Yi didn't insist. He immediately moved behind Ling Du. At this moment, Ling Du faced the sect leader, kindly asking if he would surrender or if he needed help. Hearing this, the sect leader found it quite amusing. Mere insects from Wu Shangzong daring to make him surrender. He stopped talking and directly transformed into a 1,000-year-old Yin soul skeleton. He raised his hand and attacked Ling Du. But in the next second, his limbs were locked by streams of spiritual power. At this point, Yin Yi kindly explained, pure military spiritual energy plus the immortal bestowing formation, just a simple double array. Seeing this, Ling Du praised, "The old ginger Master is indeed spicier. Master is still the best. Yanyi instantly became proud, saying, "Well, look at your Master's status." Then Yanyi clenched his fist. He lightly uttered the word collect with spiritual energy. The ropes instantly tightened, binding the demon. But the demon wasn't willing to give up, accusing Yanyi of preparing such methods in advance, calling it extremely treacherous. Treacherous? My little trick is nothing compared to the chrysanthemum scent you placed on Xiao Fei. Under the guise of helping others cultivate, you use Xiao Fei to exchange oxygen spiritual energy for your parasitic insects. When the spirit valley matures, you would then kill him to harvest the insects, using this to ascend. Sect leader, you really had it all planned out. Yanyi revealed his entire scheme. The demon laughed in anger and no longer concealed anything. He said they guessed correctly. Xiao Fei was just a pig he was raising. And now, the master and disciple would also become his nourishment. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual energy ropes on his body were quickly snapped. Yanyi hurriedly protected Lingdu behind him. He knew that with the array threads broken, the demon was now fighting with his life on the line. Then the demon swelled up rapidly like an inflated balloon. He then lunged fiercely towards them. Lingdu was about to take on the main role of fighting the demon alone. But unexpectedly, his protective master flashed in front. With one swift slap, he sent the demon flying. The demon, covering his slapped face, was unable to recover for a long time. He hadn't expected Yanyi to not fear contamination. Could it be that he didn't plan to ascend? Yanyi snorted, "What about my disciples' 100 years of hard cultivation? I can bear this bit of karmic retribution. If you weren't already dead, I would personally flay you alive today." Seeing his master angry for the first time, Lingdu pretended to shudder. Flay alive? Yanyi thought he was scared and claimed he was just talking nonsense. But Lingdu pouted, "I thought Master had the same idea as me." Knowing his disciple was teasing him, Yanyi wasn't angry and casually replied, "Is it too late to say it now?" Lingdu didn't answer. He suddenly reached out his hand. He grabbed the demon's neck. Lingdu didn't give the demon a chance to beg for mercy. He started questioning directly. "Come on, confess honestly. Why did you go to such lengths to control Xiao Fei? Using him to steal my senior disciple brother's spiritual martial arts. What exactly are you trying to do? But it doesn't matter if you don't say. I can directly search your soul, though I might accidentally kill you in the process." Hearing this, the demon immediately pretended to be scared, shouting that he would confess everything. In reality, he secretly gathered a stream of resentful energy, directing it towards Lingdu's back. Lingdu, enveloped by the resentful energy, instantly lost consciousness. His eyes flickered with traces of fire. Then, many zombie-like figures appeared around him. While Lingdu was still unaware of what was happening, a cracking sound was heard. The resentful energy around Lingdu was dispersed by a spiritual force. Yanyi anxiously stepped forward, protecting his disciple, who was once again entangled by resentful energy. Seeing Lingdu's unconscious state, Yanyi didn't waste words. He directly raised his hand to channel spiritual energy, dispersing the resentful energy condensed by the demon. At this moment, the unconscious Lingdu slowly regained his senses. He told his master that he had seen everything. "We were too merciful to them." After saying this, he placed his hand on the demon's skull and exerted force. The skull instantly shattered into pieces. Yanyi, seeing the change in Lingdu's attitude, worriedly asked what had happened. What had he seen? Lingdu was now in a heavy mood. It was all for ascension. What they wanted from the beginning wasn't the spirit bones, but the immortal spirit energy within the bones. Just like the soul-devouring bone in Xiao Fei's body. What they truly wanted was to transcend the heavenly way and ascend anew. They could sacrifice countless lives, set up century-long schemes, treat living people like pigs and dogs. All of this was just for the two words, ascension. Lingdu didn't understand. Was ascension really that important? Facing Lingdu's question, Yanyi lowered his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he said, "For everyone, the meaning of ascension is different. Perhaps this is precisely why they cannot ascend." Lingdu still didn't understand. Is this what cultivation is about? But soon he suddenly perked up. Forget it. I'm just a poor little weakling. I haven't even figured myself out yet. Why bother with these evil cultivators? Next time we encounter them, we'll just deal with them directly. Yanyi was confused by his disciple's rapidly changing emotions. But soon he slightly raised the corners of his mouth, thinking this was actually quite good. Just then, the elders of Feishing sect arrived belatedly. excitedly. Yin Yi directly explained the general situation, not caring whether they believed it or not. He immediately took Ling Du's hand, ready to leave. The Feishing sect elders not only didn't dare to stop them, but even bowed to see them off. Before leaving, Ling Du asked the elders, "Tao Xian is dead. I promised to take care of his funeral arrangements. What do the elders think?" The elders, now thinking about how to handle the sect leader's demon issue, nodded without hesitation, indicating their agreement. Watching Ling Du move Tao Xian's body, Yin Yi couldn't help but ask again, "You're taking him?" Ling Du nodded. "I promised him, if he died, I would erect a tombstone for him." Then, he mischievously winked at his master. "This will depend on master." Ling Du couldn't understand. He only meant to tease his master a bit. How did it turn out like this? This was quite embarrassing. Just now, Ling Du had collected and buried Tao Xian, but when it came to the next step, he was stumped. "All right, how do you draw the night deliverance talisman again?" Hearing this, Yin Yi felt exhausted. "Didn't I teach you this already?" Ling Du, not embarrassed about forgetting his lessons, chuckled and begged his master to teach him again. Yan Yisikit, no choice but to indulge his own disciple. "Move aside. I'll do it." "All right, master." Yin Yi reached out, using a tree branch to draw the night deliverance talisman on the ground. "Have you learned it?" It was a normal teaching moment, but Ling Du started to act up. To be honest, not really. Yin Yi, teaching seriously for the first time in his life, felt a vein throbbing on his forehead. He held back again, but Ling Du wasn't afraid at all. He extended a finger, acting coy and asking his master to draw it once more. He thought his master looked quite good when annoyed and wanted to tease him more. But the next second, he was dumbfounded. A large hand suddenly wrapped around his shoulder. The other hand gripped his hand and placed it on the tree branch. Ling Du was confused. He couldn't understand. He just wanted to tease his master a bit. How did it turn into an embrace? This was quite embarrassing. But then his master gave him a flick on the forehead, scolding him for not paying attention and letting his lessons go to waste. Ling Du rubbed his sore head and begged, I've got it. Don't hit me. I don't believe you really got it. Draw one for me to see." Ling Du used his hand as a brush, concentrating his spiritual energy, and started drawing on the yellow talisman paper. He finished in one go. Just as he was about to show off to his master, the talisman slowly lit up on its own. In an instant, it burst into flames and turned to ashes, scattered by the wind. Ling Du's pupils trembled. This is what I drew? It's so ugly the talisman couldn't bear it and self-immolated. Yin Yi shook his head and said, "No, your spiritual energy infusion was just right. The talisman naturally formed. It's probably already been sent to the underworld by now." Hearing that he succeeded on his first try, Ling Du instantly became smug. "I'm just an ordinary little genius, aren't I?" Yin Yi, not wanting to see him so pleased with himself, said, "Your spiritual energy control is good, but your handwriting is terrible. It's embarrassing for me as your master. Starting tomorrow, when we return to the sect, you'll have an additional daily task of practicing calligraphy. No rest until you've written 100 characters. Ling Du, who had been so proud just moments ago, suddenly felt his whole world crumble. He complained that his master was mean and threatened to curse him. But Yin Yi ignored him and simply walked away. Knowing he couldn't escape, Ling Du had no choice. He clapped his hands and called for the servants. Mo Lin poured a jug of wine on the grave. He told Bao Xian to rest in peace, saying they would take care of the rest. Standing beside him, Ling Du seemed to smell something. Soon he remembered. He turned his head to look at the wine jug in Mo Lin's hand and realized he had used the sect's precious spirit wine. He immediately exploded in anger, cursing him as a wastrel. The good spirit wine was meant for their advancement, but he just poured it out without a second thought. Just then, the system came online. "Congratulations, host. Mo Lin's current task progress has reached 100%. Reward, 1 heavenly heart lotus. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the ghost-catching side quest. For every soul not belonging to the Dongming realm that you eliminate, you'll receive a random reward." Ling Du, please keep up the good work. The system was about to leave after saying this. But the next second, Ling Du grabbed it. "What ghost side quest? Just dealing with these love-brain people is already making my hair turn white. Don't be like that, dear host. Don't you want to win first place in the Central Plains competition? These experiences will greatly benefit your cultivation. Or are you admitting that you're not up to it?" Provoked, Ling Du instantly flared up. He pinched the system's cheeks and gave them a good tug. Who says I can't do it? It's just killing ghosts, right? I've killed plenty even before this side quest opened up. Who's afraid of who? Seeing the young master about to explode with anger, Mo Lin stepped forward to comfort him. Don't be too angry. Be careful not to harm your health. Ling Du, thinking his secret had been discovered, quickly let go and turned his head, saying he was fine. He was just wondering about Tao Xian and whether his fellow disciples had caught up with him. His master, also worried about him being distressed, came forward to comfort him. Don't worry with your talisman. Even if he goes to the underworld, he won't suffer much. Master, since you practice the way of fate, can you see Tao Xian's reincarnation? Yin Yi lowered his eyes and looked at him. Is this how you ask for favors, little one? The word sounded fine, but something felt off. Ling Du quickly realized. Master, you didn't peek at those picture books I hid in my cave, did you? Yin Yi cleared his throat and said, Feng Chao said that's what you young people like. Ling Du hurriedly shook his head. No, I don't like those. Yin Yi instantly sighed in relief. That's good. I knew my disciple couldn't have such poor taste. It was almost the next year, and he had to face several tribulations. It was so risky. Even his master worried he might not be able to handle it alone. What if he got beaten? He looked worriedly at the cave in front of him, praying that this time's formation could block a few heavenly thunderbolts for him. He remembered a few days ago when he wanted to take back the spirit stone. Ling Du had stopped him, saying he wanted to keep it as his master's eyes, to take him to see the new moon and mountains. He even thought about giving his eyes to his master when he died someday. Thinking of this, Yin Ye's heart tightened. Don't die. You said you'd be my eyes. At this time, Ling Du had already taken the heavenly heart lotus and was sitting cross-legged in the cave. The extreme cold power of the medicine swept through his internal organs, making him shiver. Just as he was about to freeze to death, he couldn't help but shout at the sky, Hurry up! If you don't start soon, I'll freeze to death first. Perhaps it was the first time the heavenly Tao had heard such a request. Without hesitation, bolts of heavenly thunder instantly shot down, striking towards the cave where Ling Du was. Xia Tian, Wu Mo, Lin Jingxian, and the others heard the commotion and came out, watching the surging waves of heavenly thunder from afar. They all silently prayed in their hearts, full of worry. This wait lasted for 3 days. Yin Yi still sat motionless at the entrance of Ling Du's cave. At this time, Zhang Liang appeared behind him, giving him real-time updates on the situation. The child is doing well. Only one more out of 39 thunder tribulations left. Yin Yi held back his irritation. I'm not deaf. I know without you telling me. Hearing Yin Ye's impatience, Zhang Liang shook his head, saying that the formation had been strengthened since last time, telling him to be more at ease. Just then, the clouds above Ling Du's cave slowly dispersed, and everything returned to its usual calm. Inside the cave, Ling Du was exhausted. He had almost seen it. Still unable to recover, he cursed and pointed at the old sky, accusing it of being too familiar with him. Zhang Liang appeared at the right moment, congratulating him on successfully breaking through to become a Tungyun mirror cultivator. Hearing the voice, Ling Du turned around. He lazily raised a hand and waved at them. Master, did you see? I've cheated death once again. I can now take you to see the mountains, seas, and new moon. The white-haired man didn't answer, only helplessly raised the corner of his lips slightly. After Ling Du recovered, having been hungry for days, he eagerly ran to the dining hall to feast. But just as he was half full, the communication token hanging at his waist transmitted a voice, saying someone was looking for him and asking him to go to the main peak of Wushang sect. Ling Du, who had just taken a bite of his steamed bun, didn't understand. He had been in seclusion for a year. Who would be looking for him? But regardless of the reason, he sighed. He put the steamed bun back and decided to go check it out. Soon, Ling Du arrived at the main peak. From afar, he saw a figure waiting at the entrance. As he approached, Ling Du softly called out, "Fellow Taoist." Hearing the voice, the person turned and called out, "Young Taoist Lin." Then he immediately knelt down. Wu Shi from Gudyuan sect begs young Taoist Lin to help save someone. Ling Du was suddenly startled, unsure of what was going on. Wu Shi continued, "Young Taoist Lin, I know I have offended you greatly in the secret realm before. I beg you to forgive past grievances. As long as you're willing to give up 1 millennium grass for Wu Shi, I'm willing to pay any price." Ling Du was surprised. Millennium grass? Hasn't that been extinct for a long time? Wu Shi continued pleading. The millennium grass in Xiandong Netherworld went extinct 700 years ago. Only Wushang sect has it in stock now. And now, The only person qualified to use the Millennium Grass is you. Lingdu couldn't believe it. Really? This medicine is that amazing? I've eaten all the medicine. No wonder it tasted so bad. Lingdu cleared his throat, indicating that he could consider giving it up. But the next second, he was stopped by a voice. Lingdu turned to look. He saw Yan Yi walking over from afar. Do you know how precious Millennium Grass is? It's not something you can just give away. If you give it up, what about your life? Wu Shi hurriedly explained. Respected Yan Yi, Wu Shi doesn't need much, just one stalk. But Yan Yi still refused, saying it was absolutely impossible. Lingdu tugged at his master's sleeve, quietly persuading, Master, don't be so decisive. Maybe they really encountered some difficulty that requires Millennium Grass. Abandoning his pride, kneeling before his former archenemy, begging him to let go of past grievances and give up a stalk of Millennium Grass, just to save the one who blocked the thunder tribulation for him. His moonlight with a shattered golden core. Looking at Wu, Shi kowtowing until his head was bleeding, Lingdu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This plot isn't right. Shouldn't Wu, Shi's part appear 8 years later? Has the storyline advanced? But in the original plot, Wu Shi came because his moonlight sacrificed herself to block a monster for him, poisoned by cold. He came to take Xia Tianwu's pill. Just as he was puzzling over this, the system suddenly appeared, saying the real plot hadn't arrived yet. Lingdu was confused. If it's not the plot, then what is this now? But this time the system said it didn't know and told him to ask Wu Shi himself. Lingdu instantly got angry. This useless system is really good for nothing. Whoever wants it can have it. He doesn't want it. At this moment, Wu Shi pleaded again. But the next second, he was interrupted by Yan Yi. It's just a shattered golden core. All major sects have their own methods to deal with it. Why do you insist on my disciple's Millennium Grass? Wu Shi gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he said, because Yujun had already helped me through cultivation once before. His body was already damaged. Now he's been injured by the heavenly Tao's tribulation, and his life is in danger. Hearing this, Lingdu laughed. Not strong enough, yet forcing through the tribulation. Given cultivation before, and still can't pass through. That's truly unusually useless. At this moment, Wu Shi knelt down again, hoping Lingdu would be generous and save a life. He was willing to pay a hefty price. Hearing the words hefty price, Lingdu's eyes instantly lit up with interest. He turned and quietly asked his master, how much is a Millennium Grass worth? Yan Yi first gave him a rather disdainful glance, then explained, it's extremely rare, a world-class treasure. How much do you think it's worth? Lingdu understood immediately. He raised his hand to adjust non-existent glasses and started to quote a price. Then let's just ask for 500,000, shall we? Wu Shi suddenly raised his head. Certainly, young Taoist Lin. How would you like to receive the payment? But the next second, Lingdu casually added, in high-quality snacks. Wu Shi thought he had misheard. He uncertainly asked again, 500,000 in high-quality snacks? Lingdu chuckled. What? This is a life-saving medicine. Isn't that person's life worth at least this much? Wu Shi hurriedly explained that he couldn't produce so many snacks and hoped Lingdu could be more lenient. But Lingdu suggested, if you can't pay it all at once, that's understandable. How about installments? Installments mean credit. You pay me 10,000 high-quality snacks every month. If you can't finish paying, your son and grandson will continue. Generation after generation, endlessly. Wu Shi was completely confused. He looked to Yan Yi for help, but how could Yan Yi undermine his own disciple? He directly stated, you said hefty price yourself. My disciple has already named his price. If you're unwilling, you're free to leave. Wu Shi couldn't make up his mind. After all, 500,000 high-quality snacks was a sum even his master didn't possess. Soon he made up his mind. Installments it would be. But then Lingdu raised another condition. He said they had once agreed to fight during the Central Plains competition. If Wu Shi could defeat him today, he would give him the item immediately. Wu Shi was stunned. Why do they need to fight now? Hearing about a fight, the onlookers immediately gathered around. Wu Shi stated that he was now at the cloud-soaring stage. If he were to fight young Taoist Lin, before he could finish, Jing Xian couldn't bear it anymore. What's so great about cloud-soaring stage? Our little uncle is also at the cloud-soaring stage. Okay. Wu Shi thought he had misheard again. Ling Du directly gave him the answer, saying he was also at cloud soaring stage, so Wuxi shouldn't hold back. Since that was the case, Wuxi no longer refused. With the intention of teaching Ling Du a lesson, he made the first move. But unexpectedly, Ling Du didn't move at all. He even closed his eyes at this crucial moment. Just as Wuxi couldn't retract his move and was panicking, telling Ling Du to dodge, Ling Du opened his eyes. He took out the floating life fan. With a whoosh, he opened the fan. One fan sweep, and Wuxi, who hadn't used his full power to begin with, was sent flying, landing in a sorry state. Wuxi felt utterly wronged. He accused Ling Du of bullying him, knowing he couldn't win, and doing it on purpose. Before he could finish complaining, Ling Du came over. Ling Du stated directly that he would give him the Millennium Grass, but to remember to pay back the debt. As soon as he finished speaking, the wronged expression on Wuxi's face instantly disappeared. He took the Millennium Grass, turned around to bid farewell to everyone, and left. As soon as the man left, the girl asked the question that had been hidden in his heart all along. How did Wuxi, far away in Guyuan sect, know about him taking the Millennium Grass? And that Wushang sect happened to have it in stock? Mo Lin and Jing Xian had never thought about this question. Yin Yin reacted quickly, directly pointing out that someone had deliberately leaked the information. Ling Du snapped his fingers in agreement. Then he asked his master if anyone besides the sect leader's senior sister could enter the sect's inner sanctum. Yin Yi pondered for a moment. In theory, only the sect leader could enter. However, Ho Tsang, who had defected from the sect, was supposed to be the next sect leader. He might also have the inner sanctum's password. Concerning sect secrets, the three young people instantly became serious. Yin Yu went directly to the back mountain of the sect and reported the situation to Ling Chuan Jinren. Hearing this, Lin Tuan became agitated. He grabbed Yin Yi and coldly questioned, "Is it Ho Tsang?" Yin Yi said it was his disciple Ling Du's deduction and told him to ask directly. As their master mentioned them, Ling Du and the other two stepped forward and greeted Lin Tuan respectfully. Lin Tuan didn't waste words. He went straight to the point. "Ling Du, you say Ho Tsang leaked the information. Do you have any evidence?" Ling Du shook his head, stating that currently it was all just his speculation, without any concrete evidence. However, according to rumors, Immortal Lord Ho Tsang never lied to his master, Lingduan Jinren, and always spoke frankly. If the Jinren truly had doubts, he could ask him directly. At this moment, Ling Chuan seemed a bit sad. He had long lost contact with Ho Tsang. Even if he wanted to ask now, he didn't know where to find him. But just as he finished speaking, Ho Tsang appeared. He knelt before Ling Chuan, admitting that he had leaked the information and asked for his master's punishment. The truth came to light. As for whether Ho Tsang would be punished, that was no longer their concern. Ling Du once again followed his master back to Luoza to cultivate. On the ice, Yin Yi timed how long it took him to break through the ice. Although this time was 10 seconds faster than the last, it still wasn't enough. Again, he said. As he spoke, he raised his hand and swept it downward. Ling Du sank uncontrollably to the bottom of the water. The ice surface that had just been broken also returned to its original state. Ling Du banged on the ice surface, accusing his master of being merciless, at least letting him rest for a while. When he finally returned to the ice surface, he collapsed on the ground. He didn't even have the strength to get up. However, this time he finally received his master's applause. After he rested and dried the moisture from his body, he asked the question in his heart, "Master, you know I was born with a weak constitution. Why have you been pushing me so hard lately?" Yin Yi glanced at Ling Du and replied, "Because the Central Plains competition is approaching." "HM? The Central Plains competition? So soon?" Yin Yi dropped a sentence, "It's tomorrow," and then turned to leave. Ling Du excitedly chased after him, happily shouting, "I can finally go down the mountain." Yin Yi walked and instructed, "Be very careful when you go down the mountain. Don't get into trouble like before and end up with a body full of grievances." Ling Du nodded repeatedly, saying, I know. But then Yin Yi suddenly remembered something and stopped. Ling Du, unable to brake in time, bumped into Yin Yi with a thud. Covering his sore nose, he listened as his master said, "Ho Tsang has been captured by Lin Duan and taken to the forbidden area." He didn't understand why. Yin Yi continued to explain. He said that besides the Millennium Grass incident, Ho Tsang had also leaked other Wushang sect secrets, such as Mo Lin possessing spirit bones and Xia Tian having innate strange fire. As a result, Lin Quan, in a fit of anger, sentenced him to the Fangfei killing formation punishment, not allowing him to come out for 9 years. Ling Du was stunned. No wonder. I've always wondered why Wushang's sect was coveted by others everywhere. It was indeed strange. But why did Ho Tsang do this? Yin Yi sighed and continued. Because he said he wanted Lin Quan to look at him one more time, even if that look was one of disgust. Ling Du was speechless. As expected of ultimate, invincible love, it's truly unbeatable. But the next second, he sensed something unusual above his head. Looking up, he saw his master leaning down to gently stroke his head, speaking earnestly. Ling Du, promise me you won't become like that. Hearing this, Ling Du felt as if his head had been struck by something, his whole being stunned. He was completely dumbfounded. However, he quickly reassured his master. Master, rest assured, I absolutely don't have that kind of thought towards you. To put his master at ease, he even swore to the heavens, I will never covet master in this life. If I do, may I, Ling Du, be struck by lightning. He was clearly expressing his attitude according to his master's wishes. But for some reason, Yin Yi seemed to get irritated as he listened, not only interrupting him, but even driving him out of Luoza, telling him not to come for lessons tonight. The development of this situation completely confused Ling Du. He didn't understand what his master was angry about. He had just drawn a bamboo slip. Before he could clearly see the content on the bamboo slip, unexpectedly, that demon monk who coveted him appeared again. It was supposed to be the Central Plains competition, yet this Western demon monk eagerly rushed over. Ling Du was speechless. Looking at the demonic aura emanating from his neck, it seemed he hadn't even fully digested that dragon. Having just suppressed it, he hurriedly came over. Does this person just love to join in the excitement in the Central Plains? Wei Ji ignored Ling Du's teasing. He glanced at the slip in his hand and explained, the heart-questioning illusion is the only illusory trial that will review the entire life of the practitioner to temper their mental state. Then he leaned in closer and whispered, Wushang's sect once had an 8th senior brother who died and came back to life. Did you know? Ling Du had never heard about having an 8th senior brother. Wei Ji said that his 8th senior brother was named Wen Fu. For some unknown reason, although he had clearly died and was buried, he mysteriously came back to life. This incident shocked the entire Dongming realm. However, not long after, he disappeared from Wushang's sect and was never heard from again. Suddenly hearing this news, Ling Du was shocked and abruptly raised his head. Unexpectedly, they were too close, and their lips almost touched. Ling Du reacted quickly, hastily stepping back, waving his hands apologetically. Sorry. Who told you to get so close to me? But the next second, his retreating body was blocked by a large hand. Wei Ji held him by the waist and softly told him not to move. Someone was watching them. He told Ling Du to sense it himself. At this moment, Ling Du was at a loss, his body stiff. He silently criticized him. As a Buddhist who's supposed to be pure in the 6 senses, how can he be so indiscriminate? There's no need to get this close to confuse people. However, soon after, Wei Ji released his hand. Ling Du quickly stepped back, letting out a long sigh of relief. Wei Ji looked at Ling Du amusedly, pointing at his heart, indicating that his heartbeat was so fast, asking why he was nervous. Ling Du's forehead throbbed with anger. He raised his hand to swat away Wei Ji's hand. Pointing at him angrily, he shouted, Nervous my ass! Don't touch me for no reason. Be careful, or my bad luck might rub off on you. Unexpectedly, Wei Ji didn't follow common sense. He stated that he was a Buddhist monk, and if he wanted to, he could even purify the bad luck on Ling Du. Ling Du was completely uninterested and directly refused. However, he was very curious about the 8th senior brother Wei Ji mentioned. Do you suspect he was the first ghost body to escape from the Lanju realm? Wei Ji didn't deny it. Ling Du couldn't understand who he might be hiding in. Before he could figure it out, the sound of the heartwarming illusion starting suddenly rang out. Before he could react, everything and everyone around them began to slowly disappear. Ling Du and Wei Ji remained standing in place, but their consciousness was transported. In an instant, they appeared outside a delivery room in a modern hospital. There was a man in a suit, smiling while on the phone, saying his wife was about to give birth and he'd be overjoyed if it was a boy. Ling Du looked at Wei Ji, not knowing what was going on. Wei Ji understood that there had been a mistake, causing what should have been his personal heartwarming illusion to pull Ling Du in as well. Irritated, he retorted, "Didn't I tell you not to get so close? Now you've infected me with your bad luck." As soon as he finished speaking, an angry roar came from the other side. The man looked at the baby in the stroller, questioning in disbelief. "How is it a girl?" The baby, as if sensing her father's disdain, began to cry loudly. Lingdu watched this scene as if he were an outsider. He saw the man who had just become a father abandon his wife who had just given birth and their newborn child, storming out. Soon, the illusion shifted to when Lingdu was 6 years old. He was standing alone on a stool, struggling to stir-fry food in a wok. Weiji couldn't believe that at such a young age, he already had to cook for himself. Lingdu simply replied, "If I didn't learn to cook, I'd starve to death." The girl held the freshly cooked meal, trying to blow away the steam to quickly fill her stomach that had been empty for days. But the next second, footsteps approached. Then came a stream of curses. "Why does a girl need to study so much? Wasting my money every day. I'll beat you both to death today." With that, he raised his fist to strike the girl. The mother quickly stepped forward to stop him. All this terrified the girl. She thought her parents were fighting and begged them fearfully not to do so. Watching this scene, Weiji felt heartbroken. He now understood how Lingdu's glass heart came to be. Seeing the mother tightly hugging the girl and comforting her, Lingdu seemed lost in thought. He clearly understood that no matter how nice things sounded now, those who once swore to protect women for life would eventually leave. In this world, there was never true forever. Weiji felt he was too pessimistic and tried to console him. "It's not always like that." But the next second, the scene changed again. After her grandmother's funeral, her parents had their own new families. She was the only one abandoned. This was her entire life. Seeing the girl crying in despair, Weiji felt immense pity. He reached out to wipe away her tears. But the next second, as if sensing something, he suddenly woke up. He had just swallowed a pill. He, who was originally weak and immobile, instantly revived to full health. Not only could he fiercely kick the puppet that had injured him, but he also wanted to dismantle it to see how it was constructed. Just then, Lingdu, trapped in the illusion, was suddenly awakened. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he was stunned. He saw two familiar ice sculptures in front of him. The faces inside the ice sculptures were anxiously making faces to attract his attention. Obviously, this was his handiwork. Lingdu covered his face in exasperation. He activated his spiritual power with the heart-floating life fan. The ice layer instantly shattered, revealing the figures inside. The two were shivering from the cold, saying with trembling voices that they felt the young master's aura was too icy and wanted to warn him. Lingdu, knowing he was at fault for not controlling his spiritual power well, waved his hand to admit his mistake to the two. But the next second, he sensed something was missing. He looked around and asked, "Hey, where's Weiji?" Jing Xian didn't know who he was talking about. Mullen also said that from entering the illusion until now, it had only been him alone, with no one else. Lingdu frowned in confusion. "No one? That's not right. He clearly entered the heart-questioning illusion with me." Before he could finish speaking, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Then came a clicking sound from behind. Lingdu turned to look. He saw a wooden puppet appear. It charged directly at Lingdu. Caught off guard, Lingdu raised his hands to block, but he couldn't block it completely and was sent flying backward. He fell to the ground in a mess. This heavy blow unfortunately triggered his heart palpitations. He lay prone on the ground, shaking in pain. Just then, a familiar large hand suddenly struck out, and the swastika mark instantly flew out. It hit the puppet, which immediately dimmed as if its power source had been cut off. Weiji stood in front of Lingdu. After making sure the puppet wouldn't move again, he turned to help Lingdu up. Seeing the girl trembling in pain and gasping for breath, he hurriedly tried to find the heart-protecting pill he had brought specifically for her. But the girl said she wanted to use her own medicine, as it would be faster, and asked him to help get it. Hearing this, Weiji's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is it still on your chest?" As he was about to reach for the medicine, Lingdu irritably swatted his hand away. "Of course not. It's in my sleeve." Weiji took out the pill and handed it to Lingdu, telling her to take it herself. But Lingdu closed her eyes and didn't move for a long time. He didn't know what to do. After waiting for a while, Lingdu opened her eyes in frustration. "What are you doing, just standing there?" Can't you see I can't move? Feed it to me. Wei Ji was still stunned. Wei Ji looked at Ling Du's pale lips. He used his fingers to hold the pill and pushed it into Ling Du's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly in his mouth. Its potent medicinal power immediately surged through his limbs, repairing his body. In no time, Ling Du was fully revived, brimming with energy, feeling strong enough to punch a bull to death. As soon as he got up, he angrily kicked the puppet to exact revenge. Wei Ji raised his hand to stop him, saying it was just a training puppet that might have malfunctioned suddenly. Before he could finish, the puppet moved. Wei Ji quickly pulled Ling Du behind him. This isn't normal. They exchanged a glance, grinned, and immediately decided to dismantle it to see inside. Ling Du eagerly stepped forward, grabbing the puppet's head to examine it. This is a complex mechanism, considering his recently recovered body. He handed the puppet to Wei Ji to dismantle. Wei Ji agreed with a smile. Soon, they both looked at the open head of the puppet. Inside the puppet's head was embedded a flying shadow stone. This was something cultivated using spirit stones, capable of recording everything it sees. Moreover, judging by the markings, this puppet was a training puppet from the Supreme Sect. Are you saying someone has been constantly monitoring the Supreme Sect? This thing was targeting our Supreme Sect. When his disciple was trapped, the master arrived at the battlefield immediately, not only because the girl was his destined disciple, but also because she said she would be his eyes, the disciple who would show him mountains, rivers, and the sun and moon. At this moment, Yin Yi flew to Luoxia, saying, I heard someone wants to refine my disciple. Let me see who's so bold. The next second, a figure in a black cloak and golden mask appeared among the crowd. The corners of the person's lips under the mask couldn't help but curl up. You don't know yet, do you? In this Central Plains competition, out of 125 people, 59 are so-called geniuses from the Qingyan rankings. If they die, their luck and talents will be equally distributed among all of you. And you don't have to do anything. Just wait 3 days. After 3 days, the geniuses will fall, and there will be no more geniuses in the world. All beings will be truly equal. Yin Yi and Feng Chao had obviously recognized who that person was. Lin Chuan Jinren also arrived at this moment, confirming that person's identity as old Ba Wenfu. Yan Yisimilet, since it's an acquaintance, that makes things easier. At this time, Wenfu was still tirelessly trying to persuade everyone, wanting to make a bet with them. What bet? Whether I can still headbutt you into the ground this time, and then wait for you to play dead for 300 years before reappearing. Wenfu showed no sign of panic and retorted directly, You blind old man, this time your precious disciple is also in my killing formation. I know that, and I also know he'll be the first to break your formation. Wenfu didn't believe it. Do you want to hear what your disciple is saying? With a wave of his hand, a water mirror appeared. Ling Du's figure appeared in the mirror, and his voice was also played. Today, evil forces try to kill me. If we are lucky enough to survive, one day we will surely eliminate all evil in the world. You guard my path. Wenfu was surprised. Yin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. As expected of my disciple. Although Hongqiu was not satisfied, he didn't take it to heart. He still firmly believed that his killing formation with 27 major arrays couldn't be broken within 3 days, even if Yin Yi entered personally, let alone with so many people present. Now remaining silent, they also won't let you break the formation. At this moment, Feng Chao pursed his lips and spoke. Old 8, are you so certain you can manipulate the hearts of countless cultivators in the Central Plains? Wenfu was confident. Of course, as long as they're human, they have selfish desires. This world has been monopolized by you so-called prestigious sects for too long. If given the chance, they'll naturally choose the outcome that benefits them. He thought he had grasped human nature, but in reality, everyone was indignant, condemning him as an evil demon who dared to presume the thoughts of the righteous path. They declared that evil demons refining souls were truly filthy. The Soul Clan was dumbfounded. At this time, Feng Chao also placed a sword across his neck. Old 8, do you see now? Wake up. But Wenfu still refused to repent. He didn't believe he would lose. He thought this was a ploy by the Supreme Sect. He still firmly believed his 27 killing formations would not fail. Little did he know that even before the formation was activated, Ling Du had already sensed something amiss. After the formation was activated, he quickly calculated the key points of the formation. Someone had set up 27 killing formations in this plaza, intending to refine all of them in one go. Was Ling Du the type to give up easily? No, he wasn't. At this moment, Ling Du's voice came from the crystal. The formation patterns are fading. Everyone, keep attacking. to survive, to avoid being turned into a pot of tonic. The fragile young junior uncle was willing to overdraw his spirit stones, just to seek a glimmer of hope for survival. He stepped forward, taking charge of the situation, working with fellow Taoists to forcibly break the formation. He first sent out the floating life fan to link the formations, then summoned the sword cultivators. At his command, all sword cultivators drew their swords simultaneously. Numerous spirit swords instantly flew towards a point in the sky. Lingdu carefully observed the changes in the formation. Soon he switched to spellcasters. All spellcasters simultaneously cast their spells. At this moment, Lingdu suddenly coughed up blood and fell backwards. Fortunately, Weiji stepped forward in time to support him. Weiji didn't understand. You know how fragile your body is. Why did you still? Lingdu caught his breath, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. No matter how fragile I am, I don't want to become someone else's tonic. Weiji smiled. He raised his hand, channeling fierce energy to envelop Lingdu. Focus on breaking the formation. I'll do my best to protect your body. Lingdu smiled slightly. Good, I leave it to you. On the formation disc, everyone was giving their all. Blood began to seep from the corners of everyone's mouths, but no one retreated. Life and death hung in the balance at this moment. Watching this scene through the crystal, Yanyi clenched his fists. In his heart, he prayed for Lingdu. You must survive. Wenfu, seeing the same scene, couldn't believe it. He kept shouting, impossible. He accused them. The righteous path is just a bunch of hypocrites. It's impossible for them to be so generous. Feng Chao ignored him. He turned to comfort Yin Yi. Your disciple is impressive. He'll be fine. Then, a faint sound of shattering came from the secret realm. The inner formation had broken. Yin Yi knew that everyone in the secret realm was at their limit, just gritting their teeth to hold on. So he took the lead and struck out with a palm technique. Instantly, another sound of shattering rang out. Lingdu, seeing that familiar fierce attack, smiled. It's master. He knew they were safe now. But the next second, his eyelids grew heavy and his form wavered. He fell backwards. With half-open eyes, he watched snowflakes falling from the sky. He softly called out, it's snowing. So beautiful. Pity I won't see when it stops. Before completely losing consciousness, he vaguely heard someone calling out. This voice sounds so familiar. But no matter how Wei Ji called, Lingdu's eyes remained closed. His arm fell, and he lost consciousness completely. Wei Ji panicked. He quickly took out a bottle of medicine, intending to pour the entire bottle down Lingdu's throat. But Lingdu could no longer swallow. The pills rolled off his lips and onto the ground. Wei Ji knew this was bad. The little one's heart meridians were protected, but his spirit stones were severely overdrawn. Even with medicine, he couldn't absorb it, unless he glanced at Lingdu's lips. Awkwardly clearing his throat, he thought to himself, it's all to save him. You'd better take responsibility for this. Then he put the pill in his own mouth. He leaned towards Lingdu. He activated the pill, transferring its power into Lingdu's body. At this moment, Lingdu suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw Wei Ji's actions, Lingdu's eyes widened instantly. He hurriedly backed away a step. Why, you actually took advantage of me. I was almost dead. Wei Ji, I say, how could you be so heartless? Wei Ji was panicking inside, but hearing Lingdu's angry shouts, he couldn't help but feel a slight thrill. Little one, I'm a Buddhist. Where did your mind go? Lingdu wiped the corner of his mouth. I clearly saw just now. Wei Ji forcefully interrupted him. Of course I was giving you medicine. Otherwise, you might have passed away already. Hearing this, Lingdu sighed in relief. You scared me to death. I almost thought you were Kiss Dash, but before he could finish, a voice sounded from behind. Lingdu, what are you two doing? Never seen before, yet destined rivals. One was the leader of the righteous path in the Central Plains, the other a demonic monk from the western regions. They had thought their first meeting would be a life-or-death confrontation with swords drawn. But they encountered the same girl who worried them both, and she just said she had a headache. Their expressions changed instantly, urging her anxiously to sit down and rest. Lingdu took the opportunity to ask them not to argue, saying he needed a good sleep. The two temporarily set aside their differences, both comforting him to rest easy. But in reality, the battle in their eyes had already reached a fever pitch. When Lingdu fell asleep, it was already 3 days later when he opened his eyes again. Wei Ji had been by his side the whole time, never leaving a step. Lingdu slept very comfortably this time. His spiritual energy recovered, and his body was full of energy. Wei Ji saw that he was in good condition. Relieved, he decided to tell him about his discovery. Lingdu was puzzled. "What do you want to tell me?" Weiji leaned in closer and said, "Feng Chao dug out some information from Wenfu. There's a disciple in your sect named Yuan Yi. It seems someone has put something on him. What's wrong with Yuan Yi? He's using your Wu Shangzong's qi language to nourish a dragon vein." Lingdu was confused. Dragon vein? Aren't dragons extinct? Weiji pointed to the dragon pattern on his neck. "Don't I still have one?" Lingdu was speechless for a moment. But speaking of Yuan Yi, he's just a hero who squats in the sect all day, playing Eru. His favorite thing is eating braised pork. Logically, he shouldn't have thoughts of destroying the entire sect. Before he could figure it out, Weiji moved again. He leaned closer to Lingdu and raised his hand to touch his face. Lingdu immediately leaned back tactically, moving backward. The next second, Weiji plucked a fallen peach blossom from his hairbun. Seeing Lingdu's big reaction, Weiji looked at him knowingly. Lingdu felt embarrassed. The monk was just kindly helping him remove a fallen flower. But his reaction was indeed a bit exaggerated. But he thought, if I'm not embarrassed, others will be. Now he just wanted to leave quickly to avoid the scene of his master and Weiji together. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. At this moment, a large hand suddenly landed on Lingdu's shoulder. Lingdu was startled. He turned to see his master and smiled awkwardly. "And master, you're back." Yin Yi didn't waste words and went straight to the point. He already knew about Yin Ye's situation. Feng Chao had just returned from visiting the Grand State's national preceptor. Lingdu and Wei Ji became interested. "What's the result?" Yin Yi shook his head. "Not there, not there." Lingdu and Wei Ji exchanged glances. As a national preceptor, one should always be attentive to the country's fate. How could he not be in the Grand State? Could it be that Yan Yinod did? He ran away. Feng Chao wanted to chase after him, but Wushang's sect's reputation is too big. It would be inappropriate to enter the mortal realm rashly. Hearing this, Lingdu understood. They wanted him to go. He had been bored at Wushang's sect these past few days, so he might as well take this opportunity to go out. It could have been a pleasant outing, but his master forbade him from using spiritual power for a year. Lingdu was dumbfounded. This scene amused Weiji nearby. Lingdu was unhappy and started attacking indiscriminately. "What are you laughing at? Your head is so shiny, it's reflecting light." Weiji didn't mind. He simply said goodbye and left. But the next second, Lingdu heard his divine message in his mind. "Take me with you when you go to the mortal realm. I'll protect you." It could have been a pleasant journey, but his cruel master was being unreasonable. He actually put a restriction on the girl, causing him to be unable to use spiritual tools. Now, he was not only a sickly person, but also a truly useless person without spiritual power. Lingdu dejectedly headed outside the sect to meet up with Jing Xian and Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi was excited to go out and play. Lingdu, however, looked full of sorrow. Jing Xian saw that his junior uncle was unhappy and without a word started rummaging through his things. He then pulled out a piece of sweet cake and handed it over, telling him to eat something sweet to cheer up. Lingdu was instantly moved to tears. Soon, the three of them were sitting on a cloud ship heading to the Grand State. As soon as they sat down, Lingdu eagerly took out the sweet cake and started eating big bites. At this moment, Lingdu heard a voice telling him to eat more. Lingdu was startled. He looked up and saw Wei Ji lazily lying in the cabin. Seeing Lingdu's gaze, Wei Ji smiled and explained, "Your master Lin Tun said to take good care of you all along the way." Lingdu was a bit skeptical. Did Master Lin Tun really say that? Did he also say to take special care of me? Although Lingdu didn't quite believe it, he didn't say anything more. He raised his hand to greet the two, trying to imitate Wei Ji and the two children by cupping his hands and bowing. Wei Ji just smiled and waved his hand, telling the three to sit down. At this moment, the cloud ship raised its sails. It began to set sail. Lingdu retreated into the cabin, looking thoughtfully at the clouds outside the window. After a while, Wei Ji came over. Seeing the child's carefree expression, he said, "It's you who's worried. You haven't told him yet." Lingdu shook his head, indicating he'd see how things go before saying anything. Wei Ji nodded and chuckled softly. The cloud ship was fast, and they soon arrived at the border. The cloud ship slowly descended to the sea. Lingdu looked at the beautiful scenery where the sea and sky merged into one line, thinking it was a pity his master couldn't see it. So he conjured up a divine messenger and poked a white blob in the sea. "Master, wake up quickly. Get up to see the sunrise." Meanwhile, Yuan Yi, who was meditating in the forbidden area of Wushang sect, was awakened by Lingdu. He opened his eyes. involuntarily sitting up straight. He raised his hand towards the bright sun, but the next second his hand passed through an illusion. He withdrew his hand, feeling lost. He lowered his eyes and said, "The sunrise is truly beautiful." Meanwhile, the cloud ship arrived at an open space. The group disembarked and discussed where to go first. Yuan Yi felt homesick and nervous, sweating profusely. It had been 9 years since he left, and when he left, the Grand State was in turmoil, both internally and externally, on the brink of collapse. He didn't know if after 9 years, the Grand State was still in danger. It's said that dynasties in the mortal realm change constantly, so it's indeed uncertain. At this point, Lingdu thought of another question. Did you bring money for this trip down the mountain? Everyone was suddenly alarmed. They had all forgotten. At this moment, Yuan Yi took out something. Don't panic. I specially brought the prince's edict. We can ask my father for money. But what if my father is dead, or has become the emperor? Before he could finish speaking, Lingdu raised his hand and placed it on his shoulder. Why think so much? Be careful not to end up headless like that monk. Hearing this, Weiji instantly turned to stone. You're not going to let this go, are you? You're really fixated on my hair. It's hard not to be. Your bald head reflects light everywhere. It's quite dazzling. Wei Ji, being teased, didn't get angry. He just smiled helplessly. Yuan Yi excitedly rushed towards his only relative, eager to play a tune for him. But unexpectedly, he almost sent away his only relative. Just now, Lingdu and the others were walking towards the palace of the Great Zhou. Yuan Ye's face was full of excitement about meeting his relative. What he didn't know was his uncle, who had become the emperor, learned of his arrival. He first looked nervously at his confidant, then decided to go see for himself. But as he passed by his confidant, he was reminded, "Your Majesty, be careful of tricks." The emperor's heart was heavy, but he had to meet who he needed to meet. Soon the emperor arrived at a side hall. As soon as he entered, he anxiously came forward to pay his respects. Lingdu put on airs. No need for formalities, Your Majesty. Today I'm just bringing Yuan Yi back to fulfill some karmic ties. We'll leave once it's done. The emperor was relieved. Good. As long as you're not here to take my throne, everything is fine. At this moment, Yuan Yi suddenly rushed over. Uncle, I never thought after years apart, you who used to farm with me, have now become emperor. How things have changed. With the past exposed, the emperor felt quite embarrassed. Yuan Yi didn't notice his awkwardness and continued enthusiastically introducing his special talents to his uncle. He then took out an eru, wanted to play a tune for his uncle. Lingdu was dumbfounded by this series of actions. He snatched the eru from Yuan Yi. Are you crazy? Playing for mortals? You want to send them to their graves? Seeing his uncle, who he almost sent away, Yuan Yi hurriedly apologized. The emperor didn't dare to be angry, waving his hands repeatedly to show it was no problem. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, just wanting to send this troublemaker away. He immediately asked if there was anyone else he wanted to see. Yuan Yi excitedly shouted, I want to see my former study companion, Xie Qingyun. No problem. I'll send someone to invite him right away. Anything else? I want some money. Yuan Yi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. The emperor was shocked, silently calculating the assets in the national treasury. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. It turned out Yuan Yi just wanted to be a good host and take his senior brothers and sisters sightseeing. Relieved, the emperor spoke, immediately ordering someone to bring 100,000 taels in silver notes. Yuan Yi watched his uncle's departing figure and also let out a long sigh of relief. He felt somewhat bewildered. Was this still the uncle he once knew? Just then, someone announced the arrival of Grand Defender Xie. Yuan Ye's eyes instantly lit up. He rushed towards the newcomer. But when he saw his old friend bowing to him, he paused. The smile on his face froze at the corners of his mouth. Qingyu, it's been years. You've lost so much weight. Xie Qingyu kept his eyes lowered. It's the battlefield, fighting day and night, bathed in blood. One can't help but lose weight. Yuan Yi was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth and asked, Is your father still, well, dead? And your brother? Also dead. There's no Xie Marquis Manor anymore. I'm the only one left in the Xie family now. Yuan Yi sadly lowered his head. He hadn't expected his friend to have such a difficult life. At this moment, Lingdu stepped forward to break the heavy atmosphere between the two. He said it was time for his practice, and he had to leave for now. After saying this, he called Jingxian and they walked out together. As they walked outside, Jingxian wanted to ask something. Lingdu immediately raised his hand, signaling him to lower his voice. Just as he was about to explain, a voice behind him startled him. Lingdu irritably snapped at Wei Ji. "If you want to talk, just talk. Why get so close?" Facing Lingdu, Wei Ji was always good-tempered. "Didn't you say to be quieter? If I don't get closer, how will you hear me when I speak?" Childhood playmates who once entrusted their lives to each other, meeting again, but everything had changed. Even though Xie Yu was killing the conversation, Yuan Yi still tried hard to get some useful information. The two sat slumped in a corner of the Great Hall. He said, "Who carves someone's name on their own face? Even if it's the name of their beloved." He said he was only 16 when he died. They had promised to marry after winning the war, but in the end, he couldn't bring her home. After saying this, he downed his cup of wine in one gulp. With a thud, he put down the wine cup. He asked Yuan Yi, "Is there any way to bring the dead back to life? I'll do anything as long as it can bring her back." Although Yuan Yi was shocked by his old friend's obsession, he still told the truth. After death, the soul enters the underworld to be reincarnated. It's been 9 years now. There's no way to bring her back. Xie Yu instantly lost all his aggression. "But someone told me she hasn't been reincarnated. She's still in this world." "Impossible." Yuan Yi frowned and said firmly, "Who told you that? A national preceptor. Isn't he rumored to be dead?" At this point, Xie Yu smiled. He knew. He knew they were here to find the national preceptor. Surprised that he had been so easily tricked into revealing information, Yuan Yi hurriedly denied it, saying he was just asking casually. But Xie Yu said he knew where the national preceptor was. If they wanted to see him, he could take them there. Meanwhile, Lingdu, Wei Ji, and Jingxian were eavesdropping outside the hall. Lingdu sat on the ground, eating melon seeds while sighing that Grand Defender Xie was a passionate man. But soon he started coughing violently. Wei Ji quickly bent down to ask what was wrong. Lingdu was shocked. "These palace melon seeds actually have... It's really heartburning." "Serves you right." Wei Ji's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. "You're a spirit body in a mortal form. Mortal melon seeds have too many impurities. Of course your body can't handle it." He took out a bottle of spirit liquid and told him to drink it. Lingdu first curled himself into a ball, then seriously asked, "What is this? Is it poisonous?" Wei Ji was instantly amused and annoyed. "Drink it or not, it's up to you. If you don't, you'll just feel uncomfortable. It won't kill you." Lingdu knew when to stop, opened the bottle, and gulped it down. Surprisingly, after drinking it, Lingdu's expression relaxed. He felt much better, but he believed in not accepting favors without returning them. He thought for a moment. He took out an ice cube as a thank you gift for Wei Ji. Seeing the cold emanating ice, Wei Ji was stunned. "Do you Wushang sect people always carry 10,000-year ice around?" Lingdu didn't answer. He remained lazy and said, "If you don't want it, then forget it." Wei Ji quickly replied, "No, that won't do." He raised his hand and tucked away the ice. But as soon as the ice was taken, Lingdu felt he had lost out. Grinning, he asked Wei Ji for another bottle. Before Wei Ji could answer, Yuan Yi appeared in a hurry. "Junior uncle, I know where the doctor is." Everyone turned to look. They saw Xie Yu approaching calmly. "If the immortal masters wish to see the national preceptor, I can lead the way." Lingdu was surprised by Xie Yu's openness, suspecting a trap. But without entering the tiger's den, how can one catch the cub? They decided to go together. But after just a few steps, a slight trembling sound arose. Jingxian immediately realized it was time to take medicine. He then took out a bowl of medicinal soup and handed it to Lingdu. Seeing the still steaming bowl of medicine, Lingdu's entire face was filled with rejection. But for the sake of survival, he resigned himself to drinking the bitter medicine in one gulp. Fortunately, his little junior sister felt sorry for him and directly stuffed a piece of candy into his mouth. Lingdu instantly felt revived. The girl's eyes lit up at the sight of freshly steamed lamb buns. Little did she know that just moments ago, she was frustrated about only being able to look but not eat. On the surface, she maintained a sage-like demeanor, but inside, her mouth was watering. Wei Ji noticed Lingdu's inner desire and thoughtfully asked, "Do you want to eat?" Lingdu maintained a poker face and stubbornly replied, "It's just so." Hearing this, Wei Ji sighed. "Is that so? I was thinking of helping you experience the taste they're feeling. Since that's the case, never mind then." Lingdu's forehead twitched in anger. He took a deep breath, about to retort, when suddenly, Wei Ji started chanting a spell. A Buddhist swastika seal instantly connected their foreheads. Soon, Ling Du could taste the sweet and sour flavor of candied haws. Seeing Ling Du's satisfied expression, Wei Ji finally found him more pleasing to the eye. Not content with just the candied haws, Ling Du eagerly pulled Jing Xian to try the lamb buns. They ate their way through everything. Then they arrived at a tavern. Xie Yu stated that the national preceptor was here. Yuan Yi looked left and right, unable to believe that the esteemed national preceptor would hide in such a conspicuous tavern. Xie Yu walked to a hidden spot and turned a vase. A series of clicking sounds was heard. A half door opened, revealing a secret passage. They followed Xie Yu into the passage. Walking at the back, Ling Du felt something wasn't quite right. Everything seemed to be going too smoothly. Xie Yu walked in front holding a torch. Yuan Yi followed closely behind, continuing to persuade Xie Yu not to trust Dr. Xie. You'd be better off trusting me than him. Tell me your fiancé's birth date and time, and I can help you reunite in your next life. As soon as Yuan Yi finished speaking, he suddenly bumped into Xie Yu's back. As he let out an ouch, he realized Xie Yu had stopped moving. He didn't turn around. Xie Yu spoke in a deep voice. Yuan Yi, walk. Don't look back. Yuan Yi, always obedient, shouted, be careful, as soon as Xie Yu spoke. Rocks hidden above their heads began to fall. Earlier, he had grabbed Jingshuan's hand and started running back frantically. But when they came out panting, they realized Ling Du was still inside. The three turned to look at the closed secret passage. Dumbfounded, Wei Ji was worried, but he also understood that such an intricate mechanism probably couldn't be broken quickly. He silently prayed that the little one wouldn't get into trouble. Meanwhile, inside the secret passage, Xie Yu was still standing in place. He casually asked Ling Du, Immortal Master, why didn't you run? Ling Du didn't answer. He just stood up nonchalantly, brushing the hair from his forehead. Xie Yu didn't ask further. He stepped on a mechanism beneath his feet and disappeared right in front of Ling Du. At this moment, Ling Du sensed someone appear behind him. Zhou, are you well prepared? 8th senior brother finished speaking. He turned to look at the suddenly appeared man in black. The man in black didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. Before he could act, Ling Du immediately reached out and grabbed his wrist. He then struck fiercely with his palm. The man in black, having lost the initiative, turned to flee. But Ling Du had no intention of letting him go. He immediately threw out a ruler, blocking his escape route. Ling Du tried to persuade him kindly to surrender. But the man in black suddenly turned back. Little junior sister, you shouldn't have come. Little junior sister, run. Don't look back. Ling Du was stunned by these words. At that moment, a Buddhist swastika seal suddenly appeared. The man in black's mask fell off, instantly turning him into a wooden puppet. Wei Ji, who had suddenly appeared, was filled with fear. It was so close, so close. Ling Du, this little one, almost lost his life. He just raised his hand and knocked on the puppet's head. Surprisingly, he found it was alive. Thinking about what the puppet had just said to him, Ling Du was utterly confused. Wei Ji, however, hadn't heard any sound. He was now only concerned about whether Ling Du's soul was all right. Little did he know that with his master's divine consciousness in Ling Du's soul, there wouldn't be any problems. At this time, Ling Du became interested in the wooden puppet nearby. He raised his hand and knocked on its head, finding it was actually alive. Wei Ji squatted down. He placed his hand on the puppet's head and quickly discovered a soul related to the blue giant realm inside. Ling Du despised such souls. He discarded the floating live fan and struck the puppet forcefully. Soon, the puppet's once bright eyes instantly went out, leaving only 2 pitch-black holes. At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Reward, 1 bottle of World Lotus Nectar. It can temporarily purify impurities in ordinary stones. Ling Du didn't expect this unexpected gain and was instantly delighted. But when he looked at the stones on the ground, he discovered that these stones had the same aura as those from the Moonlight Well in Qinglu Village. Before he could figure it out, he heard voices saying, "Little uncle, we've come to rescue you." Then, Jing Xian and Yuan Yi appeared. As soon as they arrived, they saw Master Wei Ji, looking calm and composed like a great master. Ling Du was stunned by the monk's shameless behavior. At this time, Yuan Yi took out a spirit beast bag and released the captured Xie Yu. Even when caught, Xie Yu remained indifferent. Not wanting to explain much, this was originally a trap he had set long ago. He had just changed his mind at the last moment. But Yuan Yi, seeing his cold face, became agitated. He coldly questioned Xie Yu why he he had schemed against him. Xiaoyu laughed bitterly in anger. Why? After Lin Yin died, it was the imperial tutor who gave me a glimmer of hope. He told me Lin Yin's soul still existed and could help me resurrect her. At that time, you weren't there, Lin Yin. Parents weren't there. Brother wasn't there. Tell me, who else could I trust? Yuan Yi, while you were seeking immortality on the fairy island, I, Xiaoyu, was fighting on the battlefield, brushing with death time and time again. These past 9 years, I've only been able to survive because of Lin Yin. I'll do anything to bring her back to life. Yuan Yi was frightened by Xiaoyu's sudden outburst of killing intent. But in the next second, Xiaoyu suppressed all his killing intent and said, "Kill me or torture me. It's up to you." Lingdu was quite satisfied with his pragmatism. He understood that Xiaoyu wanted to see their capabilities. This was simple. They just needed Yuan Yi to make a soul-tracking talisman to find Lin Yin's soul. However, before that, they needed to meet the real imperial tutor. Xiaoyu agreed readily. As night fell with rain, they took a carriage to the Grand Commander's mansion. When they followed Xiaoyu's steps into the main hall, Lingdu was stunned. In the center of the hall was a coffin. He drew a sharp breath inwardly. Double-person coffin, female, about 16 years old. Lingdu carefully chose his words. "This isn't you, is it?" Xiaoyu nodded, confirming it was his fiancée. Oh my god, thought Lingdu. This isn't just love sickness anymore. This is straight-up insanity. But never mind. Personal preference. Though he couldn't understand, he respected it. He just wanted to know where the imperial tutor was. Xiaoyu raised his hand, gesturing them to follow him. However, before leaving, Lingdu quietly asked Wei Ji if the coffin was related to the soul. Wei Ji, hearing this, felt his concern about souls was excessive. Lingdu didn't want to say much, simply stating he was just casually asking, and brushed it off. Then he awkwardly followed along. The Grand Commander had gone mad for love. To be with his deceased fiancée forever. He not only placed her coffin in the main hall of his home, but also imprisoned the imperial tutor in his home's dungeon, all to resurrect his fiancée. But the imperial tutor was incompetent. After so many years, he hadn't even found his fiancée's soul. Fortunately, he had found a new approach. The master of the supreme sect said that if he handed over the imperial tutor, they would help him find his fiancée's soul. At this moment, Xiaoyu led Lingdu and the others to the Grand Commander's mansion. In the dungeon, there was only one rather disheveled old man with white hair. Xiaoyu said he was the imperial tutor. Seeing his frightened appearance, Yuan Yi wondered what exactly Xiaoyu had done to him. Xiaoyu thought about the previous scenes and smiled, just some common little tricks. Then he looked at the imperial tutor, gesturing towards Yuan Yi. Imperial tutor, look up at this person before you. Do you recognize him? The imperial tutor followed his gesture. His eyes widened instantly. He immediately knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly while crying out, "Your Highness, spare me! Your Highness, spare me! Everything I did was for the fate of the great Zhou dynasty." Hearing this, Lingdu and Wei Ji exchanged glances. They were on the right track, but Yuan Yi was completely confused, not knowing what he was talking about. Hearing this, the imperial tutor paused his kowtowing. His eyes darted around, considering how to use Yuan Yi to escape. But the next second, a folding fan lifted his chin. Lingdu said in a chilling tone, "Speak. You don't want to know what happens if you dare to deceive us." The imperial tutor instantly didn't dare to make any more small moves. He honestly explained everything. The curse on Yuan Yi would consume his spiritual power to nourish the dragon vein. Once the true dragon was revived, it could bring about the great Zhou dynasty's rebirth. Yuan Ye's eyes widened instantly, unable to believe this was true. Seeing this situation, Lingdu was also stunned. He had forgotten to tell Yuan Yi about this. Seeing everyone's attention shift, Wei Ji grabbed the imperial tutor. He inquired about the location of the dragon vein. Then he quickly flew to the dragon vein's location using spiritual power. Wei Ji pressed the imperial tutor, asking for the exact location. The imperial tutor tried to struggle a bit, attempting to get by with vague answers. But Lingdu wasn't having any of it. He directly raised his hand and threw him down. "If you don't know, then you're useless. Go down and be buried with it." The imperial tutor never imagined they would act so quickly, completely disregarding normal conventions. In the end, the desire to survive overcame everything. Ling Du waved his floating life fan. The Imperial tutor, who was originally in free fall, instantly returned to the mountaintop. At this point, he dared not make any more small moves. Trembling, he said the bell was at the dragon's central meridian. Only by suspending the dragon's central meridian and injecting spiritual energy could the true dragon be revived. Wei Ji was exasperated by their ignorance. It seemed that injecting spiritual energy could revive the dragon, but in reality, even if the central meridian was alive, the dragon's claws had already completely atrophied. A dragon without its claws, even if alive, couldn't protect the precarious Grey Zhou. Ling Du shaded his eyes and looked into the distance. Just seeing below the central meridian was the center of the mausoleum. He then jokingly said, "Why don't we just blow it up?" Jing Xian took out the explosives, grinning as he joined in. "Come on, junior uncle, point where to blow." Ling Du slowly raised his hand, but unexpectedly, he was stopped by Wei Ji. He looked towards the mausoleum with a compassionate expression. There were troops guarding below. Blowing up the center of the mausoleum would kill them too. At this moment, Ling Du was somewhat dazed. It was the first time he saw the shadow of the Buddha's son in Wei Ji. But the next second, Wei Ji unexpectedly dropped the line, "Let's dig up the grave." The shadow of the Buddha's son instantly shattered. Buddha's son, my foot, this must be his illusion. How absurd that a Western region Buddha's son would teach people to dig graves. And it was someone else's ancestral grave at that. In an instant, that image of the Buddha's son as a great man shattered. The two followed Yuan Yi to the Great Zhou Imperial Mausoleum. But there was one thing Ling Du didn't understand. Logically, Lin Yin's remains were just those of an ordinary person. But Yuan Yi hadn't detected his soul. He wondered if it was possible that he was a temporary soul, just like him. But Wei Ji said it was impossible. Each realm had its own heavenly Tao governing it. Souls from different realms, unless they broke through the heavenly Tao or the heavenly Tao collapsed like in the Blue Giant realm, couldn't leave their own realm. Ling Du still wasn't convinced. He asked if a soul from another world occupied a body. Wouldn't it be discovered by the heavenly Tao later? Wei Ji shook his head. The body was just a shell. As long as it complied with the heavenly Tao, it naturally wouldn't be obstructed. I'm just curious why Ling Du would think of a temporary soul. Ling Du just smiled slightly, saying he was just speaking casually. At this time, Yuan Yi reminded the two about the Imperial Mausoleum Road. However, the Imperial Mausoleum was heavily guarded and couldn't be entered directly. But this was no problem for Ling Du. He reminded everyone to cover their noses and mouths and stay back. Then he threw out a packet of medicine. The guards on duty instantly lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Ling Du peeked out quietly, looking at his handiwork. Wei Ji frowned in confusion. He hesitated for a while, but couldn't help asking, "Your supreme sect?" Before he could finish, Ling Du winked playfully. "To prove for the sect, this isn't from the supreme sect. It's from the Lion King's legacy." Wei Ji was stunned. "You even know the Lion King?" Having dealt with the guards, they faced another obstacle. The stone door of the bell tower was locked. There was a heavy object behind it. Opening it carelessly might destroy the entire mausoleum. Yuan Yi fell silent for a moment, considering how to deal with the mechanism. The next second, he was pulled back by Jing Xian. Jing Xian swept his spiritual power across the edge of the door. The power burst forth instantly, turning the huge stone into rubble. Looking at the wide-open stone door, Yuan Yi gave a thumbs up. At this moment, Ling Du handed him a glass lamp. "Come on, Yuan Yi, dig your own ancestral grave." Yuan Yi held up the glass lamp, leading the way. Soon they arrived at the main burial chamber. The eternal lamp in the chamber was still bright. The entire chamber was filled with boxes of gold, silver, and jewels. Jing Xuan's eyes lit up shamelessly. Wasn't Great Zhou supposed to be poor? What's all this money for? Yuan Yi, once a royal counselor, understood. Death is life's final journey. No matter how poor, they always wanted to make it grand. Only then could they feel they had truly lived in this world. At this time, Ling Du took out the floating life fan and blocked Wei Ji, asking why he had been following them all along. Wei Ji was stunned for a moment. Then he chuckled. To reassure Ling Du, he even revealed the matter of the stolen dragon blood and scales. Hearing this news, Ling Du's brain froze. He continued to ask in disbelief, who exactly stole it? Wei Ji glanced at something in the corner, but didn't answer. Lingdu wanted to keep asking, but Weiji cut him off, telling him to finish the main task first. Lingdu didn't ask further. He directly threw a packet of medicine at the Imperial Tutor. The Imperial Tutor sensed danger and shouted for mercy. Weiji raised his hand, silencing him directly. Then Lingdu crouched down, demanding the Imperial Tutor reveal how to remove the curse on Yuan Yi. He only had 3 seconds to think. If he didn't explain clearly, he wouldn't need to live anymore. The Imperial Tutor's pupils trembled. He hurriedly began to confess. The formation and curse needed to be removed simultaneously. That's all it would take. The girl saving him didn't hesitate to cut the man's palm. She used his blood to draw symbols on the other side. She took out the demon-subduing pestle and began to break the formation. Just as Lingdu lightly touched the symbols, he gathered spiritual energy and swiftly waved the talisman at Yuan Yi. The symbols instantly entered his chest. Yuan Yi groaned in pain. He felt something being extracted from his soul. Just as he was about to give up, a cool spiritual power flowed into his meridians. He heard Junior Uncle's voice telling him to hold on. At that moment, the hall began to shake violently. Debris kept falling down. There was a cracking sound, as if something had split open. A drop of essence blood merged into Wei Ji's forehead. He stretched out his palm, and a dragon scale quietly rested in his palm. A flash of red light passed through Wei Ji's eyes. Instantly, a dragon's roar echoed through heaven and earth. The formation was broken, the curse removed. Yuan Yi could no longer hold on and collapsed. But the mausoleum was about to collapse. Now was not the time to faint. Lingdu grabbed his collar and stuffed a pill into his own mouth. Wei Ji and Jing Xian reacted quickly, hurriedly carrying the 2 others as they rushed out. This frantic run nearly made Lingdu see his ancestors from the jostling. It was deep night outside by now, but a huge lightning bolt flashed, illuminating the area outside the mausoleum as bright as day. It also revealed 500 elite soldiers waiting outside the door. The 4 were instantly dumbfounded, doubting their own eyes. Wei Ji shattered their illusions directly. "You're not seeing things. We are indeed surrounded." Lingdu chuckled. Wei Ji joked irreverently on his back. "What do you think? If I say Yuan Yi missed his great-grandfather and came to visit him, would they believe it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the lead commander drew his sword and shouted, "Trespassing in the Imperial tomb. Kill without mercy." Facing the approaching soldiers, the group stood back to back, thinking of ways to bluff their way out. Soon, Lingdu spoke up. "How dare you rebel? You dare to kill us immortal masters?" Lingdu held the floating life fan, putting on an immortal's air. The commander hesitated for a moment. Lingdu continued to bluff. "We are immortal masters specially invited by the Emperor to Great Zhou. This imperial tomb has caught our attention, so we came to investigate." Hearing this, the commander was about to lower his sword. But the next second, he realized something was off. If you were invited by the Emperor, you should have the Emperor's personal decree. Lingdu forgot about such a thing as a decree. He inwardly cursed, "Not good. We've been exposed." The commander hesitated no more. He raised his sword again. "Without a decree, even immortals will be killed without exception." Lingdu had overplayed his hand and didn't know what to do. Just then another lightning bolt struck right in front of them. It split the ground open with a large crack. The 4 figures that were at the door just moments ago mysteriously vanished. The commander gritted his teeth in frustration. Little did he know, the 4 who disappeared had now arrived on a cloud layer in midair. Lingdu, now relieved, sat down on the cloud to rest. Meanwhile, on a nearby mountain peak, someone stood quietly at the summit. Looking up at the clouds above, he murmured, "Junior sister,